strong. Wicardia this time gets the better of it, but it's flipped down to Wicardia, and in combination, they've opened up the site. This is a big fight for Calix.
Oh, no way.
He's lost it. How does Fame get another? A triple kill from Fame, make it 4 if he finds Wicardia. Edging out the smoke. Fame, hyper aware. And Jane will finish it. Trigger discipline. He could have 2 on his plate here. How has this happened? Madger again. These flags are ridiculous.
Catch the bomb. And here we go, Carrigan, can he close things out?
Oh man, this could be such a wonderful moment for Apex. He just has to nail both and he will! Comes back, Flamesy with everything to do. Flamesy comes in with a 3rd. How much more does he have to do? Flamesy will push them forward. Complexity gonna play this as a pack. Halzerk leads the charge. Apex, trigger discipline. He lets them all cross.
No.
He's gone unspotted. No, no. Apex, as the defuse comes through, he denies, and time's on his side. Oh, has he done it? JT jumps on top by the skin of their teeth. Complexity.
Takes Monacy getting that trade, but it's at least allowed the plant to come in.
Make it.
Oh, Nexa stuck up on top of the lip, and now it's left all on a Monacy.
Okay.
Got to be quick with it. And Monacy is. Is he ready for Kragan up in the apartment? Monacy! Monacy doing everything. Monacy is the man to close that round out. Didn't even see the last guy. It's just Nikodos trying to deny the inevitable, trying to stop that dreaded 0-12 heading into the second half. And there's no way. Nails that trade at least, but it sacrifices NQZ. Nissin nowhere to be found yet, and with Big Azera dead, if they get on that bomb, Nissin will not get there in time. They clear the site, they've got no idea, they don't expect this. Now Nikodos is on the angle, just looks away, Nissim's coming through. Oh, he's gonna get them off the bomb! Just has Nikodos left to find! This could be it! They might save themselves! And with a missed shot from Nikodos!
Hello and welcome back to the inaugural CS2 major from beautiful Copenhagen. Look at that iconic shot. Love it. And yes, I am your host, Richard Lewis, and today it is time for the day of judgment once more. We've got all of these great teams in action. Only 3 can go to the arena. We're going to find out who it is. Setting the scene with me, we've got Pimp and Blair. You know them. Hopefully you remember from yesterday. Right, guys, I'm going to just do it. I'm going to start like this. I'm doing my prep, right? This is the first thing I want to talk about. It's not even about the games, guys. I'm just sat there doing my prep, getting ready. You know, I'll have a look on Reddit. Don't read it much these days, except on YouTube videos and a silly voice. And people are going like, oh, what's up with the suits? I knew we flew too close to the sun the other day when we all wore tan. And, and they're going to me, they're saying like, oh yeah, they don't even use tailors or whatever. Look, I'm never going to look as good as Maniac guys. Like if Baron Harkonnen wore a suit, you know, he hasn't got a tailor or whatever. I just haven't got the body shape. It's outrageous.
You know, you signed up for the Copenhagen Fashion Week. What's
before
your
the show even begins.
Yeah, well, it's the Copenhagen Fashion Week. It's not about the major, not about the Counter-Strike.
I know.
Not about the excitement. No, Reddit, you know, the place to go to for Counter-Strike information. We talk about suits, we talk about tailors, we talk about the lack of, I guess, tailored suits in that regard. You know, Copenhagen Fashion Week, Blue, how do you find that?
I know.
Well, speaking of looking good, we can talk about the teams that are looking good, though.
Okay, he's segued. He's done. Right, all right, then let's have a
I don't
look
want to
at
give too
the
much
standings.
attention to
It's outrageous, mate. Outrageous.
outrageous.
Yeah, I'm tilted off the face of the earth here. Like, you know, I thought it used to be about games, guys. That's what it used to be about. Anyway, you can see here, obviously, we know who's already gone through. Vitality battling away there. What an iconic series that was against Complexity the other day. Obviously, as well, we sent some people home. Surprisingly heroic. That was one of the shocks. I think a lot of people had them, you know, going into the arena, and you know, kind of miracle run of Ecstatic also came with Saturday.
It's for me, this heroic run is so puzzling in so many levels, because you start off by taking down FaZe, right? And right there, you're like, holy hell, this is looking good. A heartbreaking, very closely contested game against Complexity, and then they lose convincingly to VP, and then yesterday just get absolutely smacked on the bottom.
It was insane, actually. I didn't know what I was watching.
I don't get this team.
Yeah.
You don't get the team? No, I don't know what happened, right? I agree with you. The opening stage was fantastic. The opening game against FaZe was fantastic. And then you lose 3 games in a row and take nothing away from Complexity, VP, or Pain for that matter as well. But teams that you should be able to beat if you want to go into the playoffs.
Or at least be very competitive at the end.
Yeah, I think Shu said it as well. They had a bit of a mental breakdown. You know, it was the mental part of the game. They couldn't get over it. Maybe when they started to lose, it was getting to them. It was getting on their nerves. But I think in terms of the level of Counter-Strike they were showing throughout the major, they had the level to be in the playoffs, but mentally they couldn't cope with it.
Yeah, and look, what that means is, because we were all trying to figure out, okay, Astralis aren't here, who's going to be the home team?
Well, nobody.
Yeah, and it turns out you have a look at the Danish participants we've actually got. It's just sad. It's like, we did, obviously Heroic would have been the hometown heroes, maybe Ecstatic
Mr.
as well.
Stark,
and
I'm not feeling so good.
Yeah, exactly it is. Being Thanos before our very eyes. We've got like Carrigan and Hooksy left.
Listen, let's be completely honest. We are looking at a potential disaster. Let's say Carrigan were to lose today. Let's say Hooksy were to lose today. We wouldn't have a single Danish player on the goddamn server at the first major in Copenhagen.
You could say you could have Cyclone, but bit of copium.
He's a coach,
okay.
you know, but let's be completely honest. We're the best country in the world when it comes to goddamn Counter-Strike. We produce the best players. We have produced the best teams. It's been like that for ages. Now we finally get a major in Copenhagen, and then we shit the bed like this.
Sounds like ancient history to me, mate.
Jesus,
You know what I mean?
It kind of feels like shades of what's happening to Swedish Counter-Strike. It seems to be infecting Denmark
exactly.
as well.
It's your turn, mate. You're done. I reckon
guess.
UK's coming back is what I...
All right.
Right, anyway, but let's talk...
Taylor, man.
Get yourself to a Taylor. Let's talk about, you know, what happened yesterday. Let's talk about some of the, I guess, the negatives. We touched on Heroic. I do want to talk about Ecstatic, and then I'm going to use it to segue into G2. I mean, look, I don't think it was all that negative. Ecstatic, very lucky to even be in the round of 16.
Yeah.
And now they've got a whole new different set of problems, because what happens now if you're a team that's had moderate success, you have to get back into the online world. Everybody, you know, we've even talked about it on the desk. Astralis might be looking at some of your players, or, you know, whatever it's going to be. So how do you think Ecstatic have done overall, and what do you think the future holds?
I think it's just phenomenal stuff coming out from these guys, right? Heading into the round of 16, you think at this point, surely the journey ends here, right? They were actually competitive against Mouse. They lost to Cloud9. They're 0-2. You think it's done so. You go up against Furia, where they have all the experience, major champion on the side of Furia, and they take care of business. They get the win. Yesterday against G2, man, it was actually pretty close. You know, it required some miraculous plays from m0NESY, which continues to do so, and we'll talk about him later on, for them to kind of lose that game. And I think, sure, there will be disappointment, but also they got to recognize, you know, temper the expectations a little bit, but they should walk away with the heads held very high. I'm very happy with Patty, for me, and Kragan have been absolute standout Danes.
Listen, the second they walked into the major, the second they booked a spot in Romania at the Armad, that's when they exceeded all expectations whatsoever. They were an online team. They were struggling getting into the qualifiers. They were struggling getting to the bigger tournaments. All of a sudden, you find yourself at a major home turf in Copenhagen. And not only did they do well, they progressed into the elimination stage. And they applied pressure to G2 yesterday. They took a map off them in that game. Also, they were up 4-0 on the third deciding map on Anubis. There was a little bit of a disaster lurming right there. It could have been Ecstatic maybe closing out that game. Credit to G2 for fighting back and completely shutting them down. But there was a moment in time, you know, on that third map on Anubis, 5 rounds into it, where you thought Ecstatic were actually going to knock out G2 from the major and still have a shot at making it to the playoffs. So yes, I agree with you. It's going to be incredibly tough for them to replicate that kind of success when they get online again, when they have to play these online qualifiers. Look at Apex, you know, semi-finalist at the former major in Paris. They had to struggle massively before they got back on track. It's going to be the same for Ecstatic, but the way they performed here in Copenhagen was nothing but stellar.
Absolutely, and I feel like for Paddy, I think greater things are going to come calling soon, in all honesty.
Yeah, I think stock incredibly high.
Yes.
Now, with that said, I want to segue into talking about G2. We're obviously going to see them in action. But there was this weird, like, little thing that sort of went on, and I know Richard stopped doing this, but I'm going to do it again. I just didn't understand the reaction from Hooksy in that game at all. And it's like, I look at G2, I look how they're fighting for their tournament life right now. They narrowly beat Ecstatic the other day. I mean, which, by the way, you should be beating them, right? You have 2 generational talents on this roster, right? 2 generational talents. And you're going up against Ecstatic, first time at a major. You know, they even themselves with their own identity. They're like, we're a tier 2 team that's like massively overperformed. We're getting into tier 1. And you're screaming like you've just won the whole major, like you've won the whole tournament. Now, Reddit and the internet, they always hate it when I do this, but like, I think that is a terrible sign. People say, oh, you're just celebrating, you know, you're trying to fire your team up. You shouldn't need to be that fired up to beat the likes of Ecstatic.
I think it's an excellent point. It's a team under a lot of pressure right now, and he's definitely doing, you know, out of the uncomfortable situation that he finds himself in. As you said, G2 are yet to beat a good team at this major. They beat Furia, you know. We all know what happened to Furia at this tournament. They have not looked great at all. And they beat Ecstatic in a 2-1 fashion, where, as I said, they were down 0-4 on the third deciding map. You're right on when you're saying G2 is yet to play a good game of Counter-Strike. They're yet to play a game of Counter-Strike where they look like the G2 that could potentially be a contender for the trophy. So I think it's a sign of pressure. It's a sign of Hooksy desperately trying to get the boys rattled up. But it's been 4 games so far, and I have not been impressed.
It just feels like the Monesi show, and I just feel bad for the kid. It's like just dragging them across the finishing line, right? And this shouldn't be the case. You know, Nico, we saw some signs from him. He's kind of disappeared. Mentally, they look so fragile as well. You know, and you're supposed to be champions, guys. You're supposed to be a champion caliber team. What's going on? If not for Monesi, they wouldn't even be here. They'd be going home right
they'd already be out. And it's like, I saw a clip the other day. Obviously, you know, we're watching the games, we're chilling in the green room. We've got multiple games, multiple angles. We're all trying to soak it all in. But there was a period of time where they were like, you know, they were like 6-7-1 up. And even in that moment, Hunter's going, guys, can we stop? Can we stop doing this? Can we stop making these mistakes? So mentally fragile is right. And when you're relying on individual performances like this, and it's just Monesi having these pop-off games against weak opponents, it just doesn't bode well for a day where the stakes are this high.
No, it does not bode well at all for G2. It has been a team, as we spoke about, that relies a bit too much on individual powers. They've been able to mask some of the issues they've had. You know, you have a guy like Nico, you have a guy like Monesi. When they're playing the A game, you don't need to be perfect. You don't need to approach the game in a perfect session. But when Nico is not playing well, when it's just the Monesi show, we get to see all these different flaws that's within the G2 camp right now. And they're being exposed as a team that, you know, after with the JKS switch as well, Nexa haven't made them a better team. Hooksy haven't really integrated a new playstyle. There's no red line in how they approach the game. They rely on the individuals. Without Monesi playing well, they're losing right now. And that's too fragile of a state to be in if you're G2.
Yeah. Well, look, G2 esports fans know all about pain. Let's talk about pain. Obviously had a really solid performance against Heroic.
Yes.
Nearly, we got within tantalizing distance of the first 13-0 at the major, but it didn't happen. Beating Heroic, though, regardless of the method, it's just an incredible kind of victory overall.
Yeah, I think for Pain Gaming, you know, they were looking great against Heroic yesterday. There's no doubt about that. For Pain to be able to take down Heroic, we spoke about it. Obviously, very disappointing for Heroic. We expected more, but Pain have just been this Cinderella story throughout the entire goddamn tournament. Big Osira, the way he's been playing,
dude, the way the story.
That's fantastic, right? The way the players within Pain Gaming have been able to back him up, you know, show up when needed to. Pain is one game away, Bleu, for booking a spot at the playoff at the Copenhagen Major in arguably the most competitive era of Counter-Strike. that is impressive to the bone.
And especially the fact that we saw them against Mongols, where it was it was scrappy, it was messy. And yesterday against Heroic, you're thinking, sure, congratulations guys, you made it so far, great job. You're gonna go out 1-3 to Heroic, and they just dismantle Heroic here. And I just want to touch upon this as well, real quickly. Right, I'm looking at this G2 roster. Obviously, there have been various changes over the years. I'm talking about Nico there as well. Coming in second in Stockholm, the first major after the entire COVID situation, a couple of years without without any land big events, and then in Antwerp they get to the Legend Stage. That's it. They didn't make it to Rio. Again in Paris, not making it to the arena. And now today they're going to be going up against VP. We know how VP can be. Is it going to be the same old story again? It's just been disappointment. Sure, they won Kato last year. Sure, they won Cologne last year. But it just feels like just disappointment after disappointment for Nico, for Monesi, and his G2 lineup. Back to back to back to back.
And to contextualize it a little bit, it's not like they have any excuses in Antwerp. It wasn't like they weren't fielding a great team. It wasn't like they were saving money on a budget or bringing in new players or fostering young talents. Every single time G2 turn up a tournament, it's a team that is powered by a lot of money. There's a big budget running around G2 right now. The salaries are high, and they have all the different attributes, all the different playmakers they need in order to find success. So you're right on when you're pointing out that if G2 were to lose against VP today and miss a 4th playoff in a row at a Counter-Strike major, given they've had all the tools in the bank, given they have all these excellent players to field on the server, it would be an absolute disaster. There's a lot of pressure on Huxi, and I think that's what you saw yesterday as well, which
sure. Pressure probably spilling out and everything else. I mean, for me, I just have to say that, like, I've always thought these guys have been massive underachievers, and this is where, if they get to the playoffs, okay, you've got 3 days, whatever it is, you can have that reset. But yeah, I mean, for me, obviously, the pressure is immense today.
Compare them to a team like Spirit. Like, do you realistically believe that if they were to go up against Team Spirit at any point in this tournament, that G2 would be able to beat them? Because I don't. They have shown nothing so far.
Yep. Okay, well, let's take a look at the games we got coming today. I mean, we've talked about the importance of them. This is what we have. We're going to be ending with Na'Vi versus Pain. Obviously, I think a lot of people would think that was going to be Na'Vi versus Heroic.
Yeah.
Not going to happen. It's going to be Na'Vi versus Pain. So Pain have to go one more. They got to go big or go home in that game.
I mean, if it comes so far, why not? Just full send, right?
Sure, you got to. Full send it. Then in the middle, the VP versus G2 esports game. Such a dangerous opponent for G2. We've had jokes about, Virtus Pro's style, and sometimes they're inconsistent, but what they are very good at is this tactical approach to the game. And kind of, I almost think they're at polar opposite ends of the spectrum at the moment. I don't think G2 esports are doing anything tactically right now, and they're going to be going up against the team that's very cerebral in its approach to the matchup.
Suffocating at times.
And suffocating.
Yeah.
And then we've got Complexity taking on FaZe Clan to start us off. So I guess we will segue into talking about that. I want to say one word right now. Destiny. I don't mean the streamer and debate bro. Old friend. Shout out to Stephen one time.
Or the video game.
Yeah, or that. I mean, if you know the history of these two orgs, Complexity, obviously we've talked a lot about being bought back by Jason Lake, and they've got this independence now. But this was precipitated by the fact that, they had this duo ownership of the FaZe Clan company, their parent company. And so realistically, this is a matchup that probably wouldn't have been allowed to happen at any other set of circumstances.
Yes.
And yet here they are. And I'm sure, Jason Lake's been down with the troops this morning, giving one of his famous speeches. We saw that just before we went live. And obviously, it's for all the marbles now. Complexity need to be in those playoffs. They need to get to the arena because they're rebuilding, you know?
The only issue is that FaZe needs that a little more, For Complexity not to make the playoff, yes, it would be sad, especially considering they went 2-0 in the opening day, and they had a good shot against Vitality yesterday. You had Holzerk playing fantastic Counter-Strike. You had basically everyone playing good apart from Elise, which is a different point of conversation we're going into later. For FaZe Clan, though, if they were to fail playoff against a team like Complexity, if Kerrigan were not to make the major playoff at Copenhagen on home turf, that would be a massive disaster. So as much as I agree with you, it would be super nice for Complexity to make it. It means a little more, at least from the outside perspective for FaZe. That would be a bigger disappointment than for Complexity.
I mean, we just think about FaZe in CS2, right? Ever since CS2 launched officially in every event they've played at, they have been top 2 or winning it. The early couple of months, they were the best team in CS2. And even, recently, these are really, really good results, by the way. I mean, look at even the losses in Fall Finals, World Finals, and Katowice. They were literally playing the best team who was speaking at the time. It was Vitality, with Messi coming in, having a crazy run, and Spirit running Katowice. They are legit the best team in CS2. They have someone like Robs, you have Frozen coming in, hitting the ground running, and they look really good. So for them to just fail, just not make it to the playoffs for the first CS2 major would be such a massive kick in the gut.
Yeah, and Complexity definitely have their work cut out for them going up against these guys. But I will add, I think today, right here, right now, eminently beatable because, you've talked about Rops, you've talked about Rain. They haven't got here yet. Really, it's Brokey that's kind of, propelling FaZe forward.
I think Kerrigan even said it himself. They're playing their B game right now.
Yeah.
And he even said that sometimes the B game is enough, but he doesn't feel comfortable in them winning against anyone at the major if they're playing the B game. So you're right when you're saying that FaZe haven't showed up at all. We haven't seen the best of FaZe yet. Today will be a great time to come alive. Obviously for Rups, for the likes of Rain, for the likes of every single one of them, though. You can argue Brokey has been playing hearts out so far, but you don't really need him to be that well playing if you have your Rups and your Rain is doing well. And then Frozen, this Wonder guy, wonderful pickup. We taught him as being a guy that could come into FaZe Clan, replace Twist, and make them even better. We're yet to see that full effect. As we saw before, they have been the most consistent team in CS2. They even did showcase at the World Finals that with Frozen, they were still playing beautiful Counter-Strike. In Katowice, he was playing well as well. But we still need to see that extra gear, and we still need to see Frozen play.
It is interesting because I'm looking at Frozen here. Just look at the numbers right there, right? He's actually been phenomenal as a start player coming in for his team, and these are his numbers before the major. Ever since he'll join the lineup, and looking at his numbers here at the major, it's just been a bit of a struggle city. And even though his name is Frozen, for me, the Iceman for the side of FaZe has always been Brokey. The guy, he is notorious for not really showing too much emotions and whatnot, and he seems to be the guy not really feeling any nerves. Frozen, he's a bit of a meditative state right now. He probably needs to channel.
Someone put a mirror under there. Is he all right?
I think it's fine. But I want to touch upon what Rain said in an interview yesterday as well. It's like we're feeling the nerves. We're feeling nervous. And you look at the players on this team. You're looking at Kerrigan, you're looking at Rain, and you're like, surely these guys have been here multiple times, but you never can't. If you're competitive, if you care enough, you will always be a little bit nervous, right? But you can't afford to have the nerves affect you in the game.
This is not a good sign because, as I said, like when FaZe first got here, Rain's usually the guy who has to step up at these big tournaments. He's usually the guy that finds the extra gear, and he's done it consistently in his history with this org. But if he's feeling nerves, then where do you turn to?
I wonder where it's coming from, though, because FaZe Clan is one of those teams that we label them as the comeback kings, the clutch kings. They've been there so many times, so many years, that you should feel that they would be immune to the nerves. I wonder if it had anything to do with Kerrigan being at home turf in Copenhagen. Maybe he's a little bit amped up as an in-game leader. He's been motivating the guys. He wants it a little bit extra, and maybe he's applying extra pressure to his players as well, which is completely understandable given that this may be the only chance Kerrigan will ever have to do well at a major on home soil. Furthermore, as well for Rain, if you look at him specifically, he is from Norway. There's not a long way from Norway to Denmark. I'm sure his family is going to show up if he gets into the playoff.
Oh, of course, yeah.
This is probably also the closest that he'll ever be to a major at home turf for him. So maybe we're looking at a FaZe Clan, instead of being pressured from the outside, from us experts, etc., and the fans, they're applying pressure to themselves right now because they want it maybe a little bit too much.
I mean, even the results could be one of the key reasons, right? Like losing the opening game against Heroic, where you obviously you're thinking of FaZe as the favorites over there, and then sure they have a good time against Furia, and then just disappear, completely dissipate in front of Eternal Fire. They had a couple of discussions as well where they wanted to really work on their Overpass game, and clearly they hadn't put any work whatsoever. Like Eternal Fire just completely flushing FaZe down the toilet. That's obviously going to affect your confidence right there. Like even against Imperial as well, it was sloppy. Sure, they won the game 2-1. Why is it 1 there? It should have been a 2-0.
Yep.
You're FaZe, you're competing for the championship, and it was just so sloppy overall. I can't really look at any map. I can't really look at any player on this team right now and be like, all right, he's going to be delivering. They're going to be delivering on this map. It's just so inconsistent. But then again, FaZe are notorious for this, right? They seem to make everyone sweat, and in the end, they manage to clinch it out. So hopefully, things will change here today in the server.
Yeah, you got to hope Carrigan's got something up his sleeve because they've been very pedestrian so far. But let's talk about complexity, someone who wasn't pedestrian. Hallzerk had a pop-off game yesterday, and they still weren't able to beat Vitality.
The mullet power.
You know, yeah, exactly. It was kind of sad because, you know, Elige was the one that was just a little bit off his game yesterday. But I mean, look, we've been saying who on complexity can step up and add an extra dimension. Hallzerk absolutely did that. I love this picture of him, by the way. That's how
great.
Yeah, he was absolutely chewing them up on the server as well. But I mean, look, if he can emulate that today, I mean, that's going to be vital.
That's going to be vital. What he did yesterday was probably the best of three Hallzerk has played at this level against an opposition of the caliber of Vitality. Unfortunately, as you said, Elise had a rough game, especially on Inferno. Elise were not at fault single-handedly for them losing that, but he could have done more and could have done more to help Vitality in that regard. Whereas for Hallzerk, he was all over the server. The context I want to provide is the story with Hallzerk was a month ago in Katowice at the Armas that he's playing for his contract. He was on his way out of complexity.
Yeah,
he's been underperforming for a long time. He hasn't been living up to the expectations. He does feel the role within the team with the AWP that is very expensive. It's also a team that gives him a lot of space and a lot of resources, and he wasn't living up to those expectations. During the major here in Copenhagen, he's leveled up. He's been playing better, he's been more consistent. So if I'm Hallzerk right now, at the very least, I want to be proud of my own performance, and I want to think that I can replicate that performance going in against FaZe Clan right here and going in against Brokey, who, stylistically speaking, is a complete different op.
Yeah, and especially for complexity, when you're like 2-1, 2-0 up, taking down Pain, beating Heroic in that really competitive map of Vertigo, and then having to just disappearing from the server against Mouse. I think Jason Lake had a few words with them post that game.
Oh yeah,
he absolutely should have, and I think he did, and which is why we saw a very different game against Vitality yesterday. But it's going to be at the back of your mind last night, right? You guys were just like a couple of rounds away from 2-0ing Vitality.
Oh sure,
we wouldn't be playing here today. You can't let that affect you right now. You cannot let that affect you here. If you push Vitality that close, you can do it to FaZe. You can get the win here.
Well, also, I mean, look, here's where the nerves and the kind of doubt starts to creep in, because you probably never have a better chance to beat Vitality. They were off their game. We all know Zero is actually sick right now, and they're having to rely on Flames to basically drag them over the line. Zero nowhere to be found. I mean, he was playing like he was actually delirious. I hope he gets better soon. I'm not even being flippant about it. But so, if that's in your mind overnight, that we were within touching distance of beating a diminished Vitality, we're never going to get a better shot. I almost worry about where they're going to be today.
I don't, because we had the same conversation after the Mouse game. I think when you look towards Mouse and you think, okay, that's a game to go 3-0 at a major, that's the best ever chance. Yet they bounced back against Vitality yesterday and put up a much better performance than I thought was possible. So for my money, it's a good bounce back. Where it gets real interesting, Blur, is in the veto, because I think Complexity are in deep trouble, considering that Vertigo is not a map that FaZe will allow.
And that's the only map they've won so far.
And that's the only map Complexity have won at the Elimination Stage at the major. So where do they gonna go?
There are a couple of options available here for Complexity right now. Now I'm looking at Overpass. It's a map that they like to pick quite often, but they got absolutely destroyed by Mouse in that map, and so did FaZe. So it's kind of dicey if they go for it. I'm thinking they just go for something a little bit safer, like Ancient. I would imagine the Overpass pick makes sense, and just hope that today's going to be a different day. And Ancient kind of a decider map coming in, where both the teams are going to be comfortable on it. But I feel like if they go for Ancient early on, that might give them that little bit of an edge to potentially push it to map number 3. Because FaZe is going to pick Nuke, and I think FaZe should have Nuke.
I mean, all the support staff have been there, and they're there we go. We got
Ancient and Nuke is Overpass. Those are the 3 maps that are in contention right here, and it's gonna be Overpass.
Yeah, it is.
See,
it's a statement pick, though.
Yeah, but it's not a statement. It's a sign of where else do we go? Like, what else can we do against
Ancient? I think Ancient was an option. I think they can play Ancient to a reasonably good level altogether. There we go. That's the decider coming in. I was assuming it was going to be Ancient the pick coming in, and maybe Inferno or Anubis as a decider. But there we go. I don't know what we're going to say on Overpass. Honestly, we've seen absolutely garbage Counter-Strike from both these two teams here. It's true.
It is.
They just didn't exist in the server at all. So hopefully, with the pick coming in from Complexity, they're going to be starting on the T side over here. Hopefully, they have something as opposed to what we saw against Mouse.
In the past 6 games, the Complexity have played on Overpass, they only won 2. One against Apex in a very close fashion, one against Liquid in a very decent fashion as well. well. Let's put it that way. Liquid is not a great team at the moment. We can all agree to that.
Yeah, not even here.
Apex is not a great team at the moment. We can all agree to that. And in their losses, 13-5 versus Spirit, 13-5 versus Falcons. They lost 13-1 against Mouse, and they found a way to lose to Furia as well on the map of Overpass. If I'm Complexity right now, I'm not feeling comfortable about my own map pick whatsoever. If anything, this is more just a sign of we can't go anywhere else where we feel comfortable, so this is the best we got to.
And why this can work in favor of FaZe? They're going to be starting on the CT side. You got to remember when they got 13-1 by Eternal Fire, they were on the attacking side, right? So they got nothing really going. CT side much easier. So yeah.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I mean, here's the thing. Because the stakes are so high, I mean, it's just all bets are off. I know that, like, if FaZe are saying they're nervous, and clearly Complexity are going to be nervous, I just don't know what we're going to get.
We've been touching on the mentality aspect this entire major, and it is very true. It's one of the intangibles, right? It's not just about, oh, they're good on this map, they have a good strategy over here. Nerves will come into play, and when it comes down to nerves, we know, FaZe have been tested more over the years, right? They should have the edge.
Well, yeah, and they should have the edge. And they should have the experience.
I don't know why, but I feel super comfortable saying this, and I don't really know where it stems from, but I think FaZe is going to beat Complexity 2-0 quite convincingly. I don't think we're going to have a game, and it's not to ruin the fun for everyone watching out there.
You just hate America, don't you?
FaZe is a better team, and they're supposed to win this game, and they will in a couple of hours.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Now we're going over to Henry G and Anders for this match.
Oh, no banter zone today. I like that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Game Square Grand National. All the marbles here between Complexity and FaZe Clan. And for me, it's FaZe Clan all day. There's no vertigo. That's where Complexity have found the only success in the elimination stage for themselves. So I've got a 2-0 FaZe here. Even though they're looking weak, we know they had their problems yesterday. I think they're going to pick up the pieces and show us why they're a class act.
I like your confidence in them, Henry. Well, let's see if it's fairly placed. We're going to find out right now. They are going to be starting on the T side, Complexity on the CT side. Let's get this show on the road. JT is about to have a real fight on his hands, but it's a great headshot to begin with. There is a bit of backup here in Elish, but he's missed every single bullet. Carrigan, plenty of time to spin around with the P250 to take him down, and just like that, it's a 4 versus 3 here. They had the chance, Complexity, to have a better start to this round.
Elish is going to be kicking himself, Anders. That was an absolute freebie. The P2000 eludes him, and now the retake begins. They do not have a kit available, and Floppy descends from the heavens, wipes into the headshot of Frozen there. We are going to have a 4 versus 1 situation. Hulzerk, nothing to do, nothing to say, as he waits for the logical conclusion to come through. A very convincing pistol from FaZe Clan on the T-side pistol, Anders. Couldn't ask much more than that. An outside split, some missed shots in the P2000, and it all falls apart for Complexity.
I quite like that approach. I mean, it's really straightforward. A lot of it hinges on some of those early kills. I think, JT picking up this one. If Elish would have got in and got the kill on Carrigan, then maybe he could have helped out, but now it just wasn't going to happen.
A lot of teams have been flirting with the idea of force buying the second round. We're not going to see that from Complexity at all. It's the full eco, so pretty much can guarantee a 2-0 scoreline here on the T side. We're going to see full rifles, in fact. So FaZe Clan reading this well, making sure they prepare for round number 3, have all the firepower they require. And we've got a 2-man boost in towards ramp. So, yeah, it could find you a couple of kills, but you'd be almost foolish to go ramp in this sort of round. And this is the tightest choke point on the map. You want to keep it nice and long range and make your way towards outside, as Rain will confirm that secret is clear.
And they're doing it by the book, right? You're sending the Mac 10 first.
Now, FaZe have not been doing it by the book in the elimination stage. They have said it's their B game. I would argue it's their C game so far. They have looked messy, they've looked uncomfortable, they've looked nervous at times. They do not look like the number 2 team in the world at any point in the elimination stage, quite frankly. But it's never too late. They can still turn up. They are the favorites going into this one. Complexity, they have looked better overall as a unit, but historically this matchup often lands in favor of FaZe.
I think I aged like about 2 years casting that game yesterday with FaZe. It was very uncomfortable. I didn't feel good about it at all. Didn't look like they felt good about it either, but at the same time, they have a long history of returning into tournaments, so they probably are relying on that. Some kills coming through here.
That's actually quite significant. They can save a couple of rifles here. That's going to be a nice direct injection of cash.
Oh, wait a minute, though. Rain showing up. He's going to spot both of them out. And the Galils have been stolen back.
Well, there we go. Gets himself $1,200 for his troubles as well. In terms of matchups on Nuke, FaZe currently leading 2-1. overall, but one of those was in CSGO. As of course in the grand final IEM Sydney, we saw this map play between the two teams as 13-10 in favor of FaZe, but bear in mind that was the first ever CS2 event. We can't really take too much away from it.
Yeah, I mean the game has changed quite a bit since the launch.
Oh,
Of
absolutely.
it, right?
And the landscape, the CT side has changed drastically as well. We've got a full buy. M4s across the board. Bare bones, though, in terms of utility. And we'll see what kind of strat FaZe have got in mind. Rain in front of the utility takes a little bit of damage as he crosses over, trying to get down Secret, which he has done. It's Elise to try and challenge through the smoke here. Oh, he's timed this perfectly, Anders. And Frozen one step ahead of him. Takes him down. And that's the opening frag, and a world of trouble for Complexity as they try to hold on to the lower bomb site.
The difference between winning or losing this round could have just then come down to about half a second.
Okay.
That's so unlucky.
I'm seeing that killer instinct for FaZe again. They're hitting their shots. Right. They're approaching angles with confidence. They're aware of potential backstabs. We didn't see any of this against Imperial. They turned up the play today, I can tell you that much. Complexity, the round's not necessarily over, but they are in a lot of trouble here. Down towards lower, Floppy can still save the day. Behind the silo, it's a very powerful position. Also patrolling ramp, and he'll get Carrigan almost certainly. Here we go.
It's a good start, but Floppy probably needed a little bit more because when Holzert comes in, he doesn't have that backup inside of the bomb site. Frozen will pick up a couple of great kills there, a third in the round actually. A Grim, he's just never going to be able to rotate down. Rops, already aware that he's going to be exiting this way. He'll take him out, and FaZe will take a third round for themselves. I agree. If for anyone that didn't watch the Imperial game, it was quite shocking. Like, there was so many long, drawn-out fights. Like, the time to kill for FaZe was super high. Like, there's no, like, instant one-shot bullets like this. It's just, like, you're right. They look completely different right now, which has got to be great news for any FaZe fans.
Like, especially Robs. You rarely see him look out of form, and he couldn't get it together. He lost every single duel. He was 0-4 in openers, which you just don't normally say about him at all. But this is the perfect start, idyllic almost, as FaZe go at 3-0 up against a partial buy. Desert Eagles with 5-7s. Robs, he's starting to show some assertive play, and he will go down. Floppy will find him. That's towards the trophy room. So an early advantage here for Complexity. Can they make the pistols work? They upgrade Grim to an AK. Elige, this is a tricky position, but Dese is going to get at least one cracking headshot. Maintains the advantage, and it will be FaZe committing down towards lower, but Complexity have got time to scramble down there and challenge with the aforementioned AK.
It's in the right position for it. See if they can find the headshots that they need. Grim actually even pushing forward into it, so looking to try and beat them before they can set up any deep Molotovs or smokes towards the ramp there.
Maybe up the vents is the correct call here.
It feels like it would be. There is a player waiting for them though. If they get up whole circ, you could see.
P2000, good luck.
Yeah, you can lose that fight. If someone comes flying up with an AK, you could be in trouble. 50 seconds. They can even walk back. Oh yeah, they don't feel good about this at all.
It's an uncomfortable round. Rob's going down through the smoke. A trophy gives up the AK-47. Nice positioning from Elige. A one-and-done position, but in that sort of advantageous position, a one-and-done is absolutely fine. 30 seconds. If also gets caught out here, the round might be done. He spots Carrigan, I believe, so he's just going to tuck himself in. Doesn't want to go down.
Oh, look at Grim. He's running, he's legging it to try and get here. AK on the high ground could make the difference. Holzer's really on the radio now. He almost gets the kill, and Grim just in time. The spray is good on the one, but Floppy can't make it out. Only 10 seconds left now as the bomb is being planted, and it will be planted, in fact. Wide swing for JT. It's all on Grim, but he can't find the headshot, and Frozen will take him down. What a close round.
Tantalizingly close. So well done for Complexity. Got a lot out of a little there. One bullet was the difference maker, and Frozen is the one to nail it. 4-0 FaZe, that wasn't comfortable, but you take it all day long. A flying start to the T side, and we've got the AWP of Holzerg. Bear in mind, for both of these teams, Brokey and Holzerg being the top performers so far in the elimination stage. T-side Nuke, not exactly an AWP's paradise, but I'm sure Brokey can make it work. He's going to be smashing open a squeaky door, challenging main. We'll see Frozen not wasting any time either. You can see they're aware of the tendencies of Complexity. Nading off that red box, Molotoving, making sure Elise can't get close. Fast pacing behind this as well.
Is this swiftly becoming a bit of a catastrophe for Complexity? I don't think there's any way around it at the moment. The individuals on FaZe have shown up, and they're winning rounds. Look at it sneaking in from Mini. Grim shot in the back. Nobody's looking for it. Whose job was that?
It's Elige, and he was spamming through the smoke. Couldn't quite keep an eye on it. Comms started to fall apart, and that's going to be very frustrating to the Grim to go down in that manner. Elige under a lot of pressure here, but JT starting to pick up the pieces. He'll find Carrigan. But still, the man advantage sits with FaZe pretty comfortably. Elige taking more and more damage. He's down to 15 points of health. Rain sniffing him out. He knows he's around here somewhere, Anders. Floppy has dropped in the meantime. We said FaZe were going to come in with their A game today, and it certainly seems to be the case.
No question about it, Elige. One bullet away from the grave. Rain
Dink's got it down.
There we go. They'll finally get him, leaving Holzek alone. The bomb is going to be picked up. It's actually quite far away. It's at the T-spawn at the moment, but it doesn't really matter. 30 seconds here. As long as they don't run into Holzek, they're going to be fine.
Woo!
Frozen with his 12th kill, 1 death, Henry. 12-1 to start this game with. That's a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, young David hasn't had the best elimination stage by his standards. And this is much better. What a fantastic way to kick off the best of 3. The most important one, of course, is the 2-2 bracket. Winner makes their way to the Royal Arena. Loser, after a long journey, will be going home. Absolutely dominating this outside area. Frozen hasn't really missed a bullet just yet, and it's going to be Complexity missing out on the rifles. SMGs, upgraded pistols, that's about it. They need one of these rounds to go in their favor. Rob's starting to turn up as well now. Double kill towards the ramp. And that should be the round. They managed to find success there before, but he's completely thwarted them this time. No utility remaining. Just the MP9 of Grim at the top of the pyramid for them.
I think you were making a point yesterday that if you had removed the HUD and the player names from the game, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was FaZe playing. Like, certainly. It was unrecognizable. Whereas now...
It looks weak and scared, man.
Yeah,
like
really.
Brain even said it like, oh, we seem nervous, and I tend to agree that it wasn't the team. Not my FaZe clan.
Nope. This, though, you could start to get a bit of a sense of it here. Nice shot, actually. Grim gets very low as well. He got legged, I think, from Brokey. So, they'll lose 1. They can pick up the AWP again. 6-0. Complexity yet to be seen. Where are they?
I'm not sure. You couldn't really ask for a worse start, though. You're on the CT side of Nuke, and you're yet to post a round. He barely found any kills. Elige and Holzek both for 1 apiece. They've got the money now. AWP is out. But this is where Carrigan can really thrive. He's already conditioned towards that outside area. He can start deploying some upper rushes, some pocket strats.
Not that it's necessarily the most meaningful, but I do always like these stats. Right now, Frozen has as many kills as the entire Complexity team. We're starting in the 7th round.
I mean, it kind of just sets the tone. They're 6-0 down, no one's fragging. They found the opening frag twice now, courtesy of Floppy and JT, but it hasn't been nearly enough. I think one of those was in the pistol. Let's get into it, round 7. Yeah, I dare say we're getting to the must-win territory for Complexity. Need to find some rounds here. The money for FaZe, the rounds have been pretty clean. They've got at least 2 buys in reserve if they were to give one up with no plant. Rob's heading towards the radio room once again. The exchange of utility. Rain has had an absolute ball outside. No one taking him down, no one really challenging, and also looking to change that fact. Looking towards the silo right now. And towards round, like I said, Anders, they've conditioned towards that outside area. They know the majority of the resource will be focused in that area. And now, Floppy's actually left ramp completely open. And that's exactly where they're heading. It couldn't be better timed.
Oh, now they're getting there, but it doesn't matter. They're going to get grenaded out of here. Surely there's going to be a smoke or a Molotov or something if they're going to keep going. Yeah, there's the Molotov. Force them back.
They can go straight down to lower here.
There's nobody here at all.
0 CT presence down lower. Still no rotation. No one's going down the vents yet. This round might be done. That's the first player rotating down. That's Grim. And they've already flooded the bomb site.
The issue is Rain is still upstairs, so he could be a very late flank. You could see he's out in the yard. If you rotate that way, you're going to be dead. But even if not, he can go down and
man,
shoot
this is
in the back.
You shouldn't go for this, really.
I actually agree, and we've seen this on Nuke before. Sometimes teams will save even with all 5 players alive. I know it sounds crazy.
It's got so much to do.
It doesn't feel good to save with that many members, but the problem is, what do you do? How do you get back into this one? I think a smoke defuse is probably the only thing. If they really want to go for it, it's on Elige. Throw that smoke on top of the bomb and just try and go for it here. Brokey, 1 missed shot to begin with. They are still moving forward. The exchanges have begun. Rops with a headshot. And also trying to get in there. That's Grim on the ground, dead already. And they're trying to find their way back. And they're actually going to be able to find it. That's so... No, there's no kit even close to it.
Bam.
They get the kills, but it's not going to matter.
And everyone goes down.
Player near the bomb, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. They actually did very well. I didn't expect them to find any frags in that particular scenario. And unfortunately, invites them into a retake that's not actually possible without the kit on the bomb itself. Everyone goes down. And FaZe Clan will find 7, playing 0 of complexity. Yeah. Like I said, in a 5-on-5 retake, you just got too many angles to clear, too many procedures to go through, and then you got to defuse the bomb as well. They did very, very well, but it's all for naught unless you're posting that round. And they're going to have to partial buy once again. Gutting the complexity. And looks like we might just be getting out towards the upper bomb site. Stacked towards outside from the North Americas. Grim will have the MP9 once again. Same story for Elige. Floppy had to work so hard on that retake, Anders.
Oh, he did. I mean,
it's such a heartbreaking moment for them.
It takes a lot longer than you were expecting. Like that B bomb, so there's lots of little corners, right? People can hide in. Every single second counts. That's why I'm saying the only way to win that round, I think, is to smoke the bomb and have one person whose only job is to run into the smoke and try and defend. The rest of them can fight afterwards, but if you have to fight first, it's probably not going to work out. Grim in an interesting position, and Elige will get the kill on Frozen, finally taking him down. This actually could be a round all of a sudden. Rain will get 1 in exchange, but still a 4 versus 3. Scout on Holzerk hasn't found any tags yet. That would really be helpful right now. Complexity fighting for their lives out here. This has turned out much worse than anyone was expecting at the start of it. FaZe, a completely reinvigorated team from yesterday. They've rediscovered themselves. Nice shot from JT. Takes down Rops. It'll be worth it there. Couldn't escape, unfortunately.
Well, Rain is alive and well. He's got the upper bombs under his remit. The scout shot narrowly misses. The P2000 has to be drawn. Didn't find the tag. And now Floppy will need to frag. It's going to be Rain. Dropped here, 2 versus 1 for Brokey. He's been the best performer for FaZe so far. He's got the AK-47, and bear in mind, there'll be no kits available here.
And he knows it. Rain knows that. Oh, it doesn't even matter. What a round to win. 2 MP9s and a scout. A deagle headshot from JT and Complexity. Finally on the board.
It's not pretty, but they'll take it. Absolutely. Yeah. 2 AK-47s scavenged here. A few more rounds left to play. Finally, some success. Spotting the toes towards the heart, and then Floppy. He actually is looking pretty decent out there. That's a difficult challenge against Brokey with the AK. And they've got a nice injection of cash to go with it. 7-1. And if they can win this particular round, they might be able to salvage the half. Because this one, goes without saying, has been an absolutely nightmare.
Yeah, this one and the next, and actually FaZe are out of money. So, you know, there is a path to victory here, or at least a path to some redemption. But it absolutely requires winning this one and the next one, you've got to assume.
Here we go, then.
He's going to be coming up the secret stairs with the AWP at some point soon.
FaZe, well known for dropping these Brokey smokes. 1 towards the main entrance, 2 for the cross, and Carrigan will slip in through the smoke. He's done it again, Anders, and he finds Grim. There will be Elige fighting back there. Actually starting to look quite sharp at that AK-47. Speaking of which, Floppy's been good at ramp. He does considerable damage towards Rops. Drops down, playing it well. And they've got a nice man advantage here. Complexity slowly but surely coming to life. Down, but not out.
No, this round looks really good. In spite of that slip-up at Mini, you're right, that's the second time that Carrigan has managed to get in there. Can't be allowed to make his way through in that fashion anymore. 50 seconds. If they hold on right now, they should be okay, even if, I've got to say, JT is a little bit alone on this bomb site. If Brokey can be in first and find the entry, they're going to get a bomb. That doesn't even matter. Forget what I said. JT absolutely rocking them. And a second round.
Here we go. This is actually looking quite nice now. If they can get the 7-5 scoreline, there's a world of difference between the way it was kind of shaping up. That's Carrigan finding that opener, but JT was hot on his heels, aware of what he was up to. And JT with a nice little sequence here to close things out as well. Compelling round from Complexity. 3 AKs within their ranks as well. Round number 10 coming through, and I think it's supposed to be a half by for FaZe. They've got a hero AK for Rops as well. Don't really need many more rounds. 7 is a fantastic half on the T side of Nuke. Holzak will have his work cut out for him, though. He's going to have multiple players trying to get down towards Secret. 5 of them, in fact, as the smokes are deployed once again. See, there is a gap there. I assume they're going to try and get the final smoke down on the cross. And it will be Holzak to find the first kill.
They Molotov that one to try and, you know, maybe see if they can dislodge the smoke a little bit, make, you know, keep the gap alive. Did eventually happen, but Rain dead already. 7 rounds, I agree, is quite enough for FaZe, but obviously you don't want Complexity going into the second half thinking, hey, wait a minute, we have a chance to still win it. You want them going in feeling defeated and broken if you're on the FaZe side. That opportunity is not completely slipped up yet. I think if they bounce back after this half buy, then they can still get that feeling on Complexity. But if they get up to 5 rounds, Complexity are going to start to believe in the project once again.
So Floppy to defend. He's looked very good these last few rounds. Commits to a huge spray.
Okay.
1 kill, it will do, but it's not ideal. The bomb will be planted now. And that P250 not ready for the drop in towards the vent. That's a key frag that Grim finds, and the Tech 9 won't connect either. Looks like we're done here unless there's an absolute masterclass from Robs! And there was a real chance there. Unable to connect the dots on the 3rd kill. If he gets that, he's got a chance of winning the round, but still impressive. And we will see the bomb planted, the money back in favor for FaZe as Complexity hold on. That's now going to be 3 rounds in a row. 2 more to go.
Yeah, that was quite an expensive round. I think that makes a difference anyway, just in terms of, you know, how good are Complexity going to feel coming out of each individual round. If you have like a smackdown round where it's 4 or 5 people alive, that will encourage the team a little bit more. This one, a little bit more hard fought for, and you didn't even have a lot of weapons on the enemy side. Here we go, round number 11. All AKs on the FaZe side of things. They're going to be super mobile in this one. Could not afford the AWP in if they would have wanted, so they are a little bit poor on that side. Complexity have a real crack at 5 rounds.
They really do. Looks to be an upper execution of sorts here with the Molotovs coming in from the skylight. It's a double pump, though, just trying to bait out the residual utility on the A-bomb side, seeing if they'll bite, but they hold their nerve. Holzak this time in towards the heaven position, watching the hut. He's got the AWP cracked on Carragher's position.
Plenty of people near the A-bomb site for Complexity. If they try to go through again through the huts, I would assume that CT side should be able to lock it down. Rain now putting a little bit of pressure outside. Smokes going up. You could see how that's pulling away their attention. Those smokes don't only work to get people down lower, they also work just to make anyone who's holding heaven position, you know, be a little bit more vigilant outside. Rain is sneaking through the smoke, so he's crouching behind them out in the yard, and he's already made his way down Secret. Look at this, they've turned it into a bit of a beat crunch now.
Yeah, Floppy has got his work cut out for him here. He's got Rain coming in from Secret, multiple players heading in from the ramp as well. Carragher in the first frag, Floppy good for 1, ducking and weaving now, finding headshot after headshot. Can he make it a hat-trick? Grim will join in as well. Lower bomb side is compromised, but they've done more than enough to win this round. It's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Complexity.
A little bit scary, the bomb's not planted yet. No one's even planted yet at the moment. You keep peeking, Elige, that could be the end, but he'll find the shot on Rain. Now it's frozen, lost in the smoke here. He's completely sandwiched in, about to get shot in the back, and it's Elige to take care of him. Huge round for Complexity. Floppy doing so much work down below.
Yeah, he's having an absolute barn burner of a showing. Great awareness. Grim backing him up as well, covering the extremities. Floppy up to 11 kills. Top fragging. Someone had to step up, and he is delivering on all fronts here. Plays defensively towards the ramp, drops down towards lower, delays them as long as possible, gets a couple of kills, significant damage on a 3rd. And it will be a tactical pause. FaZe starting to bend here. 4 in a row against them after a flying start. Money should be okay, considering they got the bomb planted and the loss bonus accumulating now. But yeah, those are the sort of rounds you'd think they would convert with all that positional control. They had players down Secret, ramp room fully under their remit.
Yeah.
And still wasn't quite enough. They could not topple Floppy.
And I guess in that sense, if you want to be a little bit critical here, you could have said, well, they are also attacking Floppy before Rain gets there. Like, he's not in a position to swing open the doors and shoot Floppy in the back. so that the ramp side of the push happens maybe a little bit earlier than you would have liked. If you wanted to be real technical with it. Round number 12. Frozen was 12-1, now he's 12-6. So he's also, you know, he's been slowed down a little bit. Still a pretty good performance overall, but might be worth pointing out.
Yeah, it's still a very good half, but you'll be left feeling a little bit hollow of your FaZe if you give up 5 in a row. And you're back into an alarming situation. Grim, aggressive, in towards the lobby. They've actually got full control of that position now, funneling FaZe in towards Secret. They've got no choice but to commit with the bomb down towards lower. This is looking very good. They've got Hulzerg down there as well. He's almost guaranteed to kill here, Anders. There it is.
You're not wrong, Henry. They crouched right into it here. Man advantage still being held by Complexity. FaZe, what are they going to do? The bomb is alone over here on Brokey. What a nightmare. If he dies, the round dies with him. He's so far away from any teammates. They would have to traverse the entire map to pick up the bomb and then try and fight their way back to a bomb site. I don't think that's going to happen. And I think you can see the rest of the maneuvering happening. Karrigan is actually trying to help out his teammate. He's like, I'm going to try and see if I can dig your way out of this one by just flanking them. He's sneaking up, and it's worked. Floppy goes down. No one watching the high ground. 2 versus 3 now. And 38 seconds Frozen. Can't find a shot to save his life in the last 5 rounds. It's Brokey now in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, Karrigan maybe could have got a bit more out of that. I think he had to. 1 kill. Didn't seem to seal the deal whatsoever. Brokey thrust into a 1 versus 3 now. One that's possible, but players are going to be surrounding him momentarily. We'll see what he can make of it.
Oh, looking to line up a couple of shots. I don't think he even saw JT, who will get the triple, save the round for Complexity. From such a huge deficit into a 7-5 half. Complexity, it was late, but they have woken up.
Man, like I said, that's a bit of a disaster for FaZe. You go up 7-0. You're high flying, everyone's feeling good. You're like, we're back, boys. And then you can't post a single round afterwards. 5 in a row. And the majority of those were pretty comprehensive in favor of Complexity. This game is back on, let me tell you. Even with a 7-0 start, you'd think, okay, pack it up, we're going to a second map. This one's concluded.
It looked so over, didn't it? Like, it really did.
And yeah, Floppy came to life, gave them hell. Especially towards that ramp and lower area, they just couldn't break through.
Yeah, we should really highlight that. Floppy, who's, you know, been struggling a little bit in this team at times. I feel like Grim and Elise have been some of the main, you know, the tip of the spear in some sense, but Floppy playing it exceptionally well in some of these cases.
Yeah, just nice calculated play as well. Nothing too aggressive. Taking the fights that make sense, waiting till he has the advantages, and delivering on all fronts when the shots are presented. They haven't required a superstar performance from Grim. Like you said, Frozen was 12-1. He finishes the half 13-7. Completely shrunk. Very important pistol here. Complexity win it. They're going to tie things up. Maybe take the lead.
Well, the one thing you don't want to see if you're a FaZe fan right now is for them to revert back to the form that they had yesterday. I'm not saying that they're doing that yet, but that would be a nightmare scenario if they were put back down into that swamp, because it was real ugly.
Molotov towards the half, flashes to go over. There'll be a smoker main as well. This is the execution in towards upper. It's Karrigan to defend, USP in hand. He's the only player there, but he finds a nice clean headshot on towards Grim. Bomb will be planted, no problem. This will be a retake. No kit available, but it's the man advantage for FaZe. 3 players coming from lobby.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge. This fight could dictate everything. JT trying to hold them back, and he swings forward, looking for more headshots. He can't quite find it. It's close, though. Hulzerg gets one, and he's immediately ready to fight. Gets a little bit of a reload in, going for more headshots. The Norwegian swinging for it, and it will be Complexity to pick up the pistol. Floppy getting the last kill of the round and taking down Karrigan.
Not even close. Very convincing there from Complexity. Nice upper execution, as we detailed. The Molotov to flush any CTs from up top, smoke down main, good flashes. It was a retake setup from FaZe, but they had the opening frag go in their favor. And then the lobby hold is way too strong. JT slowing them down tremendously. Hulzerg, really great play with the Glock in hand. Didn't miss a beat, and Floppy to close things out. It's going to be the force fight in a second. Like I said, it's quite meta right now. The teams to try and force this round, pull it back. The MP9 to 5.7s. A Deagle in the mix for Rain as well, but still a very difficult round. You can see you're up against 5 rifles on the Complexity side. And if you lose this one, it goes 7-7. Meaning now you've given up 7 rounds in a row. And you'll be on eco next round, so you'll actually beat your own record. and it'll be 8.
This could be one of those force-ups that historians will go on to discuss down the road, because the truth is, like, you're risking a lot here. Like you said, it could spin into a whole bunch of rounds that go the way of complexity. What are they getting? Where are the early scout tags? JT is a little bit low. Speaking of which, JT's 14 kills, my God. He's overtaken Frozen even.
He's like the star player of complexity the last couple of games, to be honest with you. Big fan of JT, bragging in-game leader.
I like some of the early outings I saw from JT when he was playing in the NA scene. I was so unimpressed. Like
In CSGO, he wasn't a great fragger, let's just be quite frank with him. But in CS2, he's a bit of a god. And it will be Floppy to open things up. That's a key frag towards the ramp front. 35 seconds remaining. They're going to coordinate themselves back towards upper. It comes down to Carrigan, really. If he can find multiple frags there, oh, not even close. Sure, he did some damage there, but I didn't think he really had much to say about the frag. Frozen now with the 5-7. He's been absent for a few rounds here. The Desert Eagle started to connect, and FaZe, they've done it. Complexity start flooding out of the hut. They had 20 seconds. It was a bit of a scramble. And FaZe are ready, in position with the pistols, working in tandem. The Deagle and the 5-7 doing a boatload of damage and finding a very important round and breaking the streak of complexity.
Yeah, 3 for Frozen, and a strong reminder of why people throw that hot Molotov. That saves you from that kind of thing.
Such a massive round.
Yeah, it is. That is the moment. Like, it was a big risk. We're talking about it all round long. But it pays off for FaZe. They steal an AK back. Actually, 2 AKs on the side of FaZe here, so the momentum swing is hard to oversell at the moment here. Carrigan waiting in the vents and chewing them up. It actually will be only the 1 kill. Unbelievably so. Where did the bullets go? He had the MP9 pointing, I think, straight into Elige, and still we're not able to get the kill. Bomb getting planted down below. Actually, I retract what I said. Rops will get the headshot onto Grim. No bomb being planted in this round, I guarantee it. JT alone in a 1 versus 4, and FaZe looking to take 9 rounds.
Almost certainly got it under their belt. JT, he's fragging well and continues to do so here with the Tech 9. Solid headshot towards Frozen. But a 3 versus 1, the best he can hope for now is just affecting the finances of FaZe. Might as well see if anyone else will offer themselves up. He can actually get a rifle, I suppose. There's the AK. Oh, down he goes. So a couple of kills, no bomb planted. But FaZe are back to their winning ways. They fend off the force by the North Americans and should have some open runway here to double digits. I can't imagine there's much they can bring to the table with no bomb plan and having the partial buy in the previous. So expect Glocks and P250s in the following round here as FaZe have found themselves a bit of breathing room, Anders.
Yeah.
Round 16.
Might be worth just mentioning mechanically, if you're sitting on a ladder in a game of Counter-Strike, your bullets are wildly inaccurate. So if anyone is brand new to the game wondering, that's why people don't sit on ladders and shoot like Carrigan was doing. But at that range, you still would have assumed something would connect.
You can use the shotgun up there.
Yeah, you could. Brokey, wow, even took a second at the end. 3 kills with the MP9, making a boatload of cash for himself. They're going to get a flawless round here. A triple for Brokey and a 10-6 lead. FaZe, they took a bit of a hiatus at one point in the first half. They're losing 5 in a row, but now they're right back on the grind.
10-6. Gun rounds will continue here. Floppy down to the Galil. AKs otherwise. Not absolutely everything they need, but more than enough to win a round. Missing out on a couple of Molotovs, I suppose. What the complexity got. You give this one up, it's 11-6, and this won't have the time or the resources to pull this one back, considering they were 7-0 down. They did very well to even make this game competitive. 7-0 down on the CT side, no less, as well. Takes a lot. There's a mental fortitude to find that sort of resilience, and now Robs knows that Floppy's tagged in the corner. He'll get him eventually, and he's going to get tagged himself, but gets away scot-free. 5-on-4, and bear in mind, it's Floppy who's been the talisman of complexity in that first half.
What a relentless onslaught from Robs.
Yeah, it was risky still. Like, he was making a lot of noise with that Tech 9. They easily could have spammed him back.
Rough start to the round for complexity. You have a plan that you want to execute, but before you even get into the positions that you really need, you've already lost 1 player. Now they've got JT on a bit of a solo mission over by Secret. He's the other player outside of Floppy that's really been having an impact on this game for Complexity, so they might need him to open it up. The bomb towards lobby. Oh, Elimination is on the hut of Mini, so there is a way to get through here. Holzerk, it's a good kill to begin with. Carrigan on the other side should get this every single time, and he will. Crossfire set up, no one's checking Frozen in the corner, but Grim, nice spin around, gets the immediate 180 and takes down Carrigan, but he is alone with 30 seconds left here. In the hut, he tries to fake the bomb and walks out looking for somebody. They're already on there. He's got 24 seconds. Nice little flank around. He maybe could have found Rain, but he runs for the B bomb side instead. This is mental.
As the mind games begin here. It's going to say there's a world. You could run up the ladder, go towards heaven.
No.
He's going to go for the straight up planted as the swing comes through. It does! Not the cleanest spray, but Rain will take the round. Fantastic effort there from Grim. Like he said, the mind games pushing in towards the lobby. They lost track of him. He hits a beautiful shot towards the squeaky door, but unable to get down towards lower. Rain reads it well, denies the plant, and comes out on top in the clutch. 11-6, and we said that was a key round because you can see left-hand side of your screen, the resources are not looking good whatsoever. This is a Tech 9 armor territory, and you will take a tactical pause to discuss your options. I suppose you could force buy, you could go all in. Considering the scoreline 11-6 and try and deny map point, it seems like that's what they're going to opt for, Anders. All in. I don't hate it. And you can see they've actually got 4 rifles, so it's relatively strong. They've got firepower, but they won't have a ton of utility.
Grim, I mean, what more can you ask for, right? He got the triple kill, but he just couldn't find a safe spot to put the bomb down. Yeah, pushing all the chips to the center of the table here are Complexity.
Kind of have to, considering it went down to a 1 versus 1. You can't really recover a 12-6 scoreline.
No, I don't disagree. I think you're right. What have they got for us? Can we get a strong opening at the very least? Oh, Grim, he spotted it, but he was also falling off the box, unfortunately. That could have definitely been a headshot over the top of the smoke there. Now instead, he's dead. It's Robs to take him down.
Yeah, it's Grim who's got the hot hand right now as well, so silencing him early. FaZe, breathe a sigh of relief. Holzerk will recover the AK-47. Taking significant damage as JT down to 72, puts him in 1 dink danger. And what's the next call here? We said resource would be a problem. They've got 1 smoke remaining.
Look at this.
4 flashes, that's about it. That's the smoke gone, Anders. They're going to use it towards main.
I don't think they're thinking about this.
Damn.
Wow, it's Carrigan through. They line up for Rain, and it could have easily been a double. Either way, they've taken a lot of damage. And Rops, he's everywhere in this round. Getting kills outside, now inside to take down Floppy, and what it leaves is Elimination.
This was the force buy as well. Nowhere near the round. Best Elimination can hope for is some financial damage. He's got the bomb on his back, I suppose. This would be the clutch of the Mage, though. It's not going to be realized.
I think that would put it in that kind of category, right? Like, it's very, especially with the way the FaZe are playing right now. They look well disciplined. They look focused once again. They've shook up the loss, or the near loss from yesterday. Obviously did win that one, but in my mind, almost a loss to Imperial. 12-6. 1 more round for FaZe, and they pick up the opening map here in Complexity. They won 5 in a row to close the half with, but they cannot get started on the second half.
I was about to say, it was 7 rounds in a row for FaZe, and 6 in a row for Complexity, and now we're 5 in a row for FaZe. Again, they're now on map points. The hype is starting to diminish here on Nuke. I don't think there's much left to be said here. We said 12-6 would be a very difficult scoreline to recover. It's the one that's come through, of course. They have to force buy here, and it's the upper execution.
They go straight for it, but Frozen starts with a banging double kill. Spray comes down from the heavens, and it's Carrigan to take down Holzerk. JC, there's nothing you can do here, unfortunately. It was all put into all the grenades on the A bomb site, and they did not find the entry. Here we go, just a little bit of health left, and they know where he is. Rops to hunt him down. 13 rounds for FaZe as they pick up Nuke.
Oh, they certainly do, Anders. Do they ever? Looking like a revitalized squad. Certainly wasn't the cleanest game, but they managed to get that 7-0 start. Complexity start to wake up and show us that they could compete, but fell off once again. But FaZe Clan, 1 step closer to the Royal Arena. It's going to be an interesting finish here, and we'll see whether they can keep up this form to close things out 2-0.
Yes, well, FaZe looking good, but I gotta say, Complexity just a little bit disjointed, if I had to say anything in a word, guys.
Again.
Yeah, I know, right? We talked about the issues with the map pool going into this, and obviously, you know, in Nuke, they kind of just didn't look to have any.
And it's kind of weird as well, because the last time these two teams played at the Blast Fall Finals, Nuke, the pick from FaZe, actually went the way of Complexity, right? But we have to give credit where it's due. FaZe, whatever nerves they might have showed yesterday, day before yesterday, we didn't see that in the opening stages of this map.
No, we didn't. It's been kind of symptomatic for Complexity so far this tournament. Either they play really well, you know, they make the game competitive, they play above expectations, they show up from an individual perspective, but when they lose out hard. You know, this was a 13-6. I would argue the scoreline could have been much more in favor of FaZe. They made a cosmetic comeback in that first half. You had a point in the game where you thought, okay, Complexity fought their way back. I think Henry even said it himself, we have a game on our hand, and I was agreeing with him at the time being. And all it takes is one round for FaZe Clan where Complexity makes a bit of a mistake, lose to a low buy, and that's it. You know, they completely crumble, they capitulate. There's nothing left in the tank for Complexity. So I spoke about it, and I've said this a couple of times during the segments, during this tournament. They seem to me super fragile. They can play good Counter-Strike, but they're too fragile.
I mean, I'm just looking at the train of the 6 rounds that FaZe were able to get initially, and I'm just looking at this and looking at how Carrigan sneaking into mini a couple of times, getting free kills in the HUD player. And he was just, firstly, great calling coming out from Carrigan there. It was good to see Frozen activated as well early on. But Complexity would just, there's so many holes in the defense. On a map they do play, by the way. It's not like it's a map that they're terrible on. And there's so many holes in the defense. The only silver lining I can say would be Floppy to its ramp position. I think it was very instrumental in them at least accruing those 5 rounds they're able to get on that CT side. But apart from that, this is just a cold start for the side of Complexity, and for Frozen, absolutely blazing.
Yeah, I mean, blazing hot on the server. But yeah, they certainly made it easy for him. I mean, you know, there was kind of just those elementary mistakes where people are going in ones, you know, 1 and 2 and not really trading out. And as you rightly said, and Henry pointed this out on the broadcast, he said, like, you know, look, if Elise is outside and he's turned around and he's spamming a smoke and Carrigan can creep in and shoot somebody in the back, that's the type of thing that's going to cause tilt on a team, because the comms have got to be there. And, you know, very apparent that a player like Frozen is just going to, you know, that's what you want. You want to just take these aim duels because theoretically you are the superior player. So Complexity have got to be tight, and they just weren't.
And that's also part of the story, right? For the first time in this tournament, it did feel like FaZe Clan showed up in full force. You have Frozen playing beautiful Counter-Strike, being very impactful. We saw him with the 5-7 top of HUD. That's when he finally killed the rest of Complexity. You see the round distribution right here as well. It wasn't, to be fair, it wasn't an exciting game to watch. When you're up 7-0 on the T side, I know Complexity is making a bit of cosmetic comeback. They're winning the second pistol. The second they lost that one, though, the second they lose to Frozen with a 5-7 top HUD, you just knew it was over. So it wasn't back and forth. It wasn't down to a lot of close rounds. No. I think we may as well jump into round 7 straight as well, because that was a weird one as well, Blur. A round where the bomb gets planted in a 5v5 scenario, because they've been conditioned to leave ramp open, focus on outside, and it was just Carrigan being one step ahead. Round 7 was a great display.
And it's also how they sell the outside fake, right? Like, you know, rain is always going to be there. It's going to be ever present, so you can't just give it up. So they get a free bomb plant here towards the lower bomb side, and the reason, look at the time. Look at the time. Sure, they get the kills at the very end, you know, 2 players staying alive, but unfortunately, Holzuk, the player with the kit, is too far away from the bomb. They try to save. There's no time to save. They all die. And it just, it feels so uninspired.
How often do you see in competitive Counter-Strike that you're in a 5v5, the bomb has been planted, and there's not a single ounce of damage done to neither team before 20 seconds into the bomb plant as well? I think FaZe Clan got rattled out by that because they thought Complexity were going to save in that 5v5 scenario. I thought Complexity thought they were going to save. All of a sudden, one guy gets a kill and they jump on it, and they realize, goddamn, the guy who was supposed to defuse the bomb didn't have a kit. That's the kind of messy Counter-Strike that you can't really allow yourself to display if you want to go into the major or the playoff.
Also, it's a map which is notorious for the bomb radius, right? If you're going to commit to it, you have to fully commit. There's no time to, you know, just run away. All right, guys, we don't have the time. No, you're going to die. You're going to lose all the weapons you had. There was a full buy round. But I want to actually steer it to a more positive fashion here. I think FaZe, the calling was just phenomenal. The conditioning coming in from Carrigan. He picked this map. He had a clear game plan, and they were just calling circles around JT and the side of Complexity. So kudos to FaZe for making it look so very boring in a way because of how good they were.
But here's the question now. Obviously, we're moving on to Overpass. And we've seen, as you put it earlier, garbage Counter-Strike from both of them on this map. So is there a way back for complexity in this series?
No, I don't think so. No,
That was
just starting on the T side. I used to praise Complexity for playing good Counter-Strike on the T side of Overpass. When CS2 came out, when they had the honeymoon run during the Blast Fall finals, during Sydney as well, where they played exceptional Counter-Strike, Overpass was the go-to map pick. They were one of the few teams who would guarantee you 5, 6, 7 rounds on the T side. That's no longer the case. They're just a normal Overpass team by now. As I said, they lost 4 of the last 5 maps they played on it, 3 of them being single digits where they weren't even competitive. We have been speaking about Elise being the catalyst behind Complexity. He's now had, I'd say, 3, maybe 4 games in a row where he hasn't really shown up to the full capacity of what he can do. Looking at the stats right here in front of me, Elise average rating on Overpass is 121. Guess the next one on the team, 101, right? There's no one else who's helping him right now when it comes to Overpass. If Elise is not turning up and I sound like a goddamn broken record, there's absolutely no way Complexity is taking down FaZe.
I mean, even if you see Halzuk, you know, delivering how we did yesterday, it just, we're looking at pieces. We're not looking at a team as a whole. We're looking, if Elise has a good game, if Halzuk really pops up with the AWP, I don't think it's going to happen. And I think for FaZe, I think it was, I believe it was Rain who mentioned in an interview that, you know, we know that Overpass is a map that we need to work on. We put in a little bit of work. We had a day focused on Overpass, and unfortunately, due to nerves, due to pressure, it never really clicked on the server. So it's a map that they haven't put in work on. They should have also been expecting it to come into the series. So hopefully, you know, they've done the homework. They're going to be starting the CT side way more easier, and with the momentum they've got rolling here, it's going to be that unstoppable force, as we call it.
All right, well, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be back into the action. FaZe versus Complexity on Overpass.
Short going back. Short one, floppy. Short ramp. Short ramp.
No kid.
Shake
fucking round!
Fucking ball dead!
Trying to go over, bro. I fucking started running. Dick.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
We're at the elimination stage here at the Copenhagen Major, and I've got FaZe Clan's Carrigan with me. And I remember we did our winners interview when you qualified through at the RMR. We were very happy because you said you could finally have a boot camp, you would finally have some time. So just tell me, what did that look like? How long did you boot camp for? And how have things gone?
I mean, obviously when we are a top ranked team, you play every single tournament. There's no time off, right? So the first thing we did was, I think, 5 or 6 days off after the RMR. Like when we had break, I was making kind of a whole new playbook because you need to do that sometimes, prepare new stuff. So we got to work a little deeper, and I think that's needed for us to get the last percentage to kind of lift the trophy again.
Okay, and I love that you say lift the trophy again, get this extra percentage in there. That's what I wanted to look at when it comes to you guys, because you're the #1 team in the world right now, right? But you're also the most consistent team we've had in CS2. So do you think that's all you need at this point? Is like you're just missing that extra percentage since having Frozen in?
Losing a player changed the dynamic of the team. but I think we have recovered really good under the pressure. When you are FaZe Clan, nothing but a final is not enough, and not even winning a trophy the last 3 times is not enough, right? Preparation is not a question anymore. I think we should be integrated Frozen. Now we just need to make sure that we are firing on all parts of our game.
Okay, I love that. So you're saying you feel like you're at that stage now where Frozen's in, Neo's comfortable as well, you've had the time you need?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, we had finals, we had losses, we had wins, even though we lost the first best of 1 in the group stage. And I think we just have to see how we get rolling. I'm feeling as comfortable as you can be at a major, but things can turn really bad on first day, and that's where I need to have the mentality. That's one thing we haven't lost at all, the mentality of the team that we have built for the past 2-3 years. No matter how the circumstances, there's always a way in and a way back, and I think we're known for that, but we just have to keep proving it over and over again if we have a bad start.
They just said something very interesting about being destined to win. If I think to Stockholm, it felt like that was Navi's. We felt to Antwerp, it felt like it was yours. This one feels like there's a few teams, maybe yourself, Spirit, Vitality, G2, Navi. You can look at these names and put them in that pool. How does it feel for you? Do you feel like this is one you are destined to win, as you said?
No, I think when I look at the paper and look at how everything has turned out the last few months, I think there's 3 teams in the race, but holy moly, there's many teams right behind us. And if they work the right way before the major, I think a team like Mouse is dangerous. I think a team like Navi is dangerous. Winning a major is not pure skill. Winning a major is hitting the right time of your career. If you want to win a major, you need to hit peak as a leader, as a team, as a players.
You have had so much longevity. You mentioned it, 1.6 all the way until now. We've even got all the way to CS2. Everyone else has come and gone around you from the old guard of players. Why do you think, and what have you done to make sure you have stayed in this position for all this time?
I think one of my attributes to be where I am, I've never been arrogant to myself. I've always been self-reflective, like you hear in interviews when I'm saying I'm so playing open, like shit.
I'm honest, yeah.
And my biggest issue I had 4 years ago was self-talk. I might say something into, I might even talk worse about myself in my head. And I think my wife fixed that in that sense that I am already honest about myself and how self-reflective, but I cannot speak bad to myself. And by changing that narrative of myself and believe more in myself, I think that changed the mentality and the leadership I have. One thing I learned the last few years, nothing is given. Like, you have to enjoy every moment. Sometimes hard, sometimes good. I have a lot of fans, I feel like, around the world that also help me push. And I just want to make them happy and want to see them smile and cheering my name, of course. But most of all, I think, as long as I lead by example for my teammates and trust me, I know I can win tournaments.
I'm very interested about the psychology side of things, very interested to hear all of that. I think I could do some of that at the same time. Garrigan, thank you very much, man, and good luck at the major.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the PGL CS2 Major, live and direct from Copenhagen, Denmark. FaZe Clan are one map away from the Royal Arena, Anders. A dominating performance on Nuke, but we move over to home ground for Complexity with Overpass. Do you feel like we can get to a third? Did they show you enough in that slight comeback to prove that they could maybe take us all the way?
I think it's doable, but I must say, I mean, you did introduce the whole thing saying you were quite confident in FaZe. I think that confidence really rewarded. Like, they showed up as a different team here today from what they were yesterday. That's quite scary for Complexity, but if Floppy can keep playing well, if JT keep that level, if they can tag in Elige as the third member in that trio, I think they're cooking with time. I think they could do it, but it will be a very hard game. I've got no doubts about it, because FaZe just look very, very fired up at the moment. And you can tell in that little interview with James, just the kind of strength of mentality that underlies this team in Carrigan and the experience. It's really hard to underestimate that.
Now, historically, Overpass, yes, it is a home map for Complexity, but not at this event in the Elimination Stage. It got absolutely dumpstered by Mousesports 13-1. Thankfully, the same story is true for FaZe, who got owned 13-1 as well by Eternal Fire. So both these teams coming in pretty weak on Overpass, and we'll see who comes out on top. It will be the T-side starts for Complexity with 2 smokes, 3 flashes, and a P250. For the pride of North America, it's Mr. Elige.
Let's see how they do this one. Hulzerk and JT going to be shot. Yeah, they're going to be charged to the smokes here. Look at it. They've got so much utility, but the smoke's going down behind them. The dualies, a good shot for Brokey. Back right in Grim's face, and we'll get the double kill. Good start so far for FaZe, but the bomb is being planted. Oh no, Hulzerk!
No way!
How do you lose that fight?
I have no idea. They can still win the round, though. Bomb planted, Floppy and JT will have to play heads up Counter-Strike, looking for these fights. They cannot sit back. And here comes the push from Monster.
Good opportunity for the dualies. Frozen's quite low. If it's a double, it might work out, but Rain crouches through and takes down JT. It's all on Floppy to try and hold on. He almost has it. It's going to be Rain instead to shut him down. And even without the kit, it looks like they'll have just enough time here for the defuse. My God, what a round.
Floppy can be so clutch. Fantastic effort there. 3 kills found. Recovers the round somewhat. Looked like it was falling apart after the double kill. Courtesy of Brokey with those dual leads in hand. But the bomb is planted. Floppy finding 3 kills gives him an extra $900 as well. So they can buy him the next round. Floppy can definitely get the AK. They can have Galil's otherwise. And it's going to be a difficult one going forward for FaZe. They know they're going to be up against a very strong buy on the T side here. And pistols have kind of been split down the middle. It was FaZe that obviously won the first on Nuke and built up that 7-round streak. Complexity did win on the second half, but then lost to the force buy, and then their game just fell apart here. So we are going to see the force buy and see whether they can actually bounce back early instead of giving up a ton of rounds on the T side of Overpass. They're one map away from elimination here.
They're playing on the side of the map right now, Complexity, that sometimes you can really get stuck in, right? Because the problem is, if there's an early AWP, especially on Brokey, if he's going to come alive a little bit more, you never know. You can get locked out pretty hard on this T side. So I think this early force buy here for Complexity, it's going to be pivotal to decide where they go beyond this game or beyond this round. Got some Galils out. 1 AK on Floppy. Couldn't have handed it off to a better person right now, I feel like.
He's playing very well today. Wasn't quite enough on Nuke, but certainly was inspiring for the rest of the Complexity members. We'll see this nice contact play in towards the A-bomb side. Very tentative and passive from FaZe right now.
Yeah.
As Brokey and Frozen now play the A side. Rain now finds himself at the B bomb side, and Frozen will go down early. Nice shot from Hulzerk. It's Brokey into a very uncomfortable position. Carrigan going to be rotating, and Rain as well.
There's still a minute left. You don't want to be over-rotating either.
Well, they have got Robs patrolling this connected position. He's the linchpin of this.
How many people could he stop with the MP9? No, they blow open the door. That's not a good look. Once one person jumps out, you know you're going to be dead. You're going to be traded every time. Rain, though, set up nicely. They almost just run into his shots. A double kill for Rain, and it's Elige and JT now. Suddenly, it slipped out of their hands up from the high ground, Brokey. And actually, it's Carrigan to get the shot ultimately, but Brokey probably doing most of the damage there. JT on his own.
30 seconds. JT is fantastic in the clutch, especially on Overpass as well. He can win this round, Anders, let me tell you.
Oh, but then more move, he's got no idea. You could tell he has to pick up the bomb, and when he swings wide, they can have a bit of a look at it. It's Brokey to pick it up. A scary round for FaZe, but one that they will pick up.
I thought that was enough when Robs had a pretty shambolic spray from the connector. The fact he even got 1 was quite fortunate. Like, he was primed to maybe get 2 or 3 with that sort of positioning. He kind of fumbles the spray, but Rain, solid as ever. Most 2 of them down, more importantly, survives, and they deny the plant. And yet a pretty convincing finish in the end. It's going to be almost certainly 3-0 for FaZe Clan here on the CT side. Complexity can't justify much more than some upgraded pistols, no Kevlar, no nades. Into middle we go. These rounds aren't impossible to win, but very difficult indeed. And Frozen playing in front of that offensive smoke, following them in towards the playground. All 5 members of Complexity here on the other side.
Nice.
First one has been found, that's Grim.
It's a really good grenade just to blow open the front of the smoke. One lands on JT and he gets exploded with no body armor. That'll do a lot of damage right there. Paving the way also for one of those early AWPs like we talked about. Brokey should be able to get one a little bit early in this game. But FaZe make their way through at least the first bit of danger. We'll see what Complexity are able to mount. All AKs on that side. Still no AWP in play. I thought maybe Rops would have had just enough, but I guess they don't want to try and risk it just yet. 4th round is here. Plenty of utility for the Complexity side, so if they can clear out some real estate on the early part of the map, they should be able to do some pretty cool executes with what they've got in the back here. Oh, nice.
Massive grenades. About 150 damage inflicted before anyone's even spotted an enemy here. Important round for Complexity. Can't let the same amount of landslide come forth for FaZe here at the start. They went up 7-0 on the T side of Nuke, bear in mind as well. It wasn't even a CT start, so can't let them have that sort of freedom once again. Need to start breaking the momentum, sabotaging the finances, as we do have some decent map control. They're not messing around here. Complexity, a lot of map control. The bathrooms under their remits. All 5 players getting ready for an A execution here. The bomb will join them. Smoke's down. FaZe can feel it coming. As you can see, we've got Carrigan confirming that short and indeed B in general is clear.
Yeah, once again, that forward position for FaZe is doing work for them. A flash, it hit everyone, but somehow it's not enough. Frozen. It looked like that should have been a multi-spray down, but they made their way through. Complexity. Brokey on the other side. They'll pick up the AK, and he can't even get a chance to fire it. It's just Rops hiding inside of the smoke. They're planting on the other side. He comes out, cags the leash. It's a good kill. And with a bit of a flank here, 2 versus 2. The bomb is planted. What a chaotic round this has been so far. It's JT and Holzerk inside of the bomb side. Holzerk can't really escape, and he might just get edged out here. Look at the timing for Carrigan walking up. There's Rain on the one side, and Holzerk, no one's looking for him. Carrigan is right there to get the headshot.
It's one of the most overlooked positions for whatever reason in all of Counter-Strike, but Carrigan does check the truck in the end. Very close there for Complexity, opening frag in their favor, bomb planted, but couldn't deliver the goods, couldn't seal the deal. As another round slips away, that's going to be 4-0 now. As we do see FaZe start to run away with this first half once again.
Yeah, if I had to say something though, I will say you get that close and you get the bomb plant, and it's continuously at that A bomb site. There's some part of you that has to be thinking of your Complexity. This is not that bad necessarily. Like, we're actually doing a lot of impact. If we win one more fight there, we just win the round straight away. I also wonder if they're starting to realize how much is being read by FaZe having that forward player by the connector. That's a problem that Complexity need to work out. Wow, okay, that's another way to get around Grim with the wallbang spray down. Takes out Rain.
Yeah, so that's 2 opening picks now back-to-back. Complexity need to convert this one. They've got the maximum loss bonus. As long as they keep planting the bomb, they can continue to buy. An early 5-on-4 advantage. What's the response here now? Holzerk aware the CTs will be hunting for some sort of intel. A backstab of sorts. Does he clear out the party properly? Frozen could time him here. Well, they're hearing footsteps. This is going to be a disaster. They have no idea that Frozen is right next to them. Couple of kills available, and he's absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, you couldn't have done that any better. Doesn't jump the gun, doesn't panic in that moment. Brokey.
Big miss.
Yeah, that's a really big miss, especially because it cost him his life afterwards. Floppy showing up, shooting him, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. Plenty of time. The Molotov, yeah, might slow them down a little bit, or just change the plant position. Oh, yeah, Robs knew about that one, but can't quite find the angle for it. So bomb is planted. Complexity. My God, they would love to get around to the board right now. 2 versus 3.
The money's going to be wrecked. Unless they get a quick kill now, they're going to get $1,400 into the next round. You might consider the savior, Anders, and I think they've conceded and allowed this one to go. I think that Brokey miss was the calling point. You have to say, right, that's it. We can't actually retake this bomb site. It's not worth it. Sure, it's not impossible to win this round, but you'd rather keep the money at least relatively strong, because these rounds have been close each and every time. They might even need a tactical pause after this one. They only get that $1,400. Floppy should go down here. And indeed he will.
Robs wanted that AK, but Not. All right. Almost made his way out of the round with nothing.
Yeah, true. But there we go. 2 AKs have been saved. The first round finally posted by Complexity. They break the streak. You thought Frozen might have done enough there with that party position. Huge double kill, but it all started here. Now, these opening frags are not going to be sustainable. Those wall bang headshots, you're not going to find those every round.
But I will say this again, they did the work in the previous rounds, Complexity. It's because they were so efficient at the A-bomb site getting kills. They could have won some of those rounds, but once they finally do win a round, this time at the B-bomb site, at least they are able to capitalize on it pretty quickly. FaZe, it's a scout instead of an AWP. They do have 2 AKs saved on that side, so that's pretty huge.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he knows. Floppy knows.
He saw him, yeah. He's waiting for the next peek and should win this fight, no problem.
My God.
Taps away, doesn't quite connect. It's unfortunate. He had the advantage there. Rob's is going back for seconds.
How bold is that? All right.
So Floppy were called, yeah, he's down. And now Robs swings towards connector. He's going to have, oh my God, another massive grenade that does about 100 damage. Okay, I didn't expect that. Big kills coming in from Carrigan, though. Huge pair of kills. Floppy will have to pick up the pieces here. Can he find anything at all? The smoke will save him for now. Finally, he does go down. JT fighting back here, but it's too much to handle. And Horzerk, he's on the other side of the map. They know it as well. He's already picked up a kill. And Brokey with the scout actually tags him, Anders. I don't know why he stays around for a second challenge. That should be it still. To be fair, Brain and Rops are both very low.
Yeah, they are.
But he has to drop down.
This is so smart from Brain. Just wait it out. There's only 25 seconds. He has to make a move. Taking a little bit of a peek. You've no idea where the other player is. There's the drop down. Horzerk himself is low. 18 seconds now, and Rain's relocated. Oh, he's outplaying his countryman very well there. Brain taking down Horzerk, and FaZe back to their winning ways again.
They'll save the double AKs once more. 5-1. Very important round that would busted the finances. It's Carrigan.
Look at the timing here. Just as they swing, there's that wide swing from Floppy. He swings into a flash and a smoke. Like, it's so unfortunate. Otherwise, there's actually a great chance that Floppy could have had a double kill there because they were very, very locked into that corner. Tactical timeout, Henry. I mean, who can blame them?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's early days, and the T side of Overpass, one of the most difficult halves you'll play in CS2. They're going to buy once again, but these weak buys just make it that much harder to get one over the line. Galils and a couple of AKs. This is set-piece territory. You need to be doing like a full execution into that B bomb site, considering you don't really have the firepower to run the defaults, go toe-to-toe with the saved AKs on the other side. They've actually got just as many AKs on the CT side as you do.
Yeah, a little bit of an issue, isn't it? It's an MP9 on Frozen. Kind of makes me wonder if they're going to try and be a little bit more aggressive in a round like this one. It's fun sometimes to try and see if you can run it into the connector, play up. They haven't really played that forward connector position that much, so maybe you try it. Looks like Frozen is, finding himself in that position.
Like you said, that they are getting this mid-control. They're getting the bomb planted today. That's the objective, right? They can just get it into a clutch scenario, force a retake. That would be ideal. Brokey feeling the pressure. Smoke down towards bathroom. Frozen wants some intel here. And once again, they've confirmed the B is completely clear. They pushed offshore. Problem is, they've given up all of this space once again. Bathrooms is under full control of Complexity.
Yeah, but this is an unbelievable issue for Complexity. They have to find a way to stop FaZe from having this entire side of the map. You can maybe fight your way out, but obviously you're at a huge tactical disadvantage from them knowing what's coming. They just absolutely know. Frozen doesn't want to stick around. He doesn't have to die for this position anyway. You don't really need to. It's a massive distraction for Complexity having to execute into the A-bomb site without controlling connector, and that's what's happening right now. They are moving forward, and if they get the kills, maybe it can work out here. Brokey started to fall back. It's Carrigan. Good kill, and Brokey picks one. Oh, more bullets left! A headshot for Carrigan. JT gets exploded, and this is looking very, very weak for Complexity.
Oh, that's a captain's performance if ever I've seen one. Carrigan now with multi-frags in key rounds back-to-back. He got the double kill at the B-bomb side. Now with the hat-trick to save the day. Denying the plant, more importantly. That's another partial buy coming up next, even with maximum loss bonus. Look at him go. But you have to say there's no real pressure. There's no flashes. You can see that, sure, he connected the dots, but didn't have to work too hard for them.
that is the kind of round that feels much less like Complexity executing into the bomb site, just being pushed there. They're being funneled to the bomb site.
That smoke down towards Connector, they know that they've got all the information now. Unless we go right now,
yes,
where there's a chance that it's got to swarm, then they did. They keep giving up too much space towards that B side of the map. Brokey gets one somehow, but at least we'll take him down with the Tech 9. Like we said, partial by territory. Frozen once again locked in towards the party position. He got a double kill here before, this time with the AK-47 in no man's land. If he gives up the AK with nothing, that would be a disaster. 1, 2, looking for the third here. They're on high alert, trying to triangulate his position. Nice damage towards the Liege as well. That will at least nullify round number 8 for Complexity. Sure, they recovered the AK-47, but almost nothing they can do in this 3-on-2 with Liege being basically dead on 5 points of health.
And Rain is covering an angle that's going to stop the rotation down to the B bomb site, and one you will probably never check if you go through that way. If they go up here and they win the fight straight up clean against Carrigan, if Floppy can just take this peek, there is a way back into the round. Oh, and there we go. Okay, it wasn't clean, but he get the shot anyway. Now, out on long, Robs has started to sneak in, and this is why it had to be clean, because the other two members of FaZe still have the money or the health to fight for here. Robs will shoot Floppy in the back, and now Liege. At least you get the bomb plan. Hopefully, there are no grenades landing on you, but you are stuck in. You cannot escape, and Rain will find you and hunt you down. 7 rounds for FaZe.
7-1, running out of time and space here. Our Complexity, the bomb planted does guarantee decent resources going forward, the AWP, but that was a partial buy regardless. There always were going to have a buy, whatever happened, but yeah, we'll take it.
I think there are 2 things that keep being a recurring issue. Complexity can't hold outside of B, so FaZe keep knowing when there's an A attack happening, and Frozen is having so much impact by the balloons. It's just like, there's a couple of rounds now where he's standing there. He doesn't even have any backup. There's nobody at long to help him out with. They should be able to punish him more for that. But it's getting real late here in the first half, Henry. 7-1.
Yeah, this series has been a little bit weird, hasn't it? Like, I know there was that cosmetic comeback in the first map, but it was 7 rounds here, 6 rounds in the other team, 7 rounds back to FaZe. It's like, it's difficult to really get that hyped about them.
Well, I mean, give you some credit, Henry. You came in full confidence. I don't know that I was that confident on FaZe. I was very worried about that result yesterday. It wasn't easy for me to shake that off, but you did say you thought this was going to be 2-0. You thought FaZe were going to be right back.
It's mainly down to the map pool, though, and wow, we'll get back into the action. When it rains, it pours. 2 more kills for the Norwegian. Finds them through the smoke. 4 versus 3, and whatever they had in mind completely thwarted already. They've got 2 smokes remaining. 3 players out of position. You've got a Liege all the way back in T-spawn. 2 towards short, just hoping a CT will walk into your crosshair, and why would they? They can just fall back, pair up, 2 players at either bomb site. As they re-smoke the monster area, Carrigan can get more and more comfortable here.
Just in terms of in-game leadership, right? It's the 1 round where Complexity decided to go pretty hard at B right away. They wanted to explode onto that site.
Carrigan going to push this? I don't like it. Don't love it. Yeah, unnecessary.
Okay. I was about to big up Carrigan saying they actually had 4 people at the B bomb site, so it's a good read, but that might have been a mistake.
Oh, I think it almost certainly was. You didn't even need intel here.
Now, the problem is there's not that much time left. 30 seconds. There's 2 people on the A bomb site already. Although they don't have any nades to slow them down with, this could be down to the wire. They are being very slow about it, their Complexity, but they have to be, because if they run, they're going to be hurt by Robs. So they have to walk this whole way and hope they get the entries. 15 seconds on the clock. This could be everything. The entire major could be on the line here for Complexity. They need rounds in the first half, and they're not getting them. JT fighting, 7 seconds left, and Brokey will take him down.
Good round once again from FaZe. Complexity did absolutely everything they could with it. After losing 2 players down towards Monster, a 4-on-3 advantage. They were gifted a Carrigan push towards Monster, but it didn't have any resources left, Anders. Like you said, 20 seconds remaining, and you're hoping for like an A execution. They had 1 smoke available. That was literally it. So what can you even do? You can smoke dumpster. You can't even flash the bomb site. So you might as well just run into that stage and hope you catch them out of position. But Brokey was there. The rifles were set up, and it's yet another round for FaZe as we go 8-1. Just a couple more rounds left to play. No bomb planted, but money is pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah, because of the layout of the map, Rob's position meant they wouldn't have been able to run up towards restrooms. They couldn't have bought more time in that way. He would have hurt them every single time. And that would have really given them a chance to do something on the A bomb side. Nice shots here from Brokey. Been the best major yet for Brokey in terms of the AWPing, but some of the rifling's been really impressive. So, you know, there's that side of the coin. He's able to do both. But I feel like we haven't seen the classic Brokey rounds. Maybe that is still to come.
He's saving it for the Royal Arena.
Yeah, he might be. I think Richie was making a point the other day that Rain is one of these big game players, and this is one of them right here. You know, 10-3. Rain doing absolutely amazing work in the server, carrying FaZe at the moment to a bit of a victory. It seems like Complexity. We've yet to see them do anything. They made a comeback on Nuke. They were able to bring it back to a 7-5. Best they can do right here is 8-4, and they desperately need those 4 rounds.
In towards B we go. They're taking so much damage en route. They haven't seen anyone yet. Elige down to 30 points of health, but he cracks open the B bomb site. Is there anything left they can do? Elige with a double kill. Rob fighting back, and now finally they have the man advantage. Can they get the bomb planted? Ozark in a lot of trouble. He's got the bomb on his back as well. He's on high alert as he scrambles towards the bomb site. Robson frozen. Now with the retake in a 3 versus 2 deficit.
If you cannot win this round, it might just be all over. It's set up for you. Grim, the second kill of the map for him right there. You'll take it. Frozen in the ground.
Money's still not great, believe it or not. So Robs kind of has to save this AK.
Yeah, I think that's maybe the most tragic part of this half so far, is that they have done a lot of work. This isn't a wipeout in that sense. I mean, it is in terms of rounds, but there are a lot of rounds that Complexity are going to be looking back on thinking, my God, we could have maybe done it. All right, Rob's just really
yeah, he's
trying to be annoying.
Maybe there's a chance. You never know. But not going to be trying to steal the round away. Complexity certainly do, though. It was the Lees that went down to 30 points of health and still breaches the B bomb site, gets himself a pair of frags that are very influential, defining their second round on the board in total. It's incredibly difficult to get these T-side rounds on the board, so more of that, please. Elige getting the job done. This is a nice shot from Grim as well. That sealed the deal. So round number 11, as mentioned, the money's pretty tight, but Deagle for Rain. A couple of M4s in the Brokey AWP. Not a buy here, but
I certainly feel very uneasy.
If Complexity can find this one, they should be good for 4.
Yes. Keep that thought in mind as they try to push through the monster tunnel here. They're going to be running into only 2 players. Look at the forward position. For once FaZe, they're not forward on B, they're forward on the A side of the map, and they have smelt nothing on that side. So they're going to be calling it in, saying, you know what, there are no T players on the A side of the map right now. You got to be on high alert down at B. Although Complexity are walking their way back. Robs just waiting around towards the playground. Is anyone ever going to check this? They've never been here before the entire half. And oh, actually, JT, he was ready somehow. What a shot that must have been. Robs looked like he had a massive positional advantage. Now Rain looking for a Deagle headshot. That's very awkward. I don't know what's happening. Didn't get the shot. Decided to try and see if he could hop, skip out of there. Frozen looking to make that a double kill, but instead it cost him his life. For once, they managed to claim that back. Frozen's got multiple double kills from that position just by being patient, but this time it was a bit too much. Brokey also getting hunted down. A 3rd round for Complexity. Some signs of life here, finally, for them.
Same story as Nuke. And to be honest, it's not too bad for Complexity. They can get this final round, which is looking pretty likely. 8-4 is pretty standard T-side on Overpass. So yeah, a rough start once again, but yeah, it's a pretty clean finish actually. No one gets away with a life this time. Floppy starting to nail some shots. Elige coming to life as well. Final round should be theirs and then some. Round 12 here, looking for 4 on the board. Complexity have everything they could possibly need. FaZe far from it. MP9s and Deagles, a CZ for Rain. Carrick and Scout, you don't see many of those.
It'd be some classic bullshit, wouldn't it, if he just shows up and headshots a couple of people. You never know with Carrigan. He's one of those players. Eagle does nothing at all. Grenade on top. Grim not quite able to finish what he started, unfortunately. Frozen will be able to take him down. Carrigan scrambling. He should surely be dead here. Elige, yeah, easy kill. Man advantage. They actually have the A bomb side in theory, but rotation started to get here from FaZe. They're a little bit panicked, and you can understand why. Although Frozen does have the AK.
Final round. And they are coordinated themselves into the correct position. We've got multiple players here for FaZe on the A bomb side, but they don't have the firepower. But Robs has got the skill. Using the MP9 at range will find JT. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Hawks got the bomb towards long. They've got plenty of time and he'll wait for his moment to strike. Robs has been removed and Rain, he's only got the pistol. Here on the A side, 73 points of health. The execution now as they commit. And the CZ not enough. That's surely the end of the half. Complexity posting yet another round. 3 in a row to close things out. It was looking quite dire at one stage, but 4 is very serviceable, Anders. They can win the pistol in the second half. They're right back in this, but that's exactly what we said on Nuke as well. And it wasn't the case. They won the pistol, lost to the second round 4-7, then just completely lost their heads. Didn't post a single round after that.
I'm starting to see the pattern here. I think really what they're doing is making it as hard as possible for NA fans to watch the game. Like, I think that's what's happening. Like, you go on a massive roller coaster down, like everyone's crying and screaming, and then right at the end you're like, oh, maybe something is happening, and then it kind of goes wrong again. My God. They're keeping the dream just barely alive. But you are right. The template for how to win this game is right in front of them. Win the pistol, win the first rifle round, and we can have a conversation again. The map is not out of their reach yet, even if it does look very dire at the moment. 8-4. It's now Complexity on the CT side.
Yeah. Let me offer some words of encouragement to the North American fans. This is absolutely fine. They can actually pull this one back. 4 rounds on the T side of Overpass is actually pretty par for the course. And we'll see if they can win. And I will say they won't. They would like to win the pistol for sure. It would certainly help them out, but it's not even required that they pick it up.
It also could be worse. They could be Danish fans, Henry. So there's always that to think about. Smoke going up, flash going through. Elige on the front line, good headshot. Grim on the backup, and he's cracking skulls from the back line. Another headshot comes through, and they will overwhelm it. Grim, 4 kills. He is back.
Excellent work.
Back until it, bro.
Nice work for Grim. The P2000, the USP working in tandem. All 5 players trying to get through the monster. They get nothing at all. No bomb planted. Jets has to be the eco coming up next as well. That certainly changes the landscape of this second map of our best of 3. Ancient is the third if required. And now we're 1 step closer to it. Nothing can really be purchased here, so the Glocks across the board. FaZe Clan now. This is going to be a difficult game to close out 2-0. Complexity at one point, absolute specialist on Overpass. Haven't necessarily been that this tournament. The only map they've even won in the elimination stage after 7 showings was Vertigo.
Yeah, which is the permaban of FaZe. So they're not getting to play Vertigo. It's crazy, isn't it?
Oof. They can't. If they lose this round, I don't have any words of encouragement left. I've got nothing for you. They have to win this round.
Yes.
Put it that way. It looks like it'll be comfortable. Elige and Holzerk open things up. Should be a guaranteed frag for Elige. Doesn't have to commit to it though. He's at the 40 points of health.
There's some damage received, but ultimately it's looking pretty good. Robs with the T side, Zeus unable to find any positions to play with. Nobody even dies on Complexity. They're up to 6.
Ooh. Next round will be very indicative as to which way this one's going. Will it be FaZe turning up with the rifles, running away with it, shutting Complexity out? Or will we have a long, drawn-out affair that could go to overtime, back and forth rounds? Got those MP9s, like the bonus round here. So the firepower is lacking. It means Complexity might have to show something more offensive here in the first gun round. Don't have the weaponry to fend off a default, so what's the play? What's the call? I can see 2 players.
Oh, wow.
Okay, this is the sort of call, and this is what I was expecting. I haven't seen this version of it before, though. You're behind the plants. A 3-man boost. They've been saving this for the major.
That's such a commitment. The rest of the map is basically empty for Complexity players because 3 of them are tied up in a boost down there. Now, if it worked, it's sick, but we can tell on the minimap, no FaZe plans close to it. Like, they're not going to get, they have to basically disassemble the boost. I mean, it's still a cool idea. Said a bit of a bonus round. You might need a bit of a trick to try and get something done with, but this one didn't let them anything. I do like this forward position for Holzerk. It should allow them to...
It's all about the timing. He's going to backstep eventually when he feels the time is right. Rain... Oh, he made a sound cue, though. Did Rain hear that? I don't think so. He's actually probably got Rain here. There he is. And there's the frag. Oh, Rain will be kicking himself.
And he even moves forward. He actually gets all the information. He doesn't just fall back and say there could be more players there. He moves forward and says there's nobody on this side. Be ready down to the B bomb side, and they are.
Okay, this is looking pretty ropey now. I'm not sure what that was from Carrigan. Just offers himself up for free, low HP, runs in, just sacrifices himself in towards the B bomb site. 5 on 3. I'm not sure how they pull this one back. Hall's in a prime position to get yet another kill. Brokey will pull one back. They'll get the plant at least. I don't think there's any way they can win this one.
There shouldn't be. The only thing is they're all retaking from the same side. Nobody's coming up from behind, but Brokey's also pushing into them. I was going to say if they stay by restrooms. Wait a minute. They're going to be walking right into the headshots. Brokey! He's nearly got it. Oh, and it's one tap! Frozen! The Iceman!
They've absolutely collapsed at the final hurdle. Was looking so good at 4 on 2, Anders. The round was there, prime for the taking. And with your tournament life on the line, already a map down, you played it so well. A 5 versus 3, they've essentially just given you the round. And one by one, they come through. It spirals out of control, and Frozen! What a shot to close things out. 9-6. That throws a spanner in the works. It was the bonus round, bear in mind. The Complexity still have a buy available, but still, that was a 5 rise with a 2 for Masses in the mix. And toward that connector we go once again. Elise with no helmet up against the MAC-10. He'll come out on top for the first. Can't find the second. JT willing to take this fight and delivers on all fronts.
Yeah, that was a very clean shot coming up from JT. Been one of the pillars for Complexity in this series so far, maybe in the tournament so far. They lost a 4 versus 2. At this stage in the tournament, man, that's going to cost you.
Oh, it's a back-breaking play. Frozen sending shivers down the spines of Complexity fans across the world. But they now have the man advantage, Anders. They can pull this one back. Down but not out. Rain, once again, looking to challenge his fellow countryman. Hallzerk played a very strong game so far. Do they anticipate his position? The shadow just gives him away. And it's still a 3 versus 2. 45 seconds remaining. It's Brokey and Robs this time. Both of them alive and well with 100 HP.
If they stop the bomb plant and win this round, again, the game is wide open for Complexity. But look at the
telling it to
coming
be
out here. Yeah, FaZe, they know. It's being heard now. They're starting to realize they should have heard some of the footsteps. I think Grim would have heard it from the upside of the map. Good trade, JT, but he can't get the next one. 1 versus 1, and Grim's walking up behind. Now, he does have the element of surprise. Brokey doesn't know where he's coming from, so quiet as a mouse. He's sneaking towards the bomb site. Don't give anything away, no sound cues. Oh, he just has the Brokey! Somehow, that internal intuition just telling him where Grim was coming from. What a win.
He couldn't have been in a better position as well. A prime spot, perfect crosshair placement, and the money has gone out the window for Complexity here. Oh, they're playing good CS as well. They're winning their duels. They're reading the rotations well. But Brokey and Frozen just go absolutely clutch in the last couple of rounds. That might be enough to find the 2-0.
If you're Grim, what a mental situation. You're facing an opponent who's got his back turned to the entire rest of the bomb site. Like the heaven, everything else is exposed. He's just sat there with the crosshair waiting for you, and it works for him. Timeout, the last one, tactical here for Complexity.
They're going all in. This is a ballsy call. 5 7s.
Thumbs up or down, Henry?
I mean,
take on this?
The way they're hitting their shots, they're doing very well in the individual duels here. It's just coming down. They've had a 4 versus 2 and a 4 versus 3 in their favor that's collapsed. It's just unlucky. Like FaZe, against Imperial, we didn't see any of this. They didn't clutch a single round. They looked weak. They would barely find opening frags. And today, it's a different beast entirely. This is the FaZe clan that can win championships. This is the FaZe clan that can go all the way in the major.
They had a lot of HEs. There are some really cool ways you can use HEs on the CT side. One of them that I really like is if you actually save them for the A plant, you can throw them from the stairwell that's behind the CT spawn, and you can actually sometimes explode a player that's just trying to default plant, but they still have 2 left. We'll see if that's ever going to be put into play here. 4-round difference. A scout is out. They have very little to work with.
It's never that simple, though. No. Up against the pistols, there's going to be boosts. There's going to be aggressive flanks.
Oh, that's the HE's gone. Blowing up in the smoke, not catching anyone there. Elige, though. It's a start. He gets traded. Tag shooting Rops, I think, in his pinky toes.
they're pretty low here. Like, this scout could be very problematic. Also, the kind of player that's gonna nail the body shots. They'll smoke off towards the bathrooms here. Rain's one of the players that's already down to 30 points of health. And he absolutely eviscerates him with the AK-47. Grim next on the chopping block. The flames starting to scorch his toes, and they'll go back in towards the B bomb side. They've caused these rotations as well. It's hook, line, and sinker. B bomb side's wide open, Anders.
Yeah.
They did have something to work with here. It was looking rather promising at one stage on this force buy, but they might even be better off saving the little they have. With the Kevlar especially is more important, because you're not going to be winning this round now. Yeah, they have to save. It's one of the most...
Could there be a worse feeling than having to save this?
Saving the Eagles and the Scout just because you have literally nothing going forward. Yeah, it's a real problem. In terms of loss bonus, I can confirm they get $2,400 in the next round. So with the Kevlar already, that means they can buy a FAMAS or an MP9, maybe an M4 in some instances. No, that won't be possible. So yeah, you're saving to buy a FAMAS next round. You drop a Deagle over to a Liege and Horzerk, and yeah, that's where we're at. It's not pretty. And the 2-0 is looking very likely here.
What it feels like when the food app like refunds you €2 because the food was 5 hours late, and you're like, oh, thanks, great, I've got €2.
Full focus, okay? We're playing fucking good right now. We need focus, okay?
Yeah, they are playing good, but these games can still fall apart. The pressure is mounting. All it takes is one glorious Desert Eagle headshot, a backstab with an MP9, and they can get right back into it. It's a very CT-sided affair.
You know, for those who missed it, we had the conversation. We actually had the interview yesterday with Carrigan where he said, sure, this wasn't maybe a great game, but he still very much believed that the team could make it back. And I was, I thought, really? Like, after that performance? But it shows you the level of depth to Carrigan as a leader. Like, he knew that the team had it in them, even if it was a bad result yesterday, potentially. It is still the FaZe clan that is just so powerful here. They're 2 rounds away from making it, finally putting a Danish player inside of the Royal Arena. Almost all of the rest of them have been eliminated. Hooksy's still out there, but sure, I mean, the rest have fallen on the way. Copenhagen's been a bloodbath for Danish Counter-Strike so far.
You got Zipex as assistant coach for Mouse. He's in.
Cyclone's there.
Yeah,
sure.
there we go.
We got
couple of coaches.
There's bits and pieces, really, but...
So we could likely see Carrigan, and then maybe Hooksy as well. After
yeah. Could be as many Norwegians in Copenhagen as there are Danes at the end of it. We'll find out. Elish with a pistol and a prayer. A deagle on long.
They didn't all in this one. They just gone for the pistols. Yeah. Saved the previous round. A couple more deals in the mix.
I'm not going to criticize. I think there's no rights and wrongs here.
There's pick your poison right at this stage. Like, you definitely kind of need the round, but it is, like you said, CT side overpass. You could get 6 in a row. It's possible. Have to really dig deep to maybe win this round. The Molotovs can make things extra spicy. Carrigan loses control. He's had a couple of rough rounds with that weapon, but still, it looks absolutely fine. They've got themselves Royal Arena point, Anders.
Yes,
Playoffs
they do.
On the tip of their tongue. Some touching distance.
I wish somebody would do side-by-side shots of FaZe clan fighting players in this game and in the Imperial game, and just look at like the difference in what they look like mechanically. I mean, Brokey's playing well. He actually was against Imperial, but Frozen's here. Like, everyone is just hitting really good shots. It's a very, very crisp game mechanically for FaZe right now, and Complexity are not able to hold on. The Major slipping out of their hands. It's Floppy alone, and obviously the best he could do right now is to try and find a rifle to bring into the next round. They have had nothing to fight with in the last couple of rounds here. He's going to get overwhelmed. A 3rd kill for Frozen.
We're doing burn B. We're doing burn B, but monster.
So, Carrigan trying to coordinate the knockout punch.
Calling his way to victory right now.
Coup de grace, how will they find it? Can they just do it right here, right now? Not have to go through any of the turmoil and stress of a close game here. What will it be? We heard the letter B mentioned, actually. So we'll see if that's where they want to go. It's a nice set piece. Overwhelm the defense. They don't have everything they need, but they do have the Horzerk AWP. And in we go. Is this where it all comes crashing down for Complexity in the elimination stage?
How close he is. Did he spot him yet? I'm not sure that he did. JT might be walking into death. There's the headshot. That could be the beginning of the end for Complexity. The Copenhagen Major's been rough on them. They were up
Bloody hell,
well, they
Frozen.
looked good from the start, but it's coming apart. Floppy trying to hold on to it. The dream, 4 versus 4 now. FaZe, can they find a way out of this one? They put some pressure on that B bomb site. Do you want to risk it here if you're Floppy? You've got no information. The team as a whole, you don't know anything about what's happening. Is anyone going to take a risk to find out what's next? Elise is looking towards the restrooms on the other side. He's trying to just edge out. Is anyone down there? All right, he's going to get some shots in return, so at least he knows that there's a couple of players down there. That's good information. The bomb, as we can tell, outside of the B bomb site. Molotov's landing, putting some pressure on A, trying to see if they can sell that idea. And Floppy, that was the information play. That's what I was talking about. They had no info. They wanted to find it, but Floppy finds a bullet instead.
Brain's helping himself to the monster tunnel as well. That's prime real estate. 3 more kills away from the Royal Arena, and what a shot that is! Grim goes down with nothing. Rob's on the backstab, the bomb's being planted. It's Hulzerk with the AWP. It looks like FaZe have done more than enough here. The bullet connects, the wallbang will not. And Elise and Hulzerk have to go for this one in an impossible scenario.
Oh, moving in here. Rob's on the high ground, shooting Elise in the back, and Hulzerk, the last one left alone on the site, and goes down. Rain out another AK shot, echoes across the map, but there's no one to hear it. Complexity are dead, and FaZe will survive. Finally, a Dane in the Royal Arena.
What a performance it was from FaZe. That's more like it. That's the team we know and love. 2 clean performances here. It was Nuke that was a dominating victory, and then Overpass as well. The pick of Complexity, they absolutely decimate them, 13-6. It felt closer. There was some magnificent clutches in there, but you're absolutely right, Anders. FaZe are on their way to the playoffs.
Yes, and now on the desk we have to sort of have the moratorium and talk about what's just happened to Complexity and what the future might hold. Not going to be pleasant. Look, I mean, first of all, guys, I think for me the real issue I have is that when Complexity go 2-0, you can see how their spirits are high. They're doing the media work. Yep. We've got all this belief, but then ultimately we got, and I don't want to sound cruel, but we got a masterclass in failure. We got so many different ways to fail. We had the mouse sports game where they just didn't turn up. Then we had the Vitality game where you're within touching distance and then you crumble at the last second. And this was just insipid, you know, flaccid, uncommunicative.
Yeah.
There just wasn't anything there. They were so flat.
I think for my money, at the very least, it's a reality check of where Complexity is at right now. You're looking at the way they had to go, right? They lose to Mouse, they lose to Vitality, they lose to FaZe. One would argue 3 of the 4 best teams in the world right now. All 3 are within the top 4 of the world. So in that regard, it makes sense that Complexity are losing the game, but it's the fashion they lose in. Against Mouse wasn't even a fight. Against Vitality, it was a great fight. Vitality were playing their C game, B game, yet they still couldn't get over that hump. And against FaZe today, there was no fight whatsoever. So realistically speaking, the best Cloud9, Complexity could have hoped for was getting into the quarterfinal, where they then would have been bashed by one of these better teams once more. So I'm not really sad Complexity is not making it. I don't think they are a team right now ready for the playoff. However, I'm sad in the fashion they're going out. They seem deflated, they were a little bit sad, they were frustrated, which is completely understandable, but it was a team that had a good shot after they went up 2-0, but I gotta admit, I never saw that quality transpire in these 3 games, which makes it, for me, very fair they didn't.
It's like watching, you know, a sine wave when I look at the performances, right? Like against Mouse completely disappearing from the server, against Vitality just a couple of rounds away from putting down Vitality in his 2-2 spot, and again today here completely down as well. I mean, sure, you know, there were a few moments where it looked like there was some signs of life at the end of that first half, but let's be real, FaZe completely outclassed them. Karrigan was calling circles around them. I was just watching the final round, by the way, in which I was just listening to the comms as well from FaZe, and whatever Karrigan was calling, I'm going to be faking over towards A, guys. Just wait towards B. They're going to peek for information. Completely read them.
Yeah, we can touch on that a little bit. You know, it's probably not something to talk about, but again, this is going out in the broadcast, so I'm hoping people at home understand this. But when you listen to the difference in comms that are just coming out, you know, it's so flustered on Complexity, even in the winning situations, even in the winning rounds. It's been a bit of a meme for years, you know, about the NA comms where it's like, easily, and everyone's like panicking and shouting, you just can't hear what's going on. Meanwhile, in FaZe, it's one voice at the start of a round, clear, concise. No one is, you know, getting flustered in those moments, and it really translates to the server.
It does, you know. Clear, calm communication has always been an integral part of being a great Counter-Strike team. It's also something that the Complexity coach, TC, and the players are constantly referencing in different interviews, that whenever they're losing, they go silent, the comms are not there, it's becoming frustrated, etc., etc. It's an ongoing problem, and they've seemed to not found a way to address it so far, and obviously for Complexity, if they were to stay together as a 5-man unit, they gotta work on it.
Yeah, well, look, we can hear from Carrigan, who called such a great game. He's with Parla now.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, indeed, I'm with Carrigan. Finn, congratulations. You and FaZe are going through to the playoffs, and you will be playing in the Royal Arena. How's that sound? How's that feel?
That feels good. I mean, first major in Denmark. I think I waited 10 years for that, back when we were in Stralis TSM. So coming in now and be the first Dane so far to make it into playoff, and hopefully we can go even deeper. I'm super proud of the guys today. Hasn't been an easy major, but have it ever been easy for FaZe at majors? I don't think so.
Carrigan, I did want to touch upon what you just brought up. As it stands, you are the only Danish player in the Royal Arena. Hooksy has a chance later, but as it stands, it's only you. Does that make this victory and going to playoffs even sweeter?
I mean, now it makes it even sweeter, right? There's 4 days off now to where the pressure can build up and just enjoy the moment, right? Being there, just making major playoff with so many good teams is hard. So now a refocus, and then I want to hear the whole Royal Arena roar when we get to play there and just enjoy the moment, because many players, many Danish players missed out on this major, and also including the playoffs, right? So it's a privilege to represent Denmark, and hopefully I can do it in full force.
Finn, can we get a quick match breakdown? So that was a dominant victory over Call. You were calling brilliantly. Was that your expectation? Did it play out any differently to your expectations?
I think it's mentality-wise. I think if you look at the bracket we had, we lost some best of ones. It's always tough, right? I think we played better yesterday against Imperial, but I think just knowing that this is one single match away from playoffs, right? We have a chance. We have good map pool against Complexity. And starting out really good was important for us. And I think in the end, I know we show up at some point. Sometimes I wish a little bit faster, but I think you could see full force in FaZe, good individual plays, good clusters, good communication. I should say also some good calls, right? So in the end, I think it was a hard game for Complexity, because when we are in this scenario, we are a very hard team to beat, to be honest.
Carrigan, final questions. What's the plan now, and how do you prepare as much as possible for playoffs? And what are your playoff expectations?
I have no idea who we meet. I think we're going to meet a top seed. I think we don't have the best Buchholz, my friend, score. So we're going to see. Doesn't matter who we face. I think the same we get into playoff. We are a different beast, and I hope that we can take a day off now. Been grinding a lot since the RMR and even start of the year for Katowice, right? So I think it's really important we reset now and maybe talk about what went good in the group stage, what went bad, and bring the good stuff with us and think positive, because I believe we can be winner of this tournament if we have the right mentality and we step up the last 5-10%. But there were some great teams in that major playoff, and I'm just super happy to see a competitive playoff this year. Relax time now.
Relax time now, indeed. Carrigan, congratulations. You and FaZe through to playoffs. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
I hope you guys enjoyed the FaZe show as always. Going 1-2, having a little bit fun, throw a map, and then suddenly step up on the 2-2 games. So yeah, classic FaZe, and hopefully we also get to see some classic FaZe games in playoff. And I can't wait to see you guys support us. And thank you for all the people that are still alive at home as FaZe fans. I know it's tough, and it's also tough as an ideal. So thank you very much.
Classic FaZe. That is the phrase of the day. Richard and Desk, back to you.
Yeah, it is classic FaZe, but of course he's not telling the whole story there about you know, what it is to be a FaZe fan, what it is to be a FaZe IGL. You know, Carrigan chasing his own legacy here in Copenhagen. We've talked about this a lot. He's somebody who is always going to be in the conversation as one of the greats, and I think we saw in that emotional moment in the Katowice finals where he knew another one had got away from him. This is a guy who does want to win every trophy that he's in, because he knows when he gets to the end of his career, when he's finally retired and he hangs up his mouse, he wants to be the GOAT. And this event so important for that narrative?
Yeah, he's very close to reopen that conversation. You know, whether it's Glaive, whether it's Kerrigan, it's got to be someone else in the future. He's won a lot, and it must be nice to be a player of his caliber. You know, as you said, losing a Katowice final for most players would be a great opportunity to showcase that you were in a grand final at a big tournament. For Kerrigan, it's another one that got away. Yeah. I also will allow myself to translate a little bit what he said in the interview right here. He said he doesn't necessarily care about who he's facing in the playoff. Bullshit. That's lies. You know, you want to avoid Spirit if you can avoid Spirit right now. And there's one way FaZe Clan can avoid Spirit, and that is if Pain Gaming beat Na'Vi later on today. If that happens, then FaZe will be in the different side of the bracket compared to Spirit. If not, then FaZe and Spirit will be in the quarterfinals. So Kerrigan and the FaZe boys, they are going to look at that game between Pain and Na'Vi, and they're going to look excited because they don't want to face Spirit in that quarterfinal. I dare you.
Yeah, and look, obviously, even in defeat at the major, there's nowhere to hide. You have to come out and face the cameras sometime. And it's very classy of Elish to do that now with James Banks.
Completely agree, Rich. And yeah, Elish, I want to touch on this for you guys at the moment. It feels like we saw two different faces of complexity. Sometimes hugely positive, sometimes not coming in with the same energy, the same attitude. Is this something you felt? Is this something you noticed?
I think that we just ended up losing like a lot of like the close rounds, whereas like on Vitality we ended up like winning like a lot of like the clutch rounds. So I mean, sometimes it's just like kind of a grind. We had like a game plan going into, you know, obviously both maps, and we started off slow on both maps. So it was just like very different, where we had to like grind a lot more compared to Vitality, where we were on the better foot against them. So yeah, I think it was just like a different game, but you know, we were trying our best to, you know, bring the same type of like energy and creativeness, but when the game was just a lot tougher today.
And it came like you got the full force of FaZe. We've always been a tough team for you going into it. Was there something you tried to change? Was there something you tried to adapt to differently in order to have a better result here?
I mean, it's always going to be like the same stuff of just making a good game plan, that everything just, you know, we expect like whatever they're going to do. We're going to have a good game plan for that. I wish that we could have like started off a little bit better. I think I just wasn't really feeling like the best, like physically for some reason. Just I don't know why exactly, but yesterday and today just wasn't able to get it going. I felt like on Nuke I could have like had that put us in a better spot, but yeah.
Would you say then, when it comes to this, right, it's been a wild ride for you guys in terms of how high it was at the beginning and how low it's come at the end? And is there some positives you can still take away from this whole experience, because you were almost there?
Yeah, I mean, definitely feel the bad more than the good, but there's always like a lot of good stuff. I think that you could see like the difference when the team's like playing on their A game and like playing very well. So there's a lot. Like it's not like we can win like as a team. We can play super well. We can have like all these things, but we just have to keep like improving and raising our floor. So whenever we have like really tough matches, we don't have to like rely on everyone like playing at like the very top, like tip top of their game. Yeah. We need to make sure that like whenever you know, just like our base level needs to continue getting better, and we just have to keep like taking those steps to make that happen.
And some steps you have been taking is flying the flag in a great way for the North American side of things. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans out there who's been supporting you and cheering you guys on?
Yeah, I mean, obviously disappointed. Wish we could have done better, but we're always gonna have more, and we got a lot of spots for next major. So, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good things that we can take from it. I'm really like proud of the guys. I think that everyone like showed that they can play at like a very top level this tournament. We could have made it. Didn't go away this time, but you know, it's going to be a cool story next time. That's all we can really hope for.
That's what it's about next time, and he's always a man that gives his next time. It is every single step of the way. Alicia here, signing off at the major.
James, tough, obviously tough to listen to. I totally get it. You know, Elish, one of the great players, you know, from his region. And, you know, he said that everybody kind of stepped up and did their part, and they were just kind of a little bit lacking. I don't really know about the future of this lineup now moving forward. You know, we already knew Holzerk was potentially on the chopping block coming in. We also saw him step up. But realistically, I think now with the change in ownership and the change in direction, you've really got two philosophical approaches, and that is, you know, you either build around Elish and you try and create a star lineup, players that can augment him, or maybe you try and min-max and you invest in some of the other players. I don't know.
I feel, I won't lie, I'd be a little disappointed to see this lineup change, in all honesty. And I'll tell you why. You know, I remember watching in Sydney when they had that crazy finals against FaZe, and this is a team who seemingly, you know, just just like a duck to water, a shark to water, whatever you want to call it. They were feeling very comfortable in CS2. Elise was looking phenomenal as well. But I think he hit the nail on the head right there. The floor of this team right now is a little too low. When they hit their highs, we saw what they can do. We saw what they could do against Vitality, making them bleed, having close games, getting wins and all of that. But it's when it comes down to these moments where, things aren't really going your way, they just seem to completely disappear. I still feel they have something. I still have a little bit more faith in this team.
It's about managing your expectations. I don't think anyone expects Complexity to be the 5th or 6th best team in the world, right? You can't always win the tournaments. You have the likes of Vitality, FaZe, Spirit, you name it. We don't expect Complexity to be at that level. So if they can loom around, 7th, 8th, 9th spot in the world, I agree with you. That's fine for Complexity. Again, you got to manage your expectations. This is not a team that is built to win trophies. They're not there yet. They don't have the player material to do it. So to be number 8 in the world, to be number 9, to be number 10, it's not too bad.
No, I totally agree. And I hope they're able to bounce back. A lot of good people working very hard over there. Yes. Thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about Legacy again. Former major winners, Virtus Pro, taking on a G2 Esports that so desperately need to win a major. It's going to be electric. We'll see you soon.
I'm walking A. Come walk A after. Field down. 3B. I'm on rotation. 3B. It's good, they can't go. They're moving it off. Trash can. They trash. They're rotating now. I tried to ball upstairs. Planting. Yeah, do it.
20 seconds, coming up. Stairs
3 guys at least. Holding stairs, bro.
I'm going bank.
One late. They're all there. Coming. I'm hiding flower.
Bank dead. Oh, guys coming late.
Nice! Fucking Adil! But good round, boys. Honestly.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up. Is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Yeah, welcome back to Copenhagen. We're now going to be talking about Virtus Pro versus G2, which I set up before the break, guys. This is really about legacy. Virtus Pro kind of came into it in Rio back in CSGO. Everyone was like, wow, this style of play, it's oppressive, it's suffocating, it's sometimes not fun, it's not glamorous, not exciting, but it's textbook Counter-Strike, and they were able to turn that into a major victory. So, Virtus Pro having to play G2 at this stage to get through to that final 8, to get into the stadium, it's a tall order, but definitely within their capabilities.
Definitely within their capabilities. I don't think we've seen the best from Virtus Pro so far this tournament. I think they've been a little bit lackluster. The map pool haven't really shown to be a strength as I thought it would be coming into the tournament. Shown a bit of weaknesses on Inferno, shown a bit of weaknesses in a lot of the game. So has G2 though. As I said, G2 is yet to beat a good team, quote-unquote good team at the major. They've taken down some decent teams. Whereas for Virtus Pro's way to this point, they've won against Pain, they won against Heroic, decent best of 1 victories, but apart from that, they couldn't get it done against Eternal Fire. And as I said on Inferno, last deciding map, they were nowhere to be found on the server. So for my money, we have 2 teams who've been struggling their way to a 2-2 position. Very hard to determine who is actually the favorite.
And for the side of G2, I'm just looking at his team, and they open things up with a very convincing drubbing of fear. You're looking at, all right, G2, they're looking like the RMR G2 we saw when they were just an imperious form. A close loss to Na'Vi, where Lexi B had an incredible matchup right there when it was calling. And then after that, it's just been downhill. You know, they lose to Cloud9 on Anubis, a map where we were questioning why are we allowing Cloud9's map in a best of 1. And even against Ecstatic, it just wasn't convincing, right? I mean, they lost on Vertigo. Inferno was basically a Modesty masterclass coming in right there as well. You can't just keep relying on this kid. It's only, what, 18 years old, he's back, still fresh. You can't crack it now this early in his life.
Well, look, you know, I do want to talk a little bit about G2. We did talk about it at the pre-show. Obviously, I did a jump scare in there. Someone tweeted at me as well, my mic went up, so you maybe didn't catch it. So we will repeat the point. And I want to just say, you know, I was watching Hooksy. I was watching you go berserk when you beat Ecstatic, a team you should be able to beat. You're screaming, you're so easy to read. Correct. He's a novice IGL who's just emerged from Tier 2. You should be running rings around this kid. And to over-celebrate like that when you have these pieces, I didn't like it. I've said it repeatedly. I will say it again. I think G2 are the biggest underachievers towards the last year of CSGO and through CS2 right now.
They are a team that is very hard to quantify. I'll agree with that. You know, it's hard to figure out where's G2 at. Obviously, they were saved last year by their fantastic wins and fantastic displays at Katowice, Cologne. They all of a sudden show up and win tournaments, then they go missing again. So I understand where you're coming from, Richard, especially when we speak of majors. This could be the 4th major in a row where they will fail to make the playoff, and that would be an absolute disaster for a star-studded team with a big budget who have all the tools at their disposal in order to go far. However, for my money, I think you're spot on when you're saying Hooksy is pressured right now. He's feeling the heat. He's feeling the pressure from not only himself, but for the teammates as well. I think the reason why he's over celebrating or screaming and shouting is he's trying to pump in some energy in T2. They've looked flat so far this tournament, and something's got to change.
100% they have to. I agree with this. Actually shades of Katie in Stockholm when they were actually celebrating after winning those group stages.
Which, I got lit up for pointing
you were there
that out,
as well. You got lit up as well. So
Yeah.
I can see that. I can totally see where it's coming from, but also considering the pressure they're on here this tournament, I can also relate where, you know, it's a bit of a release, it's a bit of a cathartic feeling, just yelling out there. But I have to agree, like the pressure on Hooksy right now, it's immense.
And the question is, should there be this pressure on him? Here's what I do want to say. He's a much better player in CS2. He got the CS2 buff. Mechanically, you can see he has raised his stats to what I would consider a passable level for an IGL that wants to win tournaments. No doubting that. The question for me has been, you know, and obviously all the community are asking it, when you made that roster change and took JKS out, you alluded to it being part of the intangibles, that you were going to get some sort of overall team buff, and Nexa, you know, might not be the same player individually, but he's going to give us all these extra elements. We haven't seen any of that yet.
I haven't seen that. We were expecting that activation of Hunter, right? It hasn't really happened yet.
Deactivation, mate. They switched him up.
More likely. And for Hooksy, I want to add on to that. On the T side, for example, I'm looking at some of the numbers. 36% opening attempts coming out from him. He's creating a lot of space for his team. He's being very sacrificial and whatnot. But, you know, he's basically the entry frag, not the entry fragger. And his teammates should be able to trade. They should be able to, you know, at least make his sacrifice not go in vain. I'm not seeing that here. I'm looking at some of the, these 5v4s, these 4v5s coming out. It hasn't really been great. The opening kill, like it's see over there, just been 4v5 situations time and time again. The numbers don't paint a really pretty picture, but then again, look at VPs, and that's also pretty grim.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I mean, look, just quickly to talk about VP. I know the veto will be coming along our screens in just a moment, but, you know, even James said, yeah, I'm kind of struggling a little bit to find my feet here in CS2 at the start. And so you have to wonder with the veto coming in, you know, what does a best of 3 victory look like for Virtus Pro? I assume this is going to go along and be all the maps.
Well, there's going to be quite the caveat to that. G2 is one of the few teams who've been experimenting with a 7-map pool. They've been playing all the different maps, so they have the luxury of removing Mirage in this instance, a map they've gone away from. Surprise coming in for Overpass, not at all for Virtus Pro. That is the go-to pick for them. If you're G2 and Nuke is undertaking, Inferno's undertaking as well. Well, there we go. Inferno has been the main pick. And I think Anubis, Ancient, all these different teams, different maps could be in the pool right here. It's gonna be Anubis, which is great for G2. We have seen them play well on the map, notoriously known to be strong on it. So I think veto-wise, G2 is in a better position because they had the 7-map pool that could remove Rimash. There's one thing I want to point out, though, that the core of these two lineups have played each other 4 times over the history of Counter-Strike, dating all the way back to 2022, and not a single time in history have James managed to beat G2. So they are a bit of his kryptonite. We spoke about the different play style, G2 being flashy, being proactive, having Monacy running around with the AWP, creating chaos. Usually Nico, back in the days, would also own Virtus Pro, has a good stat record against him. He's gone a little bit missing, so that could change the tide, but we are speaking of a James that have tried 4 times in best of 3 games against G2 to beat him, and he's yet to succeed.
Quick final thoughts, Blair?
Oh, no, like, I think this one's going to be a 3-mapper. Overpass should go to way VP, but I agree with you, the map pool does heavily favor G2.
All right, well, great to get your thoughts. We're going over to the casters a little bit early. It's Harry and Hugo, but there's something special about today, isn't there? Any thoughts, guys?
Yeah, it's my birthday, Richard.
Yeah, it is.
There we go.
Happy birthday, mate.
You guys gonna sing it?
Seeing as you gave us a few extra seconds.
I'm not going to sing it, actually. I'm a little bit croaky today. I've hit that old man wall in the broadcast where I'm like starting to break apart. I can't wait for the break, mate. But listen, I love you very much. Happy birthday. I hope all the community wish you a happy birthday as well. Get at them on Twitter and all of that stuff, and have a great game.
Well, I think it will be a great game. The former major champs of VP taking on the Kings without a crown for that final spot in the Royal Arena. It's all about to go down, and Overpass is our first map of this series. It's Virtus Pro's map pick. And I hope this one starts with a bang, Hugo.
Oh, it certainly will. In G2, the stakes are high, Harry. The expectations are high, and the results have certainly not been akin to what we expect off of some of these players and off of this team. So let's see if G2 can play their best CS yet in Copenhagen when it matters most, up against what we call the hardest team to put away. Will G2 die tired, or they take a stunning victory to get to that top 8 of the major? Feels like a very competitive time in Counter-Strike 2 right now. So many teams contending for that top 8 and looking good to make runs. Still the final boss waiting, and VP have already proven in a grand final they can tackle with spirit as well. Can G2 tackle VP? We got a monster walk and a pop flash coming over the top.
Yeah, G2 have held on to their util this whole time. That smoke only used now, and that's going to give Hunter the cover. The dual Berettas. Oh, Mira walks right into it. And so Hunter, the kills come free, the kills come to him. Around this smoke, Flit tries to move in through the backlines, but it's all Hunter right now. Eventually overran and overwhelmed as James puts up a double. He loses his teammates, so James got to do this all alone. 40 seconds left. That's a lot of time by James standards. And so what does he want to do as he creeps out through Monster? All eyes on this position. 2 pairs of dual Berettas still in play for G2. There should be no winning this for James.
Here they come, and there he goes. The jump sets off his crosshair, and G2 start things off with a bang indeed. Hunter on your screens has had a pretty horrendous tournament, but that is a fantastic way to start it out. 3 kills on the B site on a map that VP have made their own. The CIS squads rule.
Yeah, and you know, I know it was a game that G2 was supposed to win, and maybe the fact that it gets so close was worrying, but even towards the end of that ecstatic game the other day, Hunter did have like a really good performance in the 3rd map. It was him and Monacy. So hopefully he's kind of found himself coming into today. It's a nice pistol round from the guy. We so often say Hunter is a big game player, and this is just that, a very big game.
Yeah. Got to earn that stage. Got to earn that arena, and Hunter is here to hound him down. He's taking the first. VP backed off in spawn. Even Hunter knows that's too good of a crossfire. Don't want to get too hungry. And VP just jamming. playing jammy and trying to make G2 walk into
This
their
is
center.
so wild. You never even see fights on this part of the map when someone isn't saving, but of course, in the VP game, they are fighting from the nightclub. We've all been there. And so here's G2 locking in their second. They will stick the landing on the conversion. It's just Glocks, though. Nothing to worry about there.
If you're new to VP, welcome. That's that round is exactly what to expect, right? Very slow, very you know, they just try and squeeze every drop of life they can get out of a round. They'll wait as long as they need to. Percentage play often for Virtus Pro. 2-0 for G2 now. No whoops yet. Monacy has been incredible.
Yeah, you know,
Nothing new.
if you want to talk kind of who's the hero figure, who's the one that we can really gauge how this G2 is going to do today by looking at it is Monacy, or at least that's been the story throughout the tournament. In the games where he's gone quiet, G2 have often copped L's, and in the games that they win, it normally requires Monacy to go huge.
Not a lot of utils, so for VP to just throw info flashes like this, they are already running low. Hunter gets damage on that smoke. A lot of guns heard outside of the B site. VP picked that bomb up, they rotate round. Hoping that information is played off of G2, don't fall for it. They stay 3 upper. They've still got Nico in front toilet at a minute. This is good map control right now for G2. Jumping and spotting is Monacy. He will concede as they come around the corner. So Nico is on a bit of a timing alone. He kind of has to play. The sooner the better. Or escape. That smoke may allow it. It's a great block at 48 seconds. Nico crosses back to a safer position. The spam won't connect. VP are getting closer, but this is no surprise to G2 right now. Just trying to stall this out as long as they can. And a re-smoke on the A site, that will be a problem with 30 seconds on the clock.
I mean, G2 are very aware of what they're up against, right? They've held on to all this util on Monacy and Hunter to use right at the closing stages of the round. They know that can ruin it for VP. Nico gets involved with a flash from Monacy. He's sent through short, and that's a save out of Virtus Pro. The first rifle round they play falls entirely on deaf ears here.
Just fantastic movement around the map for G2. You know, they still play aggressive enough that they are slowing VP down.
Really wanting to make this punishing is Nico.
I don't think he'll find it. He'll have to run, and that would really give it up. They're going to turn, and they will survive for now. Great stalling for G2. Nice smoke on long, and Monacy sets Nico up for success with the MP9. So that worst gun in the round gets upgraded for G2 as well. It's off to a fantastic beginning on CT Overpass. It may be VP's map pick and maybe where they're extremely comfortable, but T-side Overpass is never where you want to be. Look at Na'Vi yesterday.
Bro, look at complexity from earlier on, right? Like, yeah, T-side Overpass is brutal. I also heard Monacy say easy at the end of that round. Yeah. So, you know, he's feeling good about this. And I think actually, you know, if we want to talk and think about G2's run here, I actually think that game versus Ecstatic was a very humbling moment and like a reminder that they have to stay full focus throughout a game. And I think that was a very important lesson to learn before the matchup versus Virtus Pro, the one that is the make or break matchup, deciding if you progress into the playoffs or if your journey ends one best of 3 short of it.
It just felt like we didn't want to see G2 struggle in that game. Like, this is supposed to be a world-beating team, and you're struggling against, the plucky underdogs of Ecstatic, who, no, disrespect to them, have earned their place here in this tournament. But at the same time, you're expecting far more from G2. That being said, we saw FaZe look shaky all the way until today, and FaZe showed up in that previous game against Complexity and absolutely dominated. So if G2 can switch on at the most important point, really, that's all that matters, getting there. Starting that top 8. But I think when you look at those matchups today and you see you're playing against VP, that's probably the worst feeling. So have G2 done their homework? So far, it's all going smoothly. Mid-take coming in, a little bit more aggression on the A site. VP, slow and steady, wins the race.
Okay.
Feels like a miss, to be honest. Might just be an insta-heaven smoke. but falls a bit short. We got a boost up. Hunter's holding for it. On timing though. Oh, that molly saves them. And the spam is perfection.
Good spam out of Hooksy. Danes and spam in that spot. There's something about it, man. Good damage done to Mir. And that's going to mean that VP, suddenly, they don't feel so confident about holding on to short. Nade even follows up, and Mir just whittled down. Even lower. VP going to go collect this bomb.
They are getting space on top site. Fame is really far forward, all things considered. They're still getting spotted at B as well. This is only helping VP, who have just been trying to fake out lower, make a lot of noise, like last round, and they've actually done a good job. They've kept one player here. m0NESY spots an AK, though. Maybe that calls for some support. Nico's running his rotation.
Oh, that window where Nico had departed the top site and was reinforcing lower, it now closes, and VP, a chance to get into the round is looking done as m0NESY, valiant effort over on the top site, clean on the M4. Oh, he's onto something here, is m0NESY. Ilya the Kid puts them in boxes, bro, sends them out of the site. And Virtus Pro, it's all on Mir, the guy who's spammed down to 5 HP right at the start of the round. What a brutal way for that one to go. m0NESY, he's so sick. He has been all tournament. Well, he had that one-off day.
He's been 1v9 in Harry at times. Fantastic round for m0NESY. And even if G2 is solo on the site, apparently that doesn't matter. He hasn't even wielded the AWP yet. We have 4 AKs for G2 right now, full control of this game. All it takes is one for VP to break in. To wake up, but it is sooner rather than later in MR12. God, look at the control. G2 exuding confidence.
Nico. Nice easy double, and that's the bomb away from Virtus Pro, so they're way back in. Should never be in a round like this. And you know, you're dead on. VP don't need much to go off of already. That's something we've always said about this team, but also because of the map and the side that they're on, this is one where the Virtus Pro system really does help them out. Every one of these T rounds is almost worth like 3 on the CT side, so G2 might be sporting this massive early lead, but they can never afford to get ahead of themselves. You don't want to give VP a way in.
Oh, getting ahead of yourself, that's exactly what G2 learned yesterday, right? It felt like they got a bit too cocky, over ecstatic. They were in full control, 8-1. They lose the map. They had to really give it their all on Anubis, which is our 3rd here today as well. So I think G2 have learned their lesson. They've been spanked, and even though they win that game, they remind themselves, okay, full focus. Royal Arena is our goal. And then the tournament starts. Norbert, good luck. They'll find one. Oh, flick up top, and Norbert.
He doesn't need luck. Lovely double kill. Bomb retrieved.
B-side's open.
They're suddenly rotating around. Right now, G2, they're still clearing out middle. They're still trying to figure out where VP have gotten to. The rounds have been slow up until now, but this one's got some pace behind it all of a sudden. Running out through Monster, chance at the plant as Norbert just opened up a last-second route to the round win. 2v5 attempt here out of VP, and Norbert, the man who kick-started it all, he spots another! Norbert's having a round, and just next to left, dead in the heavens. Norbert doesn't need luck. VP, that's how they get there first.
2v5. Despicable. What a round for Norbert. They had the perfect setup in Playground. It was not enough. And G2's rotation way too slow there. Felt like they didn't even believe that VP would grab that bomb and go monster. They didn't believe there was time, 25 seconds when they picked up that package, and they got it down just in time. VP, you can never be caught sleeping against this team. You can never count them out from winning a round like that. They are on the board well and truly, and that forces a response. m0NESY's AWP comes out. Nice nade combo. Hooksy has definitely been giving us better individual form in this game. CS2 over CSGO, putting himself in the limelight with that entry, but Norbert spams the monster smoke.
What's going on? Norbert's suddenly gone God mode, man.
What do you mean suddenly? That's a major winner you're talking to. Have some respect.
This is madness. Just a random smoke spam onto Nexa. And now he's even taken the space. He's suddenly really looking to be that point man, that front man for VP, the one that brings them into this T side in a very big way.
Again. Oh. Nico, he can't play this. He can't do anything right now. It's up to G2 at the bomb site. As Hunter trapped down in pit, he's in a lot of trouble.
Will get brushed aside, but that's when James cooks up something for VP. m0NESY, clutch attempt, but he's fired off the orb. They know where he is now. I mean, m0NESY's been fantastic in clutches for G2, but this is one that's just, you can't justify giving this a go. And so he'll have to bow out of the round. Virtus Pro onto their second. And this is now a bit of a problem for G2. Yep. VP are chaining rounds together. They're picking up some momentum. Norbert, who was 0-4 heading into that previous round, he picks it up with a 4K, goes on to open up this one.
Bye-bye.
Now James finding his footing as well, and he rounds it out with a multi-kill of his own. Suddenly, G2 money is really called into question. VP streaked together these rounds, and James was just shy of a free AWP. You know that's going to haunt him.
Yeah, he loves a discount. Online looking for coupon codes. But great exit either way, right? Removing that AWP from G2, and you talk about the back-to-back rounds. What a spray for James. The damage to the G2 economy is already beginning in this map. And it didn't really take long for VP to get activated, did it?
No, one round. We, you even said it coming in. You're like, yeah, it doesn't take much to switch this team online. And the fact that they're in a position now where they're going to be 3-4, one round between them and G2 on their T side of Overpass, that's already fantastic.
The most CT-sided map, objectively, in this game for a long time, even in this new version. But VP looking very comfortable despite the limiting factors that Overpass provides. We've seen lots of B-fakery into top hits. This round looks to be the same. We have James lobbing in flashes. Norbert doesn't commit. Damage into the stack. That's an ugly spray for Flit. It might force them back into this lower site. And G2 don't move. They know m0NESY has locked in top. And so if FaZe doesn't come down connector, VP are disadvantaged on the numbers. This could go very wrong.
Norbert's trying to open it up. Smoked off over at short. That actually probably sends VP away from this stack down at lower.
Yeah, and G2 know exactly what that means. 3 CTs going up now. These rotates are looking really good for G2. Oh, but they doubt it. VP are just playing with your ears. You don't know what to believe. G2 gamble wrong. m0NESY against the bulk.
m0NESY Deagle round. That's what it'll have to be if G2 want to somehow win this. Oh, there's one. Not a bad way for it to start, but wrapped on and finished off by Norbert. James follows up with the kill to Hooksy, and now that plant coming in. Mir even taking space over towards Dumpster, and G2's hope of winning this round.
Oh!
Ooh, hinges on a kill from Hunter. Brings them back in. That 5-7 rings out. And now Norbert repositioning all the way back through long. James way away over in toilets, just trying to play around this bomb. VP look to win this one fairly safely. They don't want to give G2 the fights because thus far they've looked good in them. Tap on it, but VP called their bluff. James, big brain. A re-swing now. James will stop G2 in their tracks. It's a damn good try with the pistols.
The balls to call off that stick as well. Sure, the call for VP is they don't have a kit. They're on Eco. There's no way they're going to have a kit. But with 3 up, one player could be sticking, and James gives it more than 5 seconds of risk in that round to avoid a 1-dig. m0NESY did what he could on the top side with 2 more kills from the kid, but it is not enough to win an eco. It never should have been. VP did avoid the stack after all. They forced them into lower. And a timeout coming through for G2 now. They want to get their heads on straight ahead of this next gun round. This is the difference maker between shutting VP out and VP absolutely dominating their map.
Yeah, so that round there could have been, huge for G2. Could have been their way back in. Instead, they've got to stem the bleeding now, because if VP win this and go on to have this 4-round streak that very quickly becomes 5, they're looking to have already won the map, just on their T side alone. And so the pressure is pretty huge already for G2. This felt like it was going swimmingly as well. Like, you know, if you were watching the first few rounds of this game, VP didn't even have kills on most of their players. They were all sitting there like 0-4, really struggling to find that initial kill. And James, someone who picks and chooses his battles in rounds very purposefully, right?
And there are still weaknesses for VP. Flitz 0-7. We saw that ugly spray to Monacy on the A side as well. So there are, you know, it's not going perfectly for VP, but that just scares you more. What if it starts to? What if Flit wakes up and delivers one of these incredible rifle rounds that he is capable of? You have so much individual skill on VP, all stuck behind the cohesive brain of Jame, who will wear his teammates and opponents thin, punish impatience rather. Monacy moving in. That smoke is in the way. It's a bit frightening. VP could be right behind it at the moment. Flash for long. Nico won't spot Fame, who uncrouches behind the rock and rocks Nico's world. It's only Monacy now, and they won't even send reinforcements.
Moving in up through short. This has to be a Monacy round. Mollied out from behind the dice box, and he kind of has to give them space now. Great util from VP. Double nade stack into the bank. They know Monacy's protocols. They know how he's going to look to react to that Molotov. And on the back of that much damage being done to Monacy and getting the opener, that's enough for VP to keep this streak going. That's now 4 in a row. And it's done beautifully. Yeah, that is such a VP round. They get that opening kill over towards long, and then they just have this super stable kind of checklist of reactions to go through, knowing what that molly does to Monacy, knowing that if they soften him up and they force him to concede all that space, there's no winning it for G2. And so this is very beautifully done. It's a very VP way to put a round on the board.
Picture perfect protocols. They cut. He has one shot and it's on a jiggle. And as soon as VP confirm he is on the site, which is of course the best position for the AWP there, VP molly both lines. They double nade his retreat, knowing where he'll be playing from. And Monacy has to go bank, and then he gets mollied even further back. He doesn't have a choice to play into the round. He fires one shot with the AWP, and that now might force a reaction for G2 where they feel like they need to fight for middle, fight for toilets. They've not been in connector in this game, because if you give VP that much room and let them get close A, and they're going to be running those executes on you, you will have no chance. You've got to win retakes, and that can be so uncomfortable on that top side. VP go back to heavy B. Monacy will take a mid angle. Dangerously so. They could be walking in on his left side. So timings being considered. Out he goes. Nico down in connector for now.
I think that's the truly wicked thing, though, about the VP playstyle, right? Is even if it feels like the answer is to try to take more room, they're a team that hinge so much on the opening fight, on that opening engagement. And so by trying to take space, you are giving them those chances to get the openers they're so desperately looking for.
Yeah, I think the first gun round for G2 was the best look, where they were actually still on bonus and they stalled VP out so well. They held their smokes really well. They're still doing so now. They've got 2 left, but there's a minute on the clock. And VP are actually being a lot more active. They're forcing util out. They're forcing reactions. So VP looking like they want to go back down lower. And G2 just pull a player back in time. Nice re-smoke for Hooksy. Coming at the perfect point on Monster. G2, they can only slow them down so much. Nico's got his smoke top site. Hooksy has a Molotov. And VP are setting up, ready to execute.
That little voice in Hunter's head telling him to swing out towards short. Just get the info if anyone's there. Flit lines up the flash, and now Hunter dead. Flit opens. Hooksy trying to hold the line, but he's going to need support. Him and Nexa both playing this down in the pit. 10 seconds, it's down to the wire from Virtus Pro. 1 kill in the right place could do it, but the bomb plant comes in. Nico will put a stop to it. It's Hooksy rather swinging it wide, and so G2 breathe a sigh of relief. A last-second exec from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Hooksy definitely does, because he almost threw the entire round away. At 15 seconds, he throws his molly monster. It bounces on the back wall. It explodes in the air. That molly would have won them the round before VP even got close to the plant. Instead, VP get all the space they need. They get the plant, they get the money, but G2 get the round. Finally putting a stop to this streak.
Yeah, some nice rotates out of G2. They had a very clear picture of what was happening in that round, right? Modesty, the moment VP hit that AWP fire off, they know they've kind of been out-positioned there. They've been out-red. The stack was in, down towards lower.
Oh, that's not even
a way to get your opener, man.
With a nade on the smoke. That's not even a good angle for the T's, really. That's so much better for Hooks' legs. James is holding the wrong corner. Don't know if Nico knows about Mir, but Mir doesn't want to risk giving up that bomb right now with no support. But it has him contained in the connector. He can go up. Nico wants more. He wants to fight. Will this be the death of him? They've boxed him in right now. Nico in a cage of his own making.
Tries to walk it out short, but patience is a virtue for him there. Norbert waiting outside a monster, and piece by piece as G2 go looking for these fights, giving them away to VP, and VP are in a great spot now. Modesty spotted, Hunter spotted. They know where both G2 players are. And so if you look at Fame on the minimap, he's just walked all the way through this top site.
I feel like Modesty thought he hit a tag there, pulling out the pistol and re-swinging. That screams of desperation for G2. They have a kill available. They feel like they have to take it. Because VP have taken the space. A nade and a rotate. Norbert gets Modesty's AWP and leaves. Commanded by James. And if Hunter, if his goal was to save that AWP, he'll find out the hard way. It's nowhere to be seen.
The thing that's even smarter about this is that Norbert has immediately gone connector, because you know where the other AWP is? Right there on James' dead body and Con. So no AWP saved for Hunter. The best he can manage is this AK.
Oh, VP are just... they've been very entertaining this event. I feel like we haven't seen their highest level yet.
And this one, I'll say early on, is looking like VP almost at their best, right? Like, this is textbook Virtus Pro, textbook James. And the way these rounds have been built and they've come together from that initial 0-4 start where it was looking, I don't even want to say dismal because it's so early in the game and they're on the T side, but it was just looking a little awkward. They pull off that crazy 2v5, and from that moment, VP have had the faith reignited. They've been so oppressive, and whenever G2 are looking to make these opening moves, trying to solve the problem, oftentimes it feels like it's only making it worse. And so that is the perplexing problem that is Virtus Pro. Oftentimes the moves that look to bring you back into games are the ones that take you out of it.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to force those fights. You want to flex your individuals and go for a swing. And G2 sort of did there, right? They were out on connector. They were swinging short. Marcy and Monster with the AWP. But VP are always waiting. Holding almost every line. Right now, this is the least map control VP have even had at the start of a gun round. They won't even go for the water control. They're going to walk it late. That buddy system. Norbert's been playing great in this game. One that 2v5 has had a lot of impact individually. They get flashed into water. G2 hear that, and they're just gathering info as they can. Jump spots. But no one jumping the gun. Out Monster. Come VP.
Good timing on the flash. Oh, great timing on the flash. Nice and easy for Nexa and Hunter as they swing Monster in tandem. Virtus Pro, they really like playing around the opening duel. That one's not gone their way. It's gone disastrously for them. It wouldn't surprise me if this round just kind of peters out into nothing now for Virtus Pro. They're still walking up through short, but Monasty's got the spot.
So does James. Won't get a repeat though. 27 seconds now. The pressure is on VP. G2 call their bluff. They say, if you want it, come get it. And VP ain't buying. So many of these rounds come down to, whether, like, that's an example of G2 knowing exactly when to cool off, right? They have such an advantage. Even though Modesty knows he can swing and probably win that fight, it's the risk reward. If he peeks and he dies, it's the only way that VP commit to that round. Otherwise, 3v5 with money, VP save. And it's actually a perfect storm for VP to save in this round. They can drop 2 guns over for the 2 players who fell. and they can get right back on the horse for round 12. Last of the half here. Overall, VP can be satisfied, but they want more. They always want more.
I mean, 5-round T-side is already fantastic. If they can tie this up at 6-6, there's actually very little hope for G2 here on Overpass. And it's the fashion in which this has happened as well. Like, it was 4-0 for G2 off the top of this game. So since that point, they've only won 2 rounds.
The damage has been considerable. Hooksy got picked here once, but it's been getting a lot of wallbangs, a lot of nade and molly damage as well on water. VP, this is lightning fast in comparison to what we've seen. Flick coming out of connector at 120, but James does not set him out with a flash. It's just dry swing. Monacy misses. They again go for the monster walk. This is crazy early.
Hunter's not looking. Hunter's dead. Norbert opens up the round. Can he get any more out of this? Smoke on the barrels player will save Next's life. Hooksy's bailed him out, but will that go on to mean anything in the round as Norbert plays through their smoke now?
They can just, oh my god, he swapped spots. And VP are just baiting for it. They're shooting at barrels like they don't have a player there. Nexa, this might be a jump scare as the mist fades. He flicks and finds the face. 3-on-3. VP may be out the B side, but they're also out, going back to top. Only Nico in toilets.
Nico's got a lot to do here now. He would have heard these early footsteps over towards long, so that triggers the rotate out of Monacy. 2 players in the right place for G2. You can never be certain, so Nexa can't leave B. But Nico, are they ready for him? Fame checks it, runs in, runs Nico down. Monacy's got to make a stand here, but a missed shot on that AWP, and now they close in. It's just Nexa. Was able to stem the bleeding down on that B site, but now he's got to cook up a 1v3. VP are not the type of team to give these ones away for free. James posted back at toilets, contact made from the site player, and they're even wrapping Nexa through the bank. Flick comes in on the backstab, and Virtus Pro tie this up at 6-all.
They just do so much with so little, do this team. And I love the game plan on the half for VP, because when you think, all right, who's playing that top side on the CT Overpass? It's actually Monacy and Nico. So of course VP are running all these early BXX and trying to completely avoid running into that AWP. The two full commits on A in that half, Monacy gets full mollied, once behind Dice, once behind Truck. He never really gets a chance to do anything in this CT side once we hit gun rounds for VP. So that's a fantastic game plan for Virtus Pro. A pace change in the last couple, that's what they wanted. The pop-out monster, and still they commit to upper. This was an abomination for Nico. He needed a kill there to set that round up. At 18 seconds, he knew they were coming. He was still paranoid of long. G2. Pistol round now. Can they replicate? Can they improve upon a fantastic T side?
Bit of an A-fake for G2. James gets that info early. But then G2 up and leave mid entirely. Nico's still floating around there, I guess, but the bulk of G2 group for the B play.
This is crazy. 4 upper and Norbert at monster with Julies. Like, the only way VP win this round is if Norbert just shreds them, gets 3 kills. And all in the while, VP are being sold this lie. Nico spotting top site, keeping them in their stand.
One and done for Norbert, yeah. You wanted more out of that if you're Virtus Pro. But he's one man versus the army of G2 as they come out through the monster tunnel. Plant in. Virtus Pro rotating down. They're still believing in the retake. I say that, James hasn't moved a muscle. He's still holding for Nico over in toilets. Nico is completely up and left. So James gets here a little later. VP very comfortable playing down to the wire, so they're not feeling that pressure yet. They move in together, and G2, both players are spotted down in water. Jumping through the heavens, it's James. And he delivers around 2 VP, late on the rotate, last man in, but what an impression he's made.
Yeah, in the sky, coming from the heavens, and he still hits that shot mid-air, stomps on G2's head, and that's with this crazy solo B setup that only goes 1-for-1. You feel like G2, that round was made for them, but they can't get it over the line, not in the post plant. Taking open fights from back Monster to set up those aggressive players, but VP knew exactly where they were. Their first timeout? Well, the game plan's gone swimmingly, and VP with a pistol round now want to try and work out how G2 will be using these Galils, these inevitable guns in the second round. You don't see T-sides plant the bomb and the pistol and then eco. It simply does not happen. The opportunity to break the CT's money in round 2 is so tantalizing. And on a map like Overpass, you take everything you can get.
Hooksy, someone who's drawing his fair share of criticism in the G2 jersey. This is going to be like the kind of ultimate test for him if he's able to pull out a winning T-side on VP's map pick while they're on the favored side of the two with a secured lead now, so you'd like to think. This is a real test of the brain power that Hooksy possesses. And he does have pieces to play with today, right? We're getting a nice game out of Hunter. Good stuff from Nexa as well. Nico and Monacy a little quiet. The latter is somewhat awkward because we've said oftentimes in games where Monacy isn't, dropping like 20, 25 kills. Yeah. It's often a bit of a struggle for G2.
I mean, Monacy needs to be a piranha in a pool on this T side. He needs to be everywhere, running around the map, finding these entries, finding these gaps.
The thing that's so beautiful about it is that VP make every team play their game. Like the way that G2's T side has begun here, there's none of the kind of ballsy, grouped up fast play that you're used to seeing out of the squad. Instead, they've started off slow. They went down towards B. Now they're grouped over here in middle, looking for the A hit. Hooksy leads the charge. But VP are more than ready to receive. 3 players in the top site. Util in hand for everyone on this CT side. They start to drop that in now at the first sign of Util from G2. Smoke's everywhere. That smoke's awkward. G2 have to try and play around it. Oh, Hooksy, stop shooting! Nexa whittled down by his captain, but they will overrun these players in the site. Flit, miss spray, and now it's just Norbert, but he sees the back of Nexa. He does more damage, can't follow up on a Hooksy, who will safeguard that round with a 3K, makes up for the damage done to Nexa.
What an unbelievable round from Hooksy there. 3 kills, will discount the team damage indeed, but both those players are low in the 1v2. Norbert set himself up perfectly. They're panicking over the plant with 13 seconds, and Hooksy just hits the necessary headshot. Got to give it to him, coming in clutch right when G2 need him to win that force buy off of the second round. Still looking stressed on G2 on the grindstone. And VP don't like that answer back. They are the ones broke now. 14 to 1800 a player. Ugly on CT side Overpass. G2 have manifested a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, that one hurts for VP. They knew the force buy was coming. They knew that they had to buckle down, play that like it's a full-on rifle round, give the respect to G2, and they weren't able to resist in spite of having a well-founded stack. Everyone on the right side of the map, fast rotates down from that B site. Felt like they were there instantly.
Yeah, I wonder about a close smoke. I feel like when VP have 3 guns already in the site before rotates come in, they drop that stairs smoke in front of A, but I think VP want those fights. That's, they have such a crossfire established, but I think they're overcooking it with Util a little bit. They block their own sight lines. G2 funnel through a gap and just trade out one by one.
Yeah, it kind of felt like they were expecting G2 to kind of take the little corridor over towards the left-hand side of that smoke. But G2 just do a mixture of barreling through it, nading it open, And now Hooksy continues his nice run of form here as he finds the opener in this round.
Ooh, back turn, but it's only a P250. Hooksy will live to fight another day. But he did see them rotating out, and the jump spot confirms it. G2 don't want this B site right now.
I'm really curious what this next round's going to look like for VP.
Yeah,
because everyone else would have forced here.
I think they just do this again, right? It's pretty standard to buy in this situation. So VP going for an eco is against the grain, but I'm not one to question it. I want to see how VP utilize this, because part of the idea is like, well, you should force here because then you're going to reset G2, but they've got loads of money. They won the eco, they won the force rather, they kept guns up. So VP could invest more next round than they are in this, try and catch G2 off guard. Oh, with double eco. We'll see. Smoke time is good, 30 seconds. G2 might have to go through with a bomb. It's going to reset. It's going to cut it close. I'm getting a little nervous.
Nade on Nico. He can blow that smoke open. Oh, he doesn't blow it open, but he does chase Jame down in the corner. That gives them their way. It's turned off by the USPs. Oh, God. This is a vanilla pistol round getting out of hand. They need this kill. They got to deal with Mir right now.
No!
And they will lock it in. Hunter looks like he had no idea that he was in at the truck, but will salvage the round. That gets uncomfortably close.
The stress.
For G2.
The stress.
They're under enormous pressure right now, and these rounds are not helping.
Oh, that's such a disaster for VP after they turn it into a perfect position. Mir getting out from that smoke, dinking Hunter. One shot would have done it. Hooksy was too far away. Mir could have tucked in, but he whiffs it.
Oh, and you know, I mean, it's even wilder because Hunter had thought he'd gone back through the smoke. He was charging at Dumpster in that moment.
Yeah.
It's only when Mir misses that first chance he's given that Hunter's able to flick back in time. These rounds aren't comfortable for G2. And so suddenly, you know, that actual eco in that round there, the decision to not buy, I wonder if the fact they bring it close is going to have any bearing on the purchase here for VP.
Norbert drops an M4, but they are still going to save for the full buy round in the next. G2 poised for a 2-round gap, unless Flit can stop it. I like that, you know, they put faith in Flit. He's been pretty quiet. He was 0-6 to start the game. He's made a recovery, but he should be the star of the show when it comes to Virtus Pro firepower. And so let's see if this boost up nets anything.
Going to employ some little gimmicks. Anything you can to give Flit an edge. But G2 are not B-ward bound. Instead, they're looking for middle.
It's a perfect round for G2 to just group and go for this long hit as well. They're going to avoid everything. VP are going to find out too late. I'm sure Jame has this smoke. And maybe G2 a little scarred of going through a long smoke. But they've done this so early in the round that they can afford to wait it out and go in late. The fear for G2 will always be walking into a stack. You'll never get rid of that. But even so, it doesn't look like VP are wavering from this defense. They can save the M4 if this is an A hit. And right now that feels inevitable.
And one smoke that Jame had, he's just used it to smoke off Monster. And now the A hit comes in. And so this probably will just be the full save from Virtus Pro. Jame, nothing to lose, but doesn't decide to play through that dumpster smoke. VP will just concede the round, and as you say, they at least now get to save this M4. That means they're going to have to fall by in the next. So this is a well put together streak of rounds from G2 where they've dealt with the stresses that VP have left them under. They come through with the force buy in round 2, and they find success on the back of it, allowing them this temporary glimpse of that winning feeling on the T side. But now it becomes a matter of, can they keep VP there?
Oh, can VP get anything out of this either? Look at them, they're boosting in the playground. Oh, that's a nice try. Hooksy hits a headshot. And hey, a kill is converted. Maybe a second. Monacy's very low. Gun's trying to get grabbed. Flip playing for the save. And Fame making it expensive at least. VP cash their checks. And will come through with a rebuy now. We've been waiting some time. G2 have laid out a T-side ahead of them off the back of winning that force buy round. And now they got to do right by it. Look for double digits. James Orb comes through immediately.
Boost up for James AWP, and once again, G2 want nothing to do with this B-bomb site. They've had a lot of success in these top site hits, and so they want to go back to that. We're in a very key round for G2. If they're able to pick this one up, if they're able to put this one past VP, they're moving pretty swiftly towards the finish line here, and that would be a huge win for G2 in the series, stealing away VP's map pick.
Oh, have we got an old school setup close long with the AWP covering? You could even flash them in, they're gonna go for it. Boost up. Oh, this is nice. Spots James throwing the util. Now they know that Fame is coming. Monacy hits both shots. The Marauder on the top site going in for more.
And now G2 just hit the go button. Mir behind the dice. Ugh. Can't convert the double on the spray, and with Flit dead in rotation, this round is all Nico and Monacy.
That's all you ever wanted it to be for G2. All it ever needs to be. Both these players performing when it matters.
As we say, you know, this is a huge win now for the G2 squad, winning this first rifle round. Look at VP's money. They were all in on this one. This was meant to be where they started streaking rounds, putting rounds back on the board. This was kind of the last stand of Virtus Pro here on Overpass. And with that one getting away from them, this save still looking to come through. I thought Nexa would have had that. But it's just going to be the one gun moving forward. G2 reached double digits. They're trying to shake a rough reputation at majors. It's not a good one that they have.
I mean, crazily enough, G2, these cores, they've played 4 times in the last couple of years. G2 have never lost this match. There's something to be said for that, with how many teams struggle against VP. And even when VP aren't in tournament winning form, some of the rosters they're able to remove, group teams, win a couple of matches in playoffs. Like we say it every day, on a good day, VP can beat anyone. Maybe except G2. What a round for Monacy. Catches that perfect jump timing, and that gives all the info away. He turns to dodge a flash. He does it on his own. Nico also hit some stunning headshots on the A site, and he's been relatively quiet, so no better time like that for the stars of G2 to shine.
This buy up for VP has the whole game riding on it.
Yeah.
And so now G2 are trying to take advantage of all this conditioning they've done, right? All these top site hits, you've never really had any presence at all down towards B. You haven't had players outside of Monster. You haven't been taking short. VP know that. They've boosted in most of these CT rounds, and they've never seen anyone. And so you're trying to play with the paranoia that you've set in. Nico left lurking through the toilets, through the bathrooms. Util throwing out earlier on over towards long. That re-smoking at Monster. Nexa decides to try and play ahead of it.
Okay.
Monacy will reply.
What?
Nails that trade through the smoke.
How they know.
And now Hunter's set up to move on in. Hooksy opens from the short side. Him and Hunter kills the piece down on lower. These are the rifles for VP. They were supposed to be the difference maker in this round.
Jane wanted to
trying
do
the lineup, yeah, but he can't do it in time. That molly denies it. So not even that goes their way. The guns are sacrificed down in defense of the B site, and they don't accomplish anything for Virtus Pro. G2 looking to steamroll this on the T side of Overpass.
That's extremely impressive, yeah, and the way they've done it as well. Clean rounds for the most part. Couple of clutch closers.
And Hunter is really defending that idea that he is a big game player. At a very quiet tournament. Very quiet time for the guy at the major. But in this all or nothing matchup, he sits top of the server. And that brings a smile to G2. That brings a smile to G2 fans. Because you're finally getting the numbers out of him that you've come to expect. Now with Monacy starting to find his form over these last few rounds, because he had a bit of a quiet first half.
This one, just off a feeling.
Feels like sky's the limit here for the G2 squad.
Yeah, to think that G2 might be VP's kryptonite. Often, G2 are their own kryptonite. So in a must-win matchup at 2-2 for the playoffs of the first CS2 major, G2 have come to the table. They're packing heat. It's everything we wanted from this team. But don't be the one to doubt VP from a losing position. The game is not done till the mouse is unplugged. So G2 need to stay locked into this match right now. If you are sleeping, VP will catch you. We've got Jame on an AWP. Bit of a save in the last one. They kept up some money. And they put it in their place. VP with a second rotation coming up to top site.
And I gotta say, I've loved the call-in thus far from this G2T side. I think Hooksy's done a very good job. I don't think you would play this way versus every team, but it works beautifully versus this VP squad.
Certainly helps when Monacy just bears down on every deep angle and has not been missing on this T side either.
Hooksy is at the front of the pack with the bomb.
Fame
is creeping up through short. Gonna catch Hunter with his back turned. Key trade out of Hooksy, but it's responded to from Mir. And so now Nex has got to go grab that package from short. Nico moving out through the long smoke, but he's waiting for his teammate to join him. Monacy now in the picture as they move in. G2 a man down, but control over the site. They've just got to deal with this truck player. Mir not offering anything up. That baits Nico into a deep peek, and James Orp's allowed to get involved. Monacy whittled down. There just isn't time for the round anymore. Keen shot on a James, but a missed one from Monacy, and he gets that Orp out of there.
They had one anyway. I don't think we would see VP double Orp, but that's a sick round from VP. G2 slow it down because they lose the trades on short, so Nico has to wait for that bomb to come through. But what that does is force G2 into a site where their smokes have expired. You know, Nico's trying to clear the truck player, but there's no smoke in bank. That Orb just bears down. Nice exit from Monacy, but it will not matter. They save James Orb every single time, no matter the cost. VP, they got the receipts and they've got 8 rounds. Finding something on the CT buy, and aggression suddenly supplementing. Surely they heard this. Over the top! Revenge is sweet for Fame.
Jame wins his fight down in connector, and G2 hit hard by the fist of Virtus Pro. They're staggered, they're knocked back. VP playing some mind games of their own now. It's been very passive across the board from this VP CT side. And suddenly they up the pace, they bring the fight to G2. G2 have been used to just getting all this control in mid for free. The guard's kind of down going into that round.
I mean, part of those plays is kind of what you expect when you see the names on VP, right? You have such aggressive riflers, especially in their previous teams before joining the squad. And I love that James can sometimes just let them off the leash. That feels like the evolution of VP when they started playing, you know, speedy T-side rounds, or a couple times a half, send those pack rifles to just chase. And VP run amok in this round. They go back for more. This might be too early. Fame being considered and dealt with by Hunter. There's still a second player that G2 shouldn't be ready for.
Missed opportunity.
Uh-oh. Should still be a save.
Yeah, they are just saving. And that's the thing. VP are trying to do as much damage as they can. They want to break G2 here. But this hunt might have to be called off. It's not worth sacrificing everything if you're VP. James is very careful with his checks and balances. And so they decide they put enough resources into trying to remove these guns. The scoreline's still closing up, and that's exactly what James wants.
2-round game. VP nipping at the heels of G2.
They have enough money here to get 4 rifles, but they're going to have next to no util outside of what was saved. Honestly gets his AWP back. But this is not a winning recipe for G2, and I like the timeout, honestly. It feels like they need some time, both to talk over the buy and how they're going to play from the back foot in this round. They are very limited in terms of the utility.
I mean, this would be, you know, right as we were singing G2's praises, they, you know, pull it together, they start strong. They have a great 5-round streak on the T side. It feels like it's all happening for G2. What a devastating way it would be to lose the map after that. VP just wake up at the final hurdle, roll out of bed and deliver G2 a knockout blow to go into map 2. Losing hurts, but losing against VP really hurts.
I mean, you know, the second map being Inferno, you know, that's one that VP take very, very similarly to how they approach Overpass. You're going to see these gambles. You're going to see these reads from Jame. Oh, there's an opener for Modesty.
It's more like it. Let him off the leash.
That's exactly what you want.
Let him feast. G2 smell blood in the water. They go gunning for it. Through the monster smoke, through this short molly. They'll leave Hunter here on a lurk. He's not really armed for this job, but he can hold on for a little bit. VP desperate for information. They're going to find out that short is almost fully clear. It's just Hunter and Connector as G2 starts stacking up. So right now, first protocol is contain the monster push. If it's not coming in, then we need rotates for Jame. He needs reinforcements, resources, and VP will send them up. Oh, they don't believe. They're gambling.
Full gamble B stack. That's actually mad, especially when they did that boost over towards short. They saw nothing.
Yeah.
This is Jame having a feeling.
It's also VP just trying to play the money game, right? They're trying to long out this match because maybe they don't believe in Jame holding solo against the whole team coming up long. G2 have found the gap in this game. Long has definitely been their way in. But that is a curious call for VP to completely concede the round like that. Didn't feel like if that was going to be a full monster rush, that a fourth player being there would be the make or break difference. So it's more VP just wanting that orb against map point. Ooh. One more step. Hello.
Don't want to lose anyone here when you've committed to the save, but Norbert didn't get the memo. Monacy will knock him out on the AWP. That entire round is won by Monacy's orb opening up that B site early. Jame is very particular about how rounds go down and how VP should play once they've lost that opening gunfight. And so sometimes one kill is all it takes to beat this team. And in a round where G2 were very much on the back foot, they had limited resources coming into it. They scavenged a buy together after saving that AWP in the round prior. It proves to be the undoing of Virtus Pro there, and a timeout now called through, the last one for Virtus Pro as they try to embark on this streak of rounds right down the stretch to bring us into overtime.
The last time I fought anyone in regulation as well. I agree with what you said earlier about how you've enjoyed Hooksy's calling in this game. I think, you know, when you compare these two in-game leaders, it's like the old fable of the tortoise and the hare, right? Jame being the slow and steady and calculated tortoise and Hooksy being the hungry hare. And, well, Hooksy's done a great job at tempering the pace in some of these T-side rounds. And, you know, after Monacy is finding picks, the groups have been really tight. And G2, let's just hope it doesn't end up like that old fable.
That's the thing, there hasn't really been a lot of pace in these T-side rounds for G2. It's been nice. They've played at VP's own game and beat them at it for the most part. It's actually just a battle of two tortoises. And Hooksy is the slightly better tortoise right now.
Well, at least the tortoise wins. Someone's got to. Will it be here and now for G2?
Monacy posted. That one kill he got off the AWP was enough to win them the round that brings them onto map point. And so he's keen to get involved again. Spam line up for Mir. Won't connect.
Still standing there, dangerous. So close to the mark, but not a point. Got a toilet set up now for VP. Playing a little bit more aggressive. And G2 finally looking like they do want to go for this late B hit. Monacy moves in, smoke just gets used. VP have a lot of util left, but that might not matter. It's up to Flit and Norbert. 2 Molotovs. One is pinned, ready to go.
I mean, Norbert's been the guy throughout this whole game. If anyone could withstand the B-pop, you'd like to think it's going to be him.
Nico kind of has to play here because they've got 20 seconds. He's lucky.
They just missed this timing, right? They just peeked out, and right as Nico crosses down in the connector, Fame, did he see that?
Disaster. Doesn't matter, they're stacking B anyway, they know.
So close on the backstab as well. That kill is free. Nico just popped out through middle. As here's Norbert close on the line. Sends G2 packing. Fantastic spray from Norbert. Well controlled, full blind the whole time. And a well-timed push out into mid. Just dodging Nico as he moves and slicks his way down through the connector.
And that play is perfect because even whether or not he kills him, whether or not he spots him, what it does tell you is, guys, we have front toilets at 20 seconds. There is no way this is an A hit. G2 must be outside monster. So VP, they ready the forces. Not only do they have rotates, they're flashing the peaks. Just that little bit more prepared, just that little bit too late for G2. As that tortoise tiptoes slowly closer and closer to that finish line.
I like this though, right? Like, you know, you don't have any pauses left, but if one thing can be said about this game, it's that the rounds have been long and they only end when you actually look to get into a site. So you can take all this time before that to talk about how you want to play this next gun round, because for G2, it's do or die in this next gun round.
Yeah, sure, they have the feeling that, okay, we've got overtime in our back pocket, but right now, James has you right where he wants you, you know? This, like that save in the 4v5 all led to this. They gave up map point, knowing they could play the long game, knowing they could win those last couple of gun rounds to get us into bonus play, and VP believe James does not have a problem here. 2 kills already. More players peeking and poking. And James plucking. Hairless.
James on for the ace right now. And it's only up against these pistols, but what an impression made. Fame comes in and finishes off the job. Okay, G2, this is the moment. This is the time. If VP bring this one into overtime, you're in their domain all of a sudden. And so G2, they just took a whole minute at the start of that round to talk about the moves they want to make here, how they want to play this round. Let's hope it was worth it.
They've already showed us 5 rounds in a row on this T side. G2 have done more than expected, but it's all for naught if they can't close now.
Even this is brutal, right? Like, think about how essential that Monacy AWP has been. That will not be making appearance in the final round of regulation. Monacy is down to a deagle as he brings out the util for G2, faster in towards the connector. G2 on a bit more pace on this round.
Yeah, Hunter trading out Hooksy is a nice 1-2 punch here. Hunter has been reliable for this G2 squad in this map, whereas Nico has been silent and silenced by VP. He's moving out long with the Galil. They pop out of the connector, James in the toilet. Now, this can be overwhelmed if all of G2 try and chase down this AWP. It might struggle to get back to the site, but that smoke might force repositions anyway, leaving Fame holding this divider line. And G2 go right through.
I can't believe VP are holding on to this. Fame doubles up! And with support from his captain, G2, all the time in the world, all the prep in the world, wouldn't have prepared them for that. Double toilet setup chews through the G2 ranks. Monacy can't even scavenge these guns. They're lost to VP. So he's moving in on the deagle, has to leave a lasting impression here. It's Monacy and Nico. It's the 2 players you think you'd want in this scenario, but Monacy is dead. And Nico all alone, trying to stop that tide of VP washing over G2. And there's just no way, there's no route back in for Nico here. Backstab through middle, James finishes the job, and this one gets brought to OT. Virtus Pro, there is always a bigger picture. There is always a master strategy from James.
And there is always more time, overtime in the first map here of this final chance for both these teams. 1 spot in the playoffs. All the pressure to perform here and now, and it is picture perfect for Virtus Pro in the final 3 rounds in a row. They make it. They concede map point. And it was worth it. Now Monacy's orb returns. And boy, it has to be the saving grace on the jump shot. Fame's face removed. Monacy, a monstrous opening kill, and VP are here to respond.
Walkout through Monster, immediately punished. Nexa rewarded for waiting, and even given another chance there as Flit just skirts on by.
Flit's holding deep, that's why he's not trading his teammate immediately, but I can't believe he lets Nexa go all the way back. The fear, I would lose this round if I die. But VP, they're not exactly in any kind of position to turn down a kill at this point in the round. 12-12. The gamble back up top at the right time.
Mir moves in, Jame in the toilet.
Again, long.
This has been G2's entire game plan, is abusing long, abusing this top site. Mir just turns away from the flashes, tries to reposition, run down by Nico. It's ugly from Mir. Jame back in the bathrooms. We've seen him deliver in this spot many a time, but just the one and done as Monacy stops the Jame from rolling. Now Flit's been spotted, and this save is anything but guaranteed for VP. Backstab out of Nexa. And G2 take the first round in overtime convincingly. Starts with Monacy on the AWP, extended by Nexa on his lurk down towards the B site. And then they end it the way that they started this T-side streak, the way that they started all this success on their attacking half, which is up through into the A play.
And that round just shows how much faith they have in Monacy. Even though Jame gets a kill in the toilets, they don't get off the plant, they commit to it. Monacy says, I got you, you trust him. Perfect trade kill into Jame, who once again is positioned in a round-winning spot. But too many targets and not enough time. It's VP using their one grace pause given to them in overtime. But right now, G2 at least setting that round up, at least got that buffer on the more difficult half.
It's good that Monacy still has mileage in him. Hunter's slowed down a lot from his high-flying performance we were getting coming into this second half. But a fast B play, a complete change of pace out of G2. Nico secures the opening kill. They're moving in. VP, this could be a knockout punch. They've got to hold on. And Mir will double up. Mir will make it happen. That slows G2's roll. Flit even here, supporting in the smoke. Fame might get overwhelmed. Are they ready for a second man? Nexa was, but can't connect. So now Hooksy and Monacy, the dying lights of this round. And with the backstab in from Jame, Hooksy is left alone, dealt with by Mir, who puts on a clinic in defense of that B site. 3 key kills. What a time for Mir to arrive in the server.
Yeah, clear bottom performer in the entire server for both teams. He completely whiffs the previous round on that long hit as well. So that's got to be very reassuring for VP that he can stand tall with a fantastic defense. I love the double barrels move as well. Even though G2 consider it, that smoke is such a problem. And somehow James, of course, shooting Monacy in the back on a monster flank. You don't see that every day from James. But this pro responds swiftly. James full flash in middle. He's got a reroute. A return to pace for G2. And it is punished with ease.
It's always one of the things that I think is so impressive about VP as well. Like, there's not been a pacey round like that out of G2 yet. That's the first time you see it now that we hit OT. Do VP stumble? Are they surprised by it? Does the complete and utter change of pace, the fact that suddenly they're getting Delta B rush, does that destroy this comeback from VP? No, it doesn't. And this is a team that's always playing with pressure. You feel like pressure can't really affect this squad with the way that they play, with how often these games are taken in overtime. How they play to the real extremities, the limits of the money in the opening fights. That's really what matters to this Virtus Pro squad.
Is that a shot on a jump check? If it was, that means VP have seen the bomb and they've seen a couple of players in water as well. Right as G2 are getting ready to execute into B, they kind of still have to go. 40 seconds, no map control. Nico needs an entry, but he's mollied, and hiding inside of the smoke is Norbert. He gives away nothing. G2 can recommit, but this is desperate.
And Norbert's so comfortable in defending this B site. One of the top dog anchors down towards B.
Oh, James.
This rotate out is mistimed, but he should get back in time. Fame deleted through the smoke. Hooksy's got the read. James got to deliver. This orb has to deliver. First shot connects. James dancing around, but he can't find any more than just one. Mir comes through. Mir comes through. And that's how VP win out this first half of overtime. It's Mir from bottom of the board with heroics in back-to-back rounds. For G2, a heart-stopping feeling, a gut-wrenching feeling right now. As they've given up this lead, they're not winning rounds on the T side anymore. VP are the ones in pole position.
Yeah, full control. Remember just how strong their T side of regulation was as well, especially after GT found the opening lead. VP went on a huge streak of their own. Norbert has played out of his mind since hitting CS2. This game is made for the guy. And Mir, what a recovery. Felt like after his time in Spirit, we would never see him return to the top of Tier 1 again. Questions of his attitude, joining a team that demands good attitude so much they even removed a player in an RMR mid-tournament. Jane requires a lot. And belief in Mir for good reason right now. Massive recovery in overtime, right when VP needs someone to help. A round up now and slow down as ever. He's got a boost up, but unless they combo it with this close molly, Mir's position will be absolutely fine. He's going to move out wide. Ooh, it's a delayed boost. They don't want to show it, so they call it off. VP surrounding B, but that bomb is still in connector. Back to an execute. 3 CTs in the site. Good smoke timing. VP have enough to execute. Any second of doubt can leave you positioned wrong for this pop.
Flash in. Here's that util, that flurry of flashes, but everyone's blind. Hooksy repositions. His teammates could get fed to the wolves here as they look to barrel through this smoke.
This is awkward.
More flashes from the heavens, doing a really good job of stalling out this VP exec. They're in the site, but no one's found each other yet. Finally, Hooksy puts that first kill on the board. That was the bomb getting away from Virtus Pro. More flashes from the heavens.
Done.
Hunter lends a helping hand, and with 10 seconds left, there's no way back into this for Virtus Pro.
Wow, the power of that close smoke on the pillar, the electronic smoke, absolutely ends VP's day. There's 20 seconds on the clock, and they're 5v5 in the site, and no one's even got a kill yet. I gotta give it to Hooksy. He's come through with some seriously high-impact frags in this map, especially on the T side, getting huge entries, and he plays in a pivotal position on CT as well, playing rotation, which, yeah, sure, that's a great spot for the in-game leader to be. Feel like you can always be there to support, but it's also a role we see so many stars play, where you need to be taking heads-up fights coming up on CT side, getting behind that dumpster in time. Hooksy's delivering on his job. G2 level the playing field, 14 apiece. It's first to 16.
Ooh, awkward. Little flash there to try and
I think that was intentional.
Try and clear out the monster tunnel. Actually, it was a sick flash.
Yeah, if there was an AWP on that holding a deep line, that would have completely got them. It at least pushes G2 back for an attempted aggression, but m0NESY hits his. That provides a path for Nico to back off. He's had a wavering game, has Nico now. But much as how Mir stepped up right at the end, Nico can deliver something here in these final couple of rounds. This could come to a close in G2's favor. They're right on the fringe of a win on VP's map pick, and in a 5v4 as well.
Oh, Flit's so close. And yet so far.
They're out.
Hunter dead over towards short. Hooksy blind down in pit. What? They're blocking each other. This is awkward. And Norbert comes through in a big way. Oh, that's a disaster for G2. And what a round you're getting out of Norbert here. It's another big multi-kill, one where he runs solo and gets it done for VP. Crazy to think that, you know, you talked about it earlier on, how at the RMR, they subbed Chiron out, right? They took him out of the squad. It was because he was brought in to replace Norbert after VP had won the major. They moved Norbert onto the sub bench. And since he's come back, especially on Overpass, dude, this guy looks lights out.
Yeah, probably extremely motivating factor, you know, getting a second opportunity with the team you win a major with, but it's also just the individual form in CS2. His stats have shot up, his impact, and clearly his comfortability inside of VP. 26 and 17 on Norbert right now, and he was lights out from the get-go, from the very dawn of this game.
Yeah. It was him who opened up that 2v5 that even began the streak of rounds for VP.
That's a good point.
Nailed that double kill over towards Party, and that's a round that G2 won't soon be forgetting. You imagine if that doesn't come through, if they didn't win that 2v5 all those rounds ago, this game would be over right now. G2 would have already won it. Now they banked up their one extra attack pause in OT for this exact moment, in case they were in this position. G2 are now clutching at straws that they can pull this one into double overtime.
Slipping through their fingers right now. Remember, it was 11-7 for G2, and we said everything was going perfectly. It was a 5-round streak. The calling was a masterclass. m0NESY was entering. He's cooled off as well. A couple of kills here and there, but no one has stepped up to fill the void. And G2 now, from that 11-7 lead, are 5 deaths away from defeat in this opening map, to close their elimination stage, to perhaps close their major. Mir may do it. Dirty through the smoke next to responds. G2 keep it even for now.
Nika might be getting tested over here in mid. Him and m0NESY have to fall back. Now the connector control's been taken by VP. m0NESY actually hangs around in the toilets. Not for long, he'll up and leave. The VP are grouping, they're amassing over here outside of the B site. Fen going back to spawn, grabbing some extra util. VP just act like they have hours in these rounds. They have hours to play with. Oh, but what a shot out of m0NESY.
He's got to go now. He's got nothing left.
And here's the thing, even though m0NESY wins that fight, he's not going to be in the right spot when this exec moves in. Instead, the fate of whether this goes to OT hinges on Nexa and Hooksy. Two of the more criticized players in G2 have got to stand tall here. And with Nexa dead early on, Nico moves down. Call this guy the king without a crown. Never was able to lift that major trophy and go. Might be robbed of the first chance in CS2. Bomb plant comes in. m0NESY now posted up in the heavens. G2 in a 3-on-3. They use their last bit of util there, so they've got to win this on the fights. And with Jame posted, with that bomb ticking down, smoke still up, they're paranoid. G2 do not have infinite time here. They've got to get moving. VP just haven't given them a single fight. No one's overstepped. And here's that first swing, that first incision. Just Hooksy left to try be the difference maker, but it's Norbert, King Norbert on the other side, and in with the backstab. Norbert has done it in OT at 16-14. Norbert rises to the occasion, a master throughout. And so this map is recovered by Virtus Pro. They play their game, they play the long game, and they now sit one map away from the Royal Arena.
G2 worn it down to their bones in a classic VP way, and the vultures of Virtus Pro just pick at the scraps.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, guys. Well, lots to talk about, so let's start. I mean, first of all, obviously G2, they look to be in pole position. We had everything you need in your win condition. We've got m0NESY getting those entry frags and doing really, really well. And then Virtus Pro were able to just battle back into it, a masterclass of calling from Jame. So where do you want to start?
I want to start with Norbert. I think Norbert was
play.
the turnaround guy for me personally, right? Because G2, as you pointed out there, Rich, a great start to the game. m0NESY was looking really, really solid, feeling warmed up. And in this round, this I believe it's a 2v5. Yeah, it was a 2v5 where Norbert just steals it away. And from then on, we can see James trying to put together the classic VPT side, right? It's slow, just battle of attrition, bleeding your opposition dry. And even when you make someone like m0NESY, the best opera we have right now in Counter-Strike, is feeling miserable on that A bomb side with just the utility protocol. What can you do? And then you see G2 just putting up a pretty solid T side, right? We see m0NESY starting to come alive, getting his revenge. But even then, VP, they just refuse to be put away on this map.
Yeah, that was a very tight, very close game. Definitely like the composure being showed, actually by both teams.
Yes.
You felt the VP were in the trenches in the beginning, then you felt G2 had the upper hand, they were about to close out the game, and then all of a sudden it's VP fighting back. I would argue I agree with everything you said in regards to Norbert, but I was expecting Nico to be that guy.
Yeah,
I was expecting to put his name into the mix right then, and he's just not showing up right now.
We have to talk about that, I think, is just a bigger story. This isn't a off tournament for Nico. Look, I'll say something. I think a lot of people in the community, they lean into lazy narratives like a lot of the time, particularly around players. They don't work the events and they don't have the insights necessarily. But Nico, you know, has been missing since CS2 started. That is true.
That is true. You know, he has not been the same caliber of player ever since CS2 came out. There's been glimpses of what he can do in CS2 still. We had a couple of games during World Finals. At Blast, I remember he went off. The RMR was another
He was
positive.
great in the RMR.
He was great. It was a positive experience. But let's not forget that Nico used to be the only rifler in the world who could consistently put up a 1.35 rating over the course of 3 months. He would consistently show up and dictate the games. He would consistently show up on the stage and play wonderful Counter-Strike that would help fuel G2 to win games, even win tournaments they had no business winning. We haven't seen that Nico at all, and one of the issues with that is that we see the consequence in this game right here. m0NESY is having a fantastic showing. Maybe on the scoreboard it doesn't look that impressive, but m0NESY was single-handedly keeping them in the game. The opening kills, the opening sequence, especially on the T side, had there been a Nico to follow up on that, had there been a Nico who occasionally would win 1 or 2 rounds on his own, which he's been known to do for 5 years, that would be great. That would be G2 winning this map, but with no Nico right now, G2 is fragile.
When Hooksy and Nexa and Hunter and everyone in the team, especially Hooksy, is out-fragging you, finding more impact, more ADR, more assists, and everyone's doing that work, and you just seem to go missing individually. It is very worrying, and like you said, Pimp, like if Nico just put up like 20% more, G2 have that one in the bag. But I don't want to take away too much from VP either. I think they put up a masterclass of calling there from the side.
Sure, yeah, and look, we talk about Norbert a little bit more. Standout player, obviously got his major as well, you know. So
then he got kicked.
Yeah, and then he, you know. But I mean, you know,
and he's back.
Yeah, he's back now, and that's what's important. And look, I think one of the things that you kind of have to acknowledge is right now this is a game that favors the rifles a bit more, and when riflers are able to have these pop-off games, they can really go out and dominate there. And you know, Norbert's not a name you might associate with that, but he's absolutely done G2 here.
And especially on the T side as well, right? This is the guy who's going to be floating outside that monster position, right? He's going to make sure that, you know, whenever there's any aggression coming in from the CDs when they're trying to push for information, he's just going to shut you down every single time. But also when it comes to these hectic hits coming in, he's just lights out. He's like, Overpass might just be his best map, if you ask.
Yeah, and we saw that, you know, he's finding so much impact. This multi-kill as well in Monster. You're down 12-9.
This is great.
G2's knocking the door.
This smoke is so annoying as well. Like, what do you do if you're G2 right there?
Well, if you're Nico, you don't contest it. We spoke about it, Richard, when it happened, right? It does feel like Nico as well, not to drag the conversation back, but he's forcing the issue, and he was constantly being punished by Norbert in that regard. I also want to point out, you know, that we had Flit, and we had Murray, and we had Fame, you know, a trio of riflers with Invertus Pro, who are normally the ones who need to step up, especially when you speak of Fame and Flit. They were nowhere to be found within the first 24 rounds in this game. So I'm going to make the case and say VP didn't play good Counter-Strike. They didn't play their A-game, yet they were still able to win on Overpass. To me, that's a sign of class and perhaps a sign of what's coming on map number 2.
Yeah, well, can we talk quickly about that? I mean, obviously now you sort of said you felt that VP had to win Overpass. So no chance for 2-0?
There's a chance, but I don't see it likely right now for G2. For VP. I think G2 coming into Inferno have shown that they are consistently playing well. It is one of the few maps where Nico is still performing. It is a map where Hunter feels comfortable. It's a map where m0NESY is lurking around with AWP and doing a lot of damage. And VP in this tournament, they beat some Brazilian teams. They lost to some Brazilian teams. They got absolutely smacked by Eternal Fire. So I think we're looking at a 1-1. But for my money, VP did themselves a favor by winning Overpass.
I think the problem, the biggest failure of VP on Inferno Inferno, and I think Eternal Fire did a very good job exposing the weaknesses. Where the T side with VP, they usually thrive on. We're praising the Overpass T side, how to slow it down. They bleed out all the CT side economy. They weren't able to do that against Eternal Fire yesterday. Against Eternal Fire, in fact, I think Magic called a masterclass of economy management and utility management, which is very important. So many of the times when VP, they want to go for this last 20-second executes, there's one smoke, one Molotov remaining for Eternal Fire, and you know the tendency with VP, they're going to be playing the long game, and they just, when you see a smoke with like 15 seconds left on the clock, they're like, all right, abort, you got to get out of here, right? And that's what actually cost them the entire map. They got destroyed by them. So a clear weakness on the T side of VP here, and if I'm G2, you're punishing that.
Yep, well look, guess what I've got for us today?
Oh.
This is important for G2 fans to know. This is the display. Mindset is everything, guys. This is really good advice if you're in a must-win qualifying game to get into an arena of sorts, I would say. And you can see, look, see, you've got your little cat up there.
All right.
But you're a tiger.
Who's the kitten here in this analogy?
That'd be
Nico.
This is Nico.
This is Nico needs to get this back. You know, we need to turn this upside down. Anyway, you can get your display. You go to display.com/PGL. If you buy 1 or 2, you get 22% off. If you buy 3, you get 33% off. Super easy to mount, maybe to put even on a desk as you're playing and just look over it when you're trying to clutch. Keep yourself positive.
What happens if you turn it around? Upside down.
I don't know.
You can actually spin it.
Yeah, there you go. Like that's what we
Nico.
need. So hopefully Nico can find his inner tiger, guys, and much love to Displate for being here at the Major. Gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick break now, so we're going to watch the other game. Yeah, exactly, and it's going to be probably a long one. We're going to buckle up. Make sure you do too. We got the next map coming for you in just a few moments.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We're spinning our magical roulette wheel and seeing what team it lands on to build the ultimate fantasy team here at the Copenhagen Major. And I've got G2's Hunter with me. Super teams, that's what you're a part of. So you're gonna try and build one better. Do you think that's possible?
I think it's possible, we'll see.
With you as the GM, it should be possible, Hunter. Let's spin that wheel and see which team we're going to get first. And that is going to be Eternal Fire for starters.
That's a tough one. I mean, the Hexantaris is a star player, but I think I can get maybe a better from some other team. Voxic as well is good, but yeah. I would take Wikalia. I think he's pretty good in his role. In my opinion, he's one of the best, and he's shooting insane. So I would take him.
Nice, okay. Well, Katie is the first man in. See what second team is going to be, and I like that. It leaves you a lot of other options still when you got 4 spins. You're thinking smart with it.
I need to be a bit lucky as well in this one.
Yeah. And
oof, give me heroic, please.
Yeah. I love that. Please give me heroic. Right on the edge, but you did get it.
Yeah. Oof, this one is not easy, but I think I would take Nerds. I think he's not the star player, but he's kind of second star player, I would say, and he can lurk. So I would take him. I think it's pretty good.
Nerds is a solid choice. This is already 2 good ones to start with. You narrowly avoided errors to go your way. Oh, but you didn't avoid it this time around. This is called Karma Hunter.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine. I think I'll take Jacob as an entry fragger.
And he's been beasting.
Yeah, he's older better, I would say.
He's getting better with age, like a fine wine, they would say.
He's like really good lately.
So you still need an IGL, and you still need an AWP.
Yeah, I know.
And you're going to get to start with Ecstatic, the only full Danish team here.
Okay, so who is IGL there? Patty, I think?
Patty, yes.
I must take him.
Must take him, don't risk it. Yep.
I need to take Patty.
Patty is the IGL. We'll give him a chance on a super team to prove himself.
Why not? They've been doing really good lately, and I think he's a big part of it, so yeah. Let's spin the Oper.
Let's spin the Oper, that's what it is now.
Let's go G2, please.
You get it.
Okay, Hades, that's it. Easy.
Could this team you just assembled beat you guys on G2?
No.
No.
No. I don't think so. Right now, no.
Okay.
But yeah, I think pretty decent team.
How far would this team, though, that you've just created, go in the major? How deep would it be?
Let's be honest, playoffs, let's say quarterfinals, I would say.
Okay, that's respectful. Not too far, not overestimating them, but giving them a chance in there.
Yeah.
Good mix of experience and young blood.
I think they would need some time to practice, to get used to each other, to play more together, but I think they have a potential.
Potential is there. Potential in you as a GM, but this time you were hindered by the wheel, didn't have some luck on your side.
No, it's fine. You cannot have luck everywhere, it's fine. I'll keep it for the group stage.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully you got it for there. Best of luck, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James.
It is just kind of vintage Virtus Pro right now. That's exactly what we're getting out of them. They long out that first map, 16-14, in a gut punch victory on Overpass. We get ready to head to Inferno now. G2, this is where they have to turn it around. This is where we need numbers put up from the man on our screens, Nico, the one with everything to prove. From when he first stepped onto the world stage, for me, that was, back in FaZe, but I know he had a stint in Mouse. There was never any doubt in the past that Nico was gifted, that he was the top dog and would have this mammoth trajectory. You would have never envisioned a world 7 years ago when he first moved into that FaZe team and they immediately had a run at Katowice, that this guy would be in a position where he was left without the big coveted trophy in Counter-Strike. And now, we know how his saga in Go ended. We know that he was never there to hoist that major trophy. And CS2 might open with that same level of disappointment if they fall down to Virtus Pro here and now.
Yeah, it's not just the accomplishments, it's the performance as well, wavering for Nico, which has been the saddest reality, right? His ratings diminishing, third highest on the team in this tournament. And sure, you got Monacy up there. Hunter has had a couple of really strong maps like the previous, where he started very strong. But yeah, we need the world beater Nico to perform at the level we expect this name to. and he's not delivered this major, and this is it. Put up or shut up right now in the final game of the elimination stage. Maybe the final map for G2 if they don't take their pick. Now it is Inferno. It's a comfortable one. It's a home map for G2, but at the same time, VP historically have had no issues. All that being said, we've seen a pretty bad face from VP at this tournament on Inferno. Their opening game versus Imperial was ugly. They were losing some very weird, advantageous rounds, but much as how G2 got rocked yesterday and hopefully have used that to motivate themselves, I feel like VP taking some weird losses to Brazilian teams and Eternal Fire as well at the major may have made them relook at this map a little bit. What level do they bring in? Can they send G2 0-2 in the 2-2 game? That's the goal for James.
Well, James is dead very early on in this one. Hunter secures the opener in the pistol. He at least looked good in that last game of Overpass. It was a pretty jarring slowdown out of Hunter down the stretch as that game raged on into OT. But a little smoke push from Flit is punished immediately. Hunter gets the ball rolling.
They knew that was coming. They really set up for that kill. Even next, they're tucked in that corner with the bomb. They know VP's reaction. They know they're going to find empty bomb sites in this game.
And here's one thing that's been a bit problematic for VP on their Inferno is that this is one where James is, you know, we kind of know what to expect from VP. That's always the weird thing about them, is like teams know exactly what to expect from Virtus.pro, but it's so hard to counter. Their Inferno, however, across the majors so far, some of these usual gambles, some of these usual stacks that are the bread and butter of this Virtus.pro squad haven't been coming through successfully. There's been some misreads, there's been some missteps along the way. And so we've seen they're not infallible here. And so hopefully that kind of gives G2 a little more faith, a little more confidence. They'll be able to piece together answers in this game. They try hunting down the pistols, and they live to regret it. Hunter, the only man to survive on the round. But G2 get away with the pistol, and already I heard a good bit of getting vocal there.
Yeah, a bit of tactician work for Hooksy. He'll need to in this game, right? Try and find those gambles. You know, this is a map where G2 can hope to see a recovery from Nico, because there's going to be rounds where he can solo Banana and he can prod that B-bomb site on his own and hopefully find the gaps and figure out where the stacks are. You know, he was not having fun on Overpass T side. That's to say for sure. 6 kills across his entire T half, including the overtime, and just couldn't find the gaps, couldn't even get front toilets. Was getting backstabbed when he rotated down Con in that 20-second B hit. It was not a good look. So it's going to be more options open, hopefully, for G2. Or at least a more linear line to follow on Inferno. Everyone knows what they're up to. It's just VP who like to subvert expectations and play on a whim and gamble more than most. Smokes are getting stalled in this round for James. They've got 3 up. Don't want to leave it too long. He might never get a chance, but it comes down library side, giving G2 access to the spawn, but they want the A site.
Oh, no, but from down in the pit is able to save Mir's life, but he won't take it any further than that. And so this one, a lock-in for G2 as VP call the save. And there's going to be a lot of this, you know, there's going to be a lot of rounds like this where a couple of kills in the right place just decide the outcome, and even more so because of the team that G2 are up against. This one is really a battle of brains. Do you have the opening moves?
Well, actually, it's not just the opening moves either. It's the closing of the game, and I think that's like we just learned last map. I can just never count VP out. You should never either. G2 were 11-7 up. They still lost in overtime. VP conceded 12 rounds to save 4 guns and an AWP, and G2, they learned it against Ecstatic yesterday. They learned it in that first map of Overpass. They've just got to keep them coming. They've got to lock in. They've got to be unwavering in their focus.
And I think, during our kind of setup for this one, it's easy to home in on Nico because he is someone who's been middle of the pack, not where you associate him with. He's the guy with this, like, kind of tainted legacy at majors who's trying to recover. But even as you look down the line, when you look at Monacy, who has been in this team for a good while now, you see what he's able to do. You see the numbers this guy's able to put up. You see the level he's able to play at consistently. And you don't want that going to waste, right? I think as much as there's a conversation about Nico in this team, there has to be one around Monacy as well. He's given some of his best years to the G2 squad.
For sure. And
you don't want to feel like they're being squandered in a team that don't have what it takes to lift trophies. When this squad was put together, that was the goal. They weren't meant to be one of these teams that just try to break into the top 5 and stay there. This was meant to be a team to bring the trophies to G2. Yeah, that's why they spent such a pretty penny on Monacy.
Yeah, he went from the Na'Vi Junior Academy squad straight into a world-beating team, straight into a grand final in Katowice with mind-bending numbers as well. So, out of the gate, hitting high heights, but there's a long fall down before you hit the ground. G2 execute into B. They've got the entry. That FAMAS has been picked back up, and James is utilizing it inside of the site. He's got to get a multi-kill here if they want to have any chance, and the flash is good. 2 kills from James. Still down a man. Mir through the smoke, and that's just a hope and a prayer as G2 managed to snuff out this round.
And contrary to popular belief, it's not Norbin time in this round. The 1v3 will not be happening. And so G2 are able to break through the ranks of Virtus Pro, even with those saved weapons, even with the pistols, finding some success. Or Jame rather with that double. But the real test, the first proper test is in this follow-up.
The longer he leaves this, if he can get a dink at the end, he could kill a player to the bomb, but...
They're always playing the money game.
Yeah.
RVP.
Oh, the dink, he gets a kill cleanly. Hey, you take it. Under control for G2. It's fine, that's how it's supposed to start. That's what it says in the script, but VP just need time. The Time Lord at the helm, cooking up a round on the CT side with the AWP. No kits here for VP. Not much of a retake map anyway. And prioritization of Molotovs, 4 across this team. Fire traded a banana. Let's see how G2 opt to fight in this position. They're putting a lot into it right now. Mollying the top, going through the smoke. Both teams throw a banana smoke in this round. Give them the air of control. Huxi has got the half wall now, but there's 3 at B. There's a flash setup as well. James is here with the orb. Oh, good molly. VP are about to explode back in, and they still may. But they'll let James take that first contact. Oh, here comes Flares.
Like this, they're just leaving Nico to hang around at the top of Banana. And he might get rewarded for this patience, but the flash destroys him. And Monacy's now out of the round as well. This re-aggro into the top of B for Virtus Pro, perfectly timed.
Was Nico stuck there and he could, maybe couldn't move because he's crouched under that little lip? I don't know. He didn't even turn from the flash. He didn't even try and fall
He did
off.
just kind of accept his fate, didn't he?
I'm feeling like maybe he was stuck. He couldn't, just slowly sneaking. I'm not sure. That just felt out of place. G2 now lost in the source, lost in the open. 20 seconds as they burst into the crossfire. There's 3 players here. There's no hope as VP choke out G2 with seconds to spare and with ease on both sides.
VP already have kind of successfully removed one of these key pieces from the G2 toolkit, right? So often G2 are able to find success over towards B on the back of Nico, or that kind of flash re-aggro play back into the top of Banana immediately sets a bit of a precedent. The VP won't give you the early fights on your terms, but they will come and take a few of their own.
There's a nice setup. We're not seeing a lot of teams actually retaking Banana control, retaking top B. VP just use it for kills. then they get back into their bomb site. They force G2 round the map.
And so now this is VP trying to flex that a little bit, right? Not only did we retake Banana last round, this time we've full taken Banana.
Oh, so risky.
G2 call their bluff. They play through the smoke.
Even just showing there at Car might force more util than G2 wanted to use at this position, but they see him jump back. They'll take this control. That deep molly is annoying as G2 line up their own util. They have to run right through.
Fame. Oh, awkward spot to be in, but Fame doesn't crumble. The Fame doesn't go to his head, he goes to theirs. 3 kills on the fountain, and even more to do. It's not over yet, but Fame, a pillar of resistance, finally locked out by Nexa. He's done all he had to, and then some in the round. m0NESY with a bomb plant as G2 try to claw back a 2v4. It's m0NESY or nothing for G2. Slinks his way into the back of the site, but now on the smoke push, they've seen him. m0NESY will get the better in all, but still has some heavy lifting to do, does m0NESY. Up and over. Tap on the bomb. VP do not overreact. They call his bluff. They see that he's not planting. m0NESY's trying to hunt down these kills. Mir not peeking from Banana. This is crazy. m0NESY's being given so much room, but at this point, he fully discounts Banana, surely. If anyone was there, they would have peeked him by now. That's how m0NESY has to feel. And James has come walking into the Lion's Den. m0NESY, one man left to find, and it's Mir who played it silent and slow from Banana to rob m0NESY of that clutch.
Unbelievable. Unreal. The bait of a lifetime from Mir, but it gets the round, and that's all VP ever wanted, ever needed. James telling him to not move, surely, because he's pushing into the site on his own. m0NESY is given 2 simple kills, but a misread, a miscomm, and a misunderstanding, whatever it may be, no clue about Mir's position.
You cannot fault m0NESY for not knowing that Mir is Banana there. That is not how any other team in the world would have played that 3v1 once it starts to spiral out of control. You would have been double swinging him. You would have heard the footsteps when he's chasing the kill in towards CT. Mir would have reacted if he was on any other roster, but that's not how James envisions the game.
It works. You can't argue with the results. Oh, what an unbelievable 3K for Fame. Like, he should be dead there. He should be gone after 1. That's a thin fountain. And it's G2's blood that spurts from it. 3 unbelievable kills on the defense. And already I'm liking what I see out of VP towards B side, because in that Imperial game, there were so many rounds where VP would play 4A, they would leave Fame in CT spawn, he would play his nade protocols, he wouldn't even fight for the site. This guy's a rock-solid anchor. He is a young talent. I want to see him giving it his all in these positions and going down with a bang, taking G2 with him, and that is more like it from Fame. 3 kills to set VP up for a close, anti-clutch. Nice try for m0NESY. He's at least hitting. But VP stick another landing. Tuck and roll.
Silent creep through the apartments. Oh, not so quiet anymore. And here's the thing, like, VP showed just because they're not this hyper-aggressive, hyperactive team, it's actually their inaction that causes that paranoia in their opponents. That flash there you have to react to. You're kind of jittery, especially after how that last round went. G2 desperately looking for a pick-me-up here, and a missed molly from Norbert could give them a way in. Mir holds the line. James lends a helping hand, and now he's playing over the smoke and not into the hands of Nico. He plucks out from the bomb site, boxed into a little corner. A flawless round from Virtus Pro.
G2 get back sight on A. They don't get a kill or a bomb plant. VP slaughter them with 3 players. And that's after Norbert gets mollied. Mollies himself. Smokes just hides. Mir has the cross. And I love James' little moto smoke as G2 throw one to cut off the arch position. James throws one next to it, which lets him climb up on that bike and look over the top of Graveyard, still enshrouded by the smoke. This is a lethal game out of Virtus Pro right now.
worried that G2 are a little flustered with how these last few rounds have gone.
Can you blame them?
The idea that they might have come so close, only to fall out of a playoff deciding match, at being that 1BO3 away from getting into the arena. And for a team like G2, you know, I don't really think they care about the journey. It's just the destination. They just want to be there. They just want to get there. That's where these guys do their best work. They are proven in those environments. VP, meanwhile, never a team to feel that pressure. The way they play CS removes any idea that this is a team that can't handle pressure. When every game is down to the wire, you're always on the edge of your seat, and so they've learned to be cool and calm, collected. Jane holding on in middle, nails that opener. Hooksy, 0-7 start here to the T side of G2.
Jane loves his angle. Oh, it's a missed shot. He sees the fingers around the corner, follows up, can't connect. He can just block it and go and help his team. There's only 15 seconds. This bomb's coming up short side, not for long. Gunned down by Mir, who's made a miraculous recovery in this matchup. Deagle dry, and VP fight their way to another 5 alive round. They are stacking right now, amassing cash, and stepping themselves closer and closer to that finish line. The tortoise keeps marching on.
I mean, dude, even the body language is concerning. I don't want to be some armchair psychologist, but they just look a little timid, like they're just going through the motions, like it's an autopilot game right now, and VP are the ones with the remote.
It didn't even feel like G2 got ahead of themselves. Like they weren't neck and neck with VP in that last game, but look at this with the Molotov. Fast and dead immediately. Jame is managing to get back to safety. He doesn't even fear that he's being chased. Even though long smoked, he knows G2 are playing exactly into him. A hell of a throw up mid for G2, trying to catch the timings off, but we saw an Overpass. Those rush rounds, the one called in overtime, VP are always ready. You can change the pace, you can't change the results. Nico might need help, he's getting mollied out of B. Smoke forced.
He's rolling his sleeves up, he's doing everything he can to like try and bring himself back into the game externally, but he needs that round internally. He needs that round where you look at it and you go, that was all Nico. And if one of those doesn't come soon, if he's never brought back into the game, G2 won't have the manpower, the resources to win this.
For BXX, we've seen Fame do some incredible work here. He will be locked out in spawn, but he's got grenades, and I imagine he'll break that CT smoke with his HE. Flit's got the same situation. Covered from quad. Molotov ready. Here come G2.
They're stalled out by that molly. They've got to wait even longer. They've got to waste even more time. It's down to the final few seconds as they move in. Nico leads the charge. Back of the site, he's cut down. Mir spamming smokes. And now Flit trying to send Nexa out of the round as he's boxed in. They're not even giving him the fight. And there just isn't time for Nexa to win this. VP are masters of the clock. And G2 are playing right into their hands. And that's the absurdity of Virtus Pro. It feels like every team that plays against them becomes some funhouse mirrored image of the VP style. You're throwing in these execs with 19 seconds left. There's still mollies on that B site to take the pace out, to slow it down. The rotates are moving in. G2 can feel that they're already losing control of this game on their map pick. And for Hooksy down 0-8, he's having to worry about his individual form while trying to outcool Jame, who's been a class act throughout the series. This is textbook Virtus Pro. And when they are playing like this, there are very few teams that can beat them. There are very few teams that are in that conversation. Across this series, historically, it's always been G2 winning it. When it really matters, VP might take their first win over the squad.
It's always group games, right? It's Pro League matches, it's opening rounds, it's G2, 4 BO3s in a row every time they've beat VP. But right now, with the most on the line, with the most it's ever mattered. VP are rising to that occasion. Quick, up banana. Nico is in the crossfire right now. He is in the lion's den. They're getting mauled one by one. Bites taken out of G2. Hooksy 0-9. Nico, a non-factor. Nate out, that's dangerous. It's a swing through spawn smoke. There's still a third player here. You can't get rid of Fame. Another kill comes through. That molly does its damage. Fame will fall, and m0NESY has to do it again.
It is the exact same situation. m0NESY stopping Fame on a tear, and now left in what was a 1v3.
Where are they?
Once again, Norbert this time is the one taking up banana. Mir waits back in the church. m0NESY, he was betrayed to the clock last time, so this time he tries to rush that bomb plant, but he'll get chased. Mir doesn't peek him. m0NESY actually has a chance to fight here. He was betrayed by the banana push last time. He has to be aware of it this time, and he was, but Norbert lands the shot, and so m0NESY, another clutch attempt denied before the ball even gets rolling.
And again, who would think that it's just Norbert putting on an unbelievable performance, back-to-back maps, incredible impact. Fame, rock solid at this B site. Yet again, another 3 kills, and he is left completely alone there. Still manages to drag one more with him. And when m0NESY can't even pick up these incredulous clutches we know him for, it feels like it's not meant to be for G2.
I mean, that's been like one of the consistencies, as terrifying as it sounds, was that m0NESY, a couple of times a game, really, for G2 across their major run, will put up clutches to give you those must-win rounds, to give you the rounds that make all the difference when it comes down to the wire, and they're not landing right now. I don't think you can fault him for not being able to win these 1v3s. No. He shouldn't be in that position anyway, but even then, he's able to get away with it more often than not, and he's being entirely silenced here. A timeout called for VP, rather. They're not happy with how that last round went down. That's how clinical they're trying to keep this. And here's the thing, when VP are at their best, they don't just win games. They don't just beat a team. They destroy a team. They pick it apart. It's a harrowing time when you're playing versus this VP squad.
6 rounds straight. G2 have tried all manner of things. Nico solo locking banana, going for instant executes, Hunter running the mid molly. But every round, almost every round, coming down to those last 20, 30 second XX, and VP are just so prepared. Stalwart on this B site, Flit spams the smoke, and Nico continues to be unable to catch a break. They go one step further, Flit walking down. James AWP beckons them in. The gap is pit. It's only Norbert on short side. VP could be locked out of the site, but I wouldn't put it past Norbert to pull out multiple kills in that position. They jump past the orb. James spotted. Can allow Flit to escape here, but you might not expect him this deep, this late. You might not ever find out. That bomb, oh dear, the bomb's crossing. The bomb is coming up through ramp right now. G2 are trying to get ready to execute A. This bomb is nowhere to be seen. Are they going to come back banana in the final seconds? Will Flit play ahead?
No.
He's found Hooksy in the spawn.
And that's Hooksy 0-10, dying with the bomb at T-ramp with 30 seconds left in the round.
How can you call against that?
G2, they're all here, they're flashing through, they're trying to recover it, they're doing all they can, but there just simply isn't time. 20 seconds as they rejoin m0NESY and top mid. Every kill's got to be flawless. There is no margin for error. You cannot get slowed here if you're G2. You've got to steamroll your way in. m0NESY is doing all he can, but it might not be enough as Norbert, down in the pit, delivers death swiftly to G2 in a soul-crushing round. In a soul-crushing defeat. There should be no way in hell that G2 are able to build back into this game when you're losing rounds like that.
Despicable play from Virtus.pro, pushing the banana smoke. He heard Hooksy running out from spawn. He made that perfect read, and he catches him with Nate out with the bomb. Whatever G2 were planning, it doesn't matter. They don't get to make the decision. You've been getting up top banana for free every single round of this game. And finally, not only does Flit find the point man to open up through a smoke, he pushes into your spawn.
And that's without even mentioning Norbert back in pit, putting on more multi-kills. The X factor is there for VP. Every player able to put on a strong defense, a big 3K when it's needed. Fame's had him, Norbert's had him, and now Flit's done him. We've had a game crash, and in this moment, G2 must sit in silence and let that wash over them.
And that's the thing, you know, like nothing is showing how out of the game they are right now than when your in-game leader, the guy who's meant to be managing the big strategy, making the calls to bring you back into the game. 0-10, pushed at ramp with the bomb, completely sidelining whatever was planned in the round for G2. And that's almost the lie that VP get you to believe, is that they don't make those plays. They don't go for that aggression.
Oh, they do.
So in your mind, you're thinking you're more than safe to be hanging around the ramp there, to be further away. There's no way he walks the smoke. It's smoked on Banana. That's what Hooksy's believing in his head. But Flit calls his bluff, and it's just the most brutal way you could envision losing a round, and such a pivotal moment, man. Like, that was a buy for G2, one where they're trying to come in with a bit of a fresh face. They've just had a pause come out, some missed attempts in clutches, but that was where it was meant to turn around, and it's just not meant to be. Virtus Pro with an utterly mind-blowing game right now.
They are just never where you think. Look at that Monacy round, right, where he gets the 2K and the 1v3, and he's checking everywhere but Miz position. They are never where you think. And also, G2 have burned 2 tactical timeouts, fair enough, but now we go through this extended pause after losing that horrendous round the way they did, and now, what are they supposed to do? The options are go straight back into the game and go, all right, guys, let's go, or use their 3rd and final tactical timeout in the first half of this map.
And you know, with the style that VP play, with the brands of these games, with how they're often a long drawn-out affair, if you end up burning all your pauses in the first half, that will come back to haunt you down the line. You're dead on. It leaves them in a very rough spot here.
Neither option is good, because I think, honestly, at this point, like it's feeling like this game is completely away from G2. They probably have to call their pause just to be able to chat it through. You don't want to be going in off of this silence back into another round after an absolute heartbreaker. This is clinical for VP. You know they are just loving this right now. Taste of blood on their tongue. Focused faces. And mere rounds from the top 8 of the Copenhagen Major. They didn't even make it to Paris. They couldn't even decide their roster. They brought Norbert back. And my God, he has delivered in spades. And there it is, folks. The 3rd and final timeout for G2 in this regulation game. They had to do it. They now have nothing left. VP, not only in control, they are squeezing the resources out of G2.
And, you know, James is a very smart guy. He knows the advantage he has. He knows that he has reduce this G2 squad to nothing. And when you're in the spots like this, you know, you hear it all the time. The comms get weaker, people get quieter, everyone's kind of in their own head. That's what playing Virtus Pro does to you.
G2's city of samurais is surrounded. All you have is what's inside of the walls right now. No support, no reinforcements, nothing but these 5 players. And Taz behind them, gone, silenced for now. As Virtus Pro just keep walking. Closer and closer, step by step.
I saw in that pause, they were all looking down the line. They were having a good conversation, it looked like. Getting people talking, that's the goal. Getting people feeling normal for G2, that's the goal. It's all well and good in practice. In the theory, can they put it to work now practically in this round? Because if if you think to yourself that you've just kind of cooked up some solutions there, and then VP come out with another stunner, it's It's done for G2.
It's looking good right now. They heard James Orb. He hasn't rotated, just trying to keep them guessing. He is late, moving back, but the sooner G2 go, the better.
Mir spots one over in the apartments. He's just given up that long control. And the molly will let G2 know that there's space available over at long.
It's a big smoke.
Space available. James is here to try and put a stop to it. Smoked off in the library. They don't have a need to break that, so it will come down to these site players. Norbert from the pit has to stand and deliver. Immediately takes one of the dome. That's more like it from Nexa and Monacy.
VP, they love a save, but this is tantalizing. 3v3. Fame on a fast flank. He's locked them in the site. There's only so many positions. This is the hardest site to retake in Counter-Strike, and VP are giving it a go.
This is VP going for the curb stomp. They want to delete G2 from the server here and now, and winning this round would do it. Monacy holding on to long, doubting every move he makes. James making a lot of noise, but Flit is found, and now it's just James. 1v2,
no excuses.
Crossfire's too strong. He doesn't want to give it a go. He writes this one off. VP, they try to break the they try to break the heads of G2 by going for that 3-on-3 retake. You know this team would always save there. But G2 are able to come through with it. And listen to that in the background. You hear a little bit of hype getting generated. You hear that maybe G2 can mentally recover from this. They still have a very long way to go.
I'm not buying what you're selling, Harry, not yet. Just the fact that VP are even going for those rounds shows that they know just how close they are. They know where they have G2, on the rocks,
I'm
on the
always
ropes.
of the belief it doesn't take much to bring you back into a game. So let's see. Let's see if G2 can manage it.
Gunning for 5 on their T side.
Fast up Banana. Very different look in this round. They're playing with a bit of pace. Nico boosted up. It was here. He had a lame duck peek. Their first rifle round where VP retook top Banana, and he hasn't looked the same since.
Right, there's a gap. Hooksy 0 and 11. He's found the timing. He's found the headshot.
He's on the board.
And he's wrapping that B site. A lot of pressure put on VP right now. Knife out. This is a very gung-ho for Hooksy. Very loud, and he should have no chance here. Runs right by Flit as they set up for this B hit.
G2 are trying to invoke the speed, the pace, the belief that they can recover this game. James dealt with back of the site as Nico head on a swivel. First multi-kill round you've seen from him, and now he's posted with the AWP. Mir making a play. Mir's making a play, and Nico misses the timing. No trade. No chance. Nexa with a big backstab. At least G2 have got time. They have to find some comfort in that. Norbert was ready, but Nexa replies. And so now it's Mir trying to drive the knife into G2, kicking them while they're down in a 1v2 attempt. He denied that plant with the double, with the smoke push. But now they have this crossfire. He's going to wait till that bomb gets planted. Wait till the 1v1 is available, surely. He walks it early. He walks it early. Coming through. Nico will get the better of him. And that's how G2 find 5. Nico finally delivers a bit of hope the way of G2.
Felt like his most impactful round in the entire series. It's not just what he did, it's when he did it. Finding that last round of the half, building off of the previous. A big flank as well, man. I can't believe Norbert even considers that. It doesn't matter. Taz is trying to get them back into this one. Heads screwed on straight as VP, who embark on a 7-round streak on their CT side, are finally made to look mortal again. One of the brightest minds in Counter-Strike on your screens, James, in-game leader, Orpa. And Time Lord, accountant, he does it all for VP. Oh, what a save. That is something for me.
That is the best Nico round we've had yet.
Yeah. Sad to say.
And so let's see if he can build on it.
7-5, Virtus Pro pistol. The pain has just begun.
You don't get to go to the places that Nico's been without being able to take a few punches along the way. And so Nico jiggling in at top Banana. Him and Hunter here. A proven duo.
Are they going to check?
Hunter will get cleared. Betrayed by the boost up. Nico responds with 1 and at least keeps this even. You can see him building back into this game. If he can find one more here, return that advantage to G2, they feel like they're on the home stretch in the pistol, but he doesn't want to hang around, falls back. Hooksy here beside him. Hooksy's been a non-factor. Everyone is looking to win these duels to kind of bring themselves back into the fold, back into the game.
Back into the site. Both here.
Nico smoked off. Is he going to come through this? Is he going to try and fight with Hooksy? As Hooksy takes all the attention, Nico won't. That one's given over for free. The sacrificial lamb of Hooksy. Picked up by Virtus Pro. Backstab on the cards for Monacy, who has good timing here, closing the gap. He's been spotted. Nexa takes the next fight. Nico chimes in with another in the meantime. Out from CT. They're getting wrapped on by Fame. They don't know about this play. They don't know about this move. They're so tunnel visioned on dealing with Jane. They will run him down. It's all Nico in this pistol. He might have to finish it now as well. Monacy on the bomb. Nico needs to hit this shot. If Fame gets out, gets around the corner, gets this kill, and VP win the round.
Stuck.
The bomb's stuck, and Nico covers. Nico prevails. 4 kills in the pistol round from Nico.
A smile, finally. Haven't seen that all day from this guy. And what a stick as well. Fame calls the bluff, but that's too much. Monacy on the full defuse, and that was after the big ticket gets ripped at top B. Hunter with a duel, he's turned from the flash, and the timing of that boost up. Thank goodness G2 just send their way back into the site while the bomb's getting planted. They keep the pressure on Virtus Pro, and they close the gap by 1 more round. A bomb plant and a buy, inevitable. G2 know it's coming.
For the first time in this map, bro, he's getting animated in the player cams. He doesn't look dead inside anymore. What a tale it would be after a very middling performance, and I think I'm being generous in that statement, from the star rifler of G2. If he can prevail now, inspire a bit more faith in the consistent man of Monacy. Still a world here. Hunter locking it down over in top mid. He'll get out with that kill. There is the route through the apartments open. Jane will elude capture, making it into the site, but Nico stands tall. Cuts down Mir, and now it's just Jane. Nico will silence him. Nico has landed, albeit very late in Copenhagen, but maybe with just enough time left to bail G2 out of this sinking ship that was Inferno.
What a recovery this would be, especially with that streak from Virtus Pro in this game. We are, as always, a long way away. Never a quick day in the office with VP in the server, but there is reason to believe there are stars aligning now for G2. Hooksy still 1 kill to his name. It may not matter. They are neck and neck. Eco around. VP always have something to play with, and AK comes through for Flit. And it comes through all right through that smoke. He almost caught Nico. Players avoided, getting back to the site. Nico holding this cross. Flit looking for the entry. As soon as you see that AK, you know what's in store. You know this should be all VP have. But 1 kill at the right place and the right site can win you the round, and Flit knows that.
The only guy who's been a threat here is Nico, dead immediately to the Deagle of Fame. Hooksy doesn't know it, but he was getting wrapped on through CT, trying to make a stand, but he can't find a thing. Hooksy dead. Monacy claims 1 back. But do G2 want to risk going for this round? A man down, money on the line. You almost don't want to give VP the respect here. You know it's just that 1 gun brought forward.
These post plants are so powerful. No one's at quad, no one's at dark, no one's in a mollyable position. It does get naded actually moving back into the site, but he's still going to survive. And this lineup here, this layer, will get denied by a double peek. Nexa pulls kills out of a hat, and Jane now Glock spamming, does get a kill. Monacy sticks again in the face of adversity. He finds the defuse, and G2 squeeze around through somehow, some way. Fearless from Monacy.
3 on 5, pulled back in a retake of that B site. What a time for Nexa to find his voice. Flying under the radar, but he comes up big here in this round. And then Monacy with the balls to stick this,
unreal,
to out-jiggle Jane on the clock.
Look at that.
This is a different G2. This is a different look. And it's the Nico we've been waiting for all tournament. 2 kills as he headed into the last round of that first half. He's shot up the board. Monacy's winning those clutches now that he wasn't winning earlier. Hunter is feeling the freedom to make plays. This could be the start of something truly fantastic for G2.
It does feel different, doesn't it? Just think about how down and out they were off that huge tech timeout. G2 have found a way back in. Mid, a gap, a molly out. He does deny Hunter and opens up options, opportunities through the opponent's spawn. Doesn't have to commit to a B play. That bomb is still stuck out of mid. He's holding for this rotation. Monacy is running it right now. Steps made. Mia knows. AWP out, scope, and Mia cowers back, avoided completely as Monacy wraps to the wrong side. That is the bomb dropped by Nexa. He's coming alive right now at the right time for G2. Those stars continue to align, and no backstab will save them here. It's just Flit.
Even in how they're able to piece together the end goal of this round, the fact that Hooksy's there on the rotate, it finally feels like he's kind of regaining his read of the game again. And he's got these pieces starting to come alive. They're giving him more tools to work with. Flit, goodbye, buddy. Nexa waits in the boiler, and it's another 3K round out of Nexa. Nice. We've given Nico his dues, but Nexa is a big part of why these rounds are coming up on the board. This was a guy who was heavily criticized in the move when he came in to replace JKS. He had to prove that he deserves his spot on this roster because the reasons G2 gave were the intangibles. All you see is the numbers, all you see is the statistics. And Nexa's got them in spades right now.
Impact has certainly been undeniable in this CT side. Almost every player of G2 having their moments, so much so that VP are forced to time out themselves. This is a streak of rounds now amassed by G2, matching that of VP. 7 on the cards. VP are feeling the burn.
There's absolutely no denying that G2 are looking like a different squad and they've got some serious momentum going their way. But closing games versus VP is never easy. G2 have already learned that in this matchup. And so it's really not over till it's over in this one. There is no celebrations to be had until you're comfortably on that third map of Anubis. James scoped up down through mid. Flit trying to fight for this banana control. On the back of the pause. Let's see what James and Co have envisioned.
Hefty investment having James on this AWP, and he's holding very passive at the start, allowing Norbert to get control of the apartments. First step of many. Now he'll look for his B pick. It's Nico and Hooksy. Side by side inside of the site. Flit moves up as well. VP amassing a horde outside of Banana. Hooksy holding smoke, Nico flash. And VP ready to attempt to elicit the first response here. Smoke going over, seeing how G2 fare. No panic. The second one, that's the real thing. They have one flash.
Monacy's starting to rotate over. Once again, G2 are starting to piece this one together. They can tell it's one of these delayed B plays. A double pump exec out of Virtus Pro. Nico self-flash out through the coffins, but one man already in the pool. Nico unpunished, tries to support Hooksy, tries to support his captain, and that's his downfall. Very little time left as he goes swinging. Hopes he can get that one kill to win the round. But VP do good on their promise at the end of that tack timeout. They bring the heat back into the game. G2 might have known what was coming their way, but they are unable to deal with it.
What a bait. They are coming and they are gunning for these weapons. They know what this AWP means. If it goes down now, nothing in the next for G2. VP surrounding. Running through Nexa and partners, they find the AK. Monacy still unknown about. Nexa has to force a kill, and these are massive exits with huge implications for G2. It keeps them fighting in that next round, but Virtus Pro break the streak of 6. Nice double pump, and not much to stop it there for G2. Couple of flashes thrown over, and that does not save the day. Norbert still playing a great game right now. Still top of the team, second in the server to Nexa.
This was the first blow dealt to G2 in a little while. We have to see if it knocks them off balance, or if they're able to roll with the punches. Monacy takes that AWP over towards B. Virtus Pro are trying to exploit the weak performance of Hooksy, feeling like this side of the map is their way in. And even though Nico has been that little glimmer of hope over towards the B site, and he's had a bit of a return to form, he's not a one-man army. Monacy, however, might just have to be.
This could be a highlight reel teed up for Monacy. AWP in the right place at the back of the site. Smoke can be used for a Molotov if VP put the pressure on.
If VP do decide to wait, G2 is set up in a way where they're going to look for info in mid as the time runs out.
Yeah, they could have a really fast flank. Even if Monacy dies, getting a kill or two here can make all the difference. That smoke will stop G2 from amassing a quick flank. And now Monacy, the world is calling.
This is it. He has to do what Nico and Hooksy could not. He has to be the one-man army at the back of the B site. With each missed shot, VP close in. Swinging on out, he's run down.
So brutal, like look at his POV there. He lets 2 players in, he knows it. They miss the molly, but they stall that out until they're ready to 3-2-1 him and swing him together. There is no sanctuary at the back of that site. And there is no stopping for VP. Back-to-back rounds here on this T side. G2 forced to save. They lose their best weapon. Disastrous way to go. Monacy, who has been so reliable in this major for G2. And nothing at the back of B.
Said it earlier on, VP don't just beat teams, they destroy them, and sometimes they'll get you believing only to strip it all away, only to truly crush what little bit of hope remained. Like a deer in headlights for Hooksy, as he is having a very rough game. While everyone else has gone on to redeem themselves somewhat, Hooksy is still very much feeling the burn of Virtus Pro.
Roadkill. Getting trampled, 2-15. Pre-smoke, they know that G2 are coming for something, they're coming for kills. Hooksy sending it down Banana. He's done a lot of damage, and he does finish on his job. A kill and a half, and then Nico helps out. Dame is gone. Flit, not long for this world. Hooksy sending a message. That's more like it.
And in terms of his impact in the round, right, if you can get one out of Hooksy with the game he's having, you will take that every day of the week. Now him and Nico keep this oppressive stance over on Banana. It's another from Hooksy. And he repels the B offensive. He throws a curveball the way of Virtus Pro.
They're saving already, and it's actually just definitely the right call right now, because also you don't want to give G2 this AWP. They'll know G2 don't have it. For crying out loud, Monacy is full eco here. He is USP armorless in this round. They really want that orb. Playing for later. Maybe when G2 realize this, I mean, you can never get super comfortable. I was going to say, Monacy, I'd like to see him rotate, go grab a gun, get an upgrade. He can at least risk being traded on a push down Banana here. They're going to give it a second. VP could pop in with 15 to go, but as we know, this one's over. So G2 They don't rest for long.
That is a feel-good round for a G2 squad that was starting to have those doubts creep back in. They call their Hail Mary. They throw that in now. You're going to get, you know, one of those sorts of rounds a game. And so G2 redeem it here to keep the lead, to keep VP on the back foot and to force a save.
It's a really nice way to win a round at this point in the game. You know, when their money had been completely broken, they were desperately gunning for these saves, and what those saves allowed was to buy round, you know, the guns when Monacy and Nexus saved. And even when G2 kept 4 after Monacy died at B, it just allows for future buy rounds that would otherwise be ecos. And now G2 come through with everything they need except the AWP. A round in the lead, but they lost from 11-7. VP, a change of tune and Banana. They give it up completely.
They're doing it again. Fuxi.
Mad.
Leading the charge for this Banana fight. I mean, you know, this is more typical for G2. They are one of these squads that like to fight for the deep Banana control. I think throughout this game, you saw them kind of lose all their identity across this this first half, really. But even on that little streak the VP put together just a couple ago, the fear started to creep back in again, and so they're trying to get rid of that. They're trying to go back to what G2 do best.
VP keeping them honest on Overpass, right? Some really nice slow T-side calling, but every now and then G2 would call a rush and it would just go absolutely nowhere. They'd get obliterated. Like you've been saying, VP make you play their game.
I think we're trying to see G2 break away from that idea now. So let's see if they can.
They're making the right rotate. Monacy leaning at least in spawn. Will be quicker.
Re-aggroing at the top of Banana. Huxi taking a wide swing, and sure, the crazy plays down Banana have worked in the past, but that one is so overzealous.
No grenades.
That's a kill given away that feels like it didn't need to. Not in that fashion. And that is a gift to VP. A gift to the enemies of G2.
Here they come.
Back at the site. This is where he's got to have a stand, and it's just the one and done. Mir will get the trade. Mir has opened up this site, opened up the plant, and they even spam out Monacy. Hunter arriving on a backstab. It's good timing at least, but now the surprise factor's gone. They know where he is. They know where he's coming from. Next is moving in to join him. Next has been avoided across these last few rounds, so the great performance he's been given us hasn't come to matter. Do G2 want to risk going for the 2v4? Hunter looks very committed, very keen. Flashed in from spawn, tries to close the net. Low on ammo for Hunter, and Mir will put him in a box to tie this game up. That pressure never goes away when you play VP.
Mir has just played phenomenally well in this series. He had a really slow start in Overpass. He brought it back on that 7-11 comeback into overtime, winning crucial rounds for his team, and he goes and does it again. It's not just clutches here on Inferno, it's that double entry, it's that Nico denial. A Nico who has been returning to form. You said he showed up late to Copenhagen. Maybe it's too late. 10-10. The Royal Arena, and there's only room for one. VP sit 3 rounds away from that fact. Back on a stage for the first time in a while.
This is a nice change. Monacy getting to don this AWP, boosted on the half wall. This shot has to connect, but the trade is instantaneous. Flit immediately brings Monacy back down to earth. And so what was kind of meant to be the difference maker here, keeping that all posted, denying the take of Banana, it's not come through for G2. Flit now doubles down on this aggression and manages to sneak past through the CT smoke. Trying to give chase to Huxi. Oh, Huxi! Where's that come from? Flit lost to the hands of time in spawn. Did Hunter not get the message? He's cut down in rotation.
They don't know.
Nico back at the site. Nico in with the first, and now Mir. Mir's been the bane of Nico in this matchup. Mir has been cancelling him out in these B-side holes time and time again, and this one's no different. It's a 1v1 to decide the fate of G2.
He knows. He's got a gap. He's got a huge gap. He can run for the hills right now. If he does it, he wins the round from position alone. A miraculous rotation from Mia, and Nexa knows not. Conviction in his decision. He needs to stick that bomb, and it is teed up for Virtus Pro.
And Nexa is now dealt a nearly impossible hand, having to rotate in late to a lost bomb site where Mir has had all the time in the world. The kit was right there, left in the spawn as Hunter was cut down on the rotate, and so Nexa doesn't have one to play with. Time is everything versus the masters of it in VP. And these extra 5 seconds could cost him dearly. Tap on the bomb, no peek from Mir, no commit to a fight from Mir. Looking to take this to the clock. It's a VP special. He would have loved that kit now as Nexa. The strong performance means nothing when he doesn't get the round, and that breaks G2. That breaks everything for G2. Mir delivers in the clutch. First Nico and then Nexa.
It's unbelievable. VP killing G2 at the final hour where they do their best work. And it's the new boy on the block for VP who has stepped up monumentally in this matchup. Mia didn't feel like we would see his return to Tier 1 of CS. Well, he's returning, and quite a statement. Maybe returning to the top 8 of a major. And not just any major. G2, nothing to show for it. They've put all in.
It's just a soul-crushing round to lose, man. It's the one that really has decided the fate of this game. And they've got Mir to thank for it. VP. Bit of util over towards B, but they're actually moving away from this. They're moving towards this quad A hold for G2. All game, all CT side, G2 have been waiting for this A hit. They felt like it's coming. Even in that round where they leave m0NESY to solo B, they're quad stacked over on A. They've been waiting for exactly this round, but do they have the answers? m0NESY set up there, playing anti over at long. First kill secured. In the meantime, Flip making more noise, keeping options open for Virtus Pro.
It's not going to pull a rotate though. Nico's moving around, and it's all a fast right now for VP. It's all just a mind game. It's worked to perfection. They're so scared. This B site has been the bane of G2, and so VP sneak into the gap. Steps heard, rotates back, 20 seconds, only 2 here to stop the inevitable.
Nexa has been avoided throughout most of this CT side. His numbers have been spectacular. He's always keen to deliver, but they've often dodged him. Not in this round. Nexa from the apartments has given G2 a second shot, a second chance. It's just Flit in on the backstab, and he's smoked off. Can't win this round. G2 with a bunch of SMGs, a couple of pistols. They keep the dream alive. And in the same way that VP were counting their blessings, they're thanking Mir for winning what they thought was the game-defining round. G2 have Nexa to thank on the other side.
Who knew Nexa would be the hero of this team in the darkest of hours? When they need him the most, he has absolutely come through for them on this second map. Another multi-kill. They give him a chance. He does not waste it. Nico and m0NESY avoided on Overpass. Instead, pressured more on Inferno than anyone else. G2, with almost nothing to play with, make this an even game yet again, pulling at our heartstrings.
They're trying to make a read. I think the VP are going to go back towards their usual antics over here at B. And they might be right in that assumption. Flit is working Banana. James in with him.
No bomb.
So much room for paranoia. There's so much room for indecision.
Good smoke. G2 are holding their util well here. Got two mollies and a smoke left on the A site, and G2 are getting aggressive on B. That should free up a rotation. You'd like to think someone's going to reinforce, and so they shall, leaving just Nico here. Looking for more util, he can't find it, there's nothing left. VP, now they're the ones going into the stack. Can Flitz fake do anything? Can it keep m0NESY questioning?
Is it a fake? I think they're coming back to
Oh
B.
my.
VP are ending B in this.
Yeah. They've got to lurk up long. It's all Nico yet again.
All this pressure being applied to the A side. G2 have been paranoid about it all game. m0NESY will deliver the kill to Norbert, but now Nico, this has to be his moment. This has to be his moment. And with no kills found, bomb site given over to Virtus Pro. G2 scramble bodies over. Everything is on the line for G2 here. Both teams, their money at the end of the tether, at the end of the rope. The winner of this is teed up to win the map.
Jay? Has he crashed? He's crashed. Oh no, in a pivotal round. He's at the back of the site in the open. That was the opener post-spawn. That's a dream scenario. G2 have been given road to run. Can they close the gap? Mir hits his. It's 1-for-1. It's only Flit, and G2 miraculously saving themselves yet again.
Nice. Up to me.
Divine intervention.
Oh dear.
Plays in to keep G2 on this road to the comeback.
If only he could hide. He was at quad, he was safe. Strafed into the open. And Tech decides. Disastrous way for VP to lose that round. Undeserving. But G2 take it nonetheless. Nothing VP can do.
The man they say looks like Jesus sits in the ranks of VP, but God is a G2 fan apparently. That is going to hurt for Virtus Pro. They had G2 right there. And if you're G2, it's not the way you want to be winning the round. It's not the way you want this redemption arc to come through. But at this point, you've just got to take it. You've got to take what you can get. Everything was riding on that round. What a horrific time for this to come through.
And a question we never ask, but how is James mental now? How do VP fare in this position? It's usually never a factor. They live and die by their own decisions, but that one's not theirs. The call made for them. This is not your round. And now Virtus Pro put to the test to once again drag G2 into overtime. Their money a factor, their orb unincluded. And their chances dwindling now on Virtus Pro's home run. 2 guns, 3 pistols, G2 poised for a third map.
For any other team, that definitively would take you out of the game. That would be it, right? This map would be over. But it's VP, man. These guys have got mental resilience in spades. Their whole brand of Counter-Strike relies on that fact.
Oh dear.
And so this is the ultimate test of VP's mental.
That's greedy.
And a rough move from Mir to open. m0NESY posted down through Banana, licking his lips to get involved with the AWP. Just the tag down range. Virtus Pro have been tested in many ways, but never like this. Nico had a $1 million miss with the Deagle. VP might have just had it with a crash.
What a crisis.
This is it for Virtus Pro. This is everything. And Nico is collecting the info that Banana is clear. In this moment, G2 know exactly where this round is ending, what the goal is for Virtus Pro. And Nico might be here to take it all away. Clawing his way up through middle. m0NESY lightning fast on the AWP. And with divine intervention comes the redemption of G2. They long this out. Anubis awaits the final map. G2 will not have a hand of God moment again. They need the individuals now. And VP have got to come back from a soul-crushing situation.
Unbelievable way for that to close, but G2 absolutely hold their nerve at pivotal points in the game. It's not just that 11-11 round, it's rounds prior. It's the late comeback from VP's 7-round CT streak. Last map, VP were holding the lead. G2 pull it back. They take it to a third.
Yeah, and look, let's do what we've done all tournament. We're going to talk about the elephant in the room right out the gate.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't think I've seen a crash as unfortunate as that at a key moment. Potentially a winning moment. You know, might have got VP closer to winning that and taking it 2-0. Divine intervention for G2.
That's a fun intervention by the devil, I guess, for the side of James there. I mean, he was in such a good position there. He had the AWP as well. You got to remember the rest of his teammates are very low on health, and he was in a new box. He was in a great position. I don't believe there was even a Molotov remaining on the side of G2 to really flush him out. And then, yeah, the devil just disconnects him. So unlucky, so unfortunate for the side of VP and for G2, man. That was... They required a miracle like that to win this. It was so close.
Such an unfortunate ending to a great game of Counter-Strike, a close game of Counter-Strike that constantly was going back and forth. You could never really, I guess, anticipate who were going to win. You can never really get a sense for who were in the driving seat. You saw Nico and Huxi constantly struggling on that B bomb side, couldn't really figure out how they wanted to defend it. They were both trying to be aggressive, they were trying to play defensive, and then VP, you know, after getting the bomb side, they were fumbling round after round, retake after retake, and up until the game crash, sure, they were losing rounds on their own behalf, but that crash coming in and basically ruining the opportunity for Jame and VP to go 2-0, it is what it is. It's heartbreaking, it's unfair, it's not cool, but it's a gift from God to G2.
Yeah,
I had my tweet ready, just ready to hit send right there to save Monacy, save this kid from this travesty that is his team right now. Like, he's never made it to the major playoffs, right? And I was about to hit that send because just watching the way Huxi and Nico were just fumbling that B bombs at defense, and Virtus and VP were aware of it. They knew that this is where we're going to be winning this map. They kept harassing the bombs at time and time again. I'm watching some of the plays that are coming up with, some of the protocols are coming up with, and I'm contrasting this to what Maja was doing in Eternal Fire yesterday on that B bomb side. I'm watching this and going, ew, brother.
Yeah, yeah, I know. It's kind of hard for me because it's like, look, I don't want to sound like I'm overdosing on haterade here, but it's like, you know, you think about the circumstances within which you've just limped across the line. You've needed everything. You've needed like that moment of divine intervention, and you're getting up and you're screaming. I mean, you've been a liability there, Huxi. Like, there's no getting around that. It was unbelievably bad performance on that bomb set.
It was not a great look at all for G2. Monacy wasn't able to come over there or establish any sort of dominance with the AWP either to help them out. So I think in terms of raw calling from Huxi as well, admit that it wasn't going too well, put Monacy into a position, maybe change the pace of the game a little bit. He didn't do that either. Again, I just want to quantify this game for you. G2, they win the first pistol, they convert. They're up 3-0 in the first half. Second half, they win the pistol, they convert, they go up 4-0. So essentially, they're leading 7-0 in the beginning of both halves, and they need a Jame goddamn crash in a 4v4 retake on the B bomb side in order to win their own map pick. This was the... I wouldn't say an unfair win, you know, but it's like we're talking all the win conditions in the world going your way. You're winning pistols, you're converting, you have an opponent crashing at the worst possible timing. You have Nexa actually having a good game to a point where they were avoiding Nexa. They didn't want to test him anymore because he was standing up for the task. So everything that could go the way of G2 went the way of G2, and yet they were still only scraping by. This is not a good look at all.
No, definitely not. Some victories certainly come with a lot of caveats. And so we need to kind of talk about VP, because ultimately, I will say, I feel they could have closed this out before we got to that fatal crash moment.
Yeah, I believe we really could have there. I like the harassment that they were, you know, giving to the way of Nico and Huxi over there. But a couple of the moments, and we were yelling about this in the green room as well, right? Where they have this tendency, which obviously is something that Jame has kind of, you know, taught them, so to speak, where the trades are just not instantaneous. Spacing is always a little bit off. Like your entry dies, your hard entry, whatever he dies, and they're just like, all right, it's gonna wait, and we're gonna play this misinformation game. We're like, oh, we're not gonna let them know that there are 4 of us waiting here. I'm like, guys, you can do that once or twice, a couple of times if you have a set plan, but not all the time. There's so many times the trades just didn't quite transpire for VP on this T side, and it's so annoying to watch.
There's a couple of rounds we can highlight. Round 22 was for me a great example of VP again not getting it done. There was a couple of retakes in that B bomb side where G2 was successful getting it done, where G2 was successful coming in. in. You have around 22 right here. G2 is in the bin at this point, down 11 to 10. They have 3 pistols, 2 MP9s to defend with. That's it. VP, for some reason, is splitting up. Flit is walking into a bomb site, has control of it. The rest of the team is now walking into a crossfire right here. Nexa with an MP9, a pistol on the side as well. And then the boy Jane, the only thing he can do is plant the bomb, but Flit is in no position to help him, so they can just sit on the bomb, defuse it. At this point right here, 11 to 10 going up against a very weak buy coming in for G2, and you decide to split up all over the map instead of playing as a wolf pack as you've done throughout the entire T side. That was a massive calling mistake coming in from Jame. And unfortunately for him, it cost him dearly because he crashed 2 rounds.
And that is the downside, so to speak, of just leaving 15 seconds left on the clock before you walk into the bomb site, right? There's no B plan or a C plan or a contingency plan in place if that, if that hit doesn't work, if there's a stack in a direction, you have to just go for it. And yeah, a couple of calls not really going their way, and of course the fact that just the trading and whatnot just look very uncomfortable. This T side from VP on Inferno, it is a weakness. It's something that Eternal Fire were able to punish yesterday as well, and that is something that even in the future, other teams are going to be looking at and trying to, get the win over them on this map.
So, quick thoughts about Anubis, since as we won't be on the desk before we get into the action. I really can't call this one at this stage, guys. I wouldn't want to.
It's almost impossible to call. I will say this though: if we saw that this B abuse coming out from Jame and his men on Inferno, I expect to see something a little bit similar coming out on that B bomb side of Anubis. I'm talking about Hooksy as the B anchor. I'm talking about Hunter, who's been still having a bit of a quiet game so far, playing towards Cave. That bomb side is going to be seeing a lot of stress being applied by VP, and if Hooksy's not able to deliver, it's over.
I'm not gonna lie, with the map being Anubis, with G2 kissing their lucky stars and getting into a third map, I have them as favorites to win this game now. Again, we're talking about a VP who's never in history of Counter-Strike with the current course beat G2. They were supposed to do it here in Inferno. That didn't work out for them. We saw G2 yesterday against the Static getting off to a bad start, down 0-4, and then completely killing it on the CT side and smashing a Static on that third deciding map. So I have G2 winning Anubis. They're usually class on that map, in particular Monacy, able to disturb the T side of the opponents by being all over the map, causing a bit of a tear on that one. So for my money, G2 all of a sudden became the favorite to win this.
I want the rest of G2 to just channel the inner Homer Simpson. Look at that little poster of Monacy and just the words do it for the little baby goat. Let him at least get to a playoffs for at least once in his life.
All right, well, we'll find out if they're able to do it. VP certainly going to have to bounce back from that one mentally. So Anubis will be next. Make sure you join us.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Quickly. To clear. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel, with its faster native response time, can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
It is time for another fantasy team draft here at the Copenhagen Major. I got a major champion sat by the side of me. How you feeling, bro?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
You came in very good energy the moment I saw you.
No, I'm just trying to be funny sometimes. Yes, not the serious. You can't be serious every time.
Exactly that. So are we going to get a funny or a serious team out of you here?
We will see.
We will see. Okay, let's wait and see. Let's spin the wheel. You know how this works. Let's watch it go down and see what we're going to get first. And what team are you so lucky to have? It's heroic.
Okay, I'll pick Kixan as IGL.
Okay, so you're taking Kixan for his IGL role. You like him as an IGL? You like what you see he's been doing?
I played against him many times in K23, in VP, and we talked to him in Atlanta. He's a nice guy, and I like him.
Okay, you like him, so he's going to be your captain of your fantasy team to kick things off. So far I can't work out if it's a serious team or a meme team or how it's going to work. And you're going to get Saw next. Now, you play against these guys a bit online.
Yeah, we played online, we played on LAN. On RMR we played last time against them. I would go with the Roman.
Roman?
Yes.
Because?
He's in game, he showed good energy.
Okay.
He's screaming a lot when they won important rounds, so I will pick him.
The hype man, the energy, a positive force for the team of Norbert. And next up, we're rocking with some Brazilian flair coming in there. And they did qualify for the stage.
Yeah, I saw that. I will pick, if I'm not wrong, NQZ because of his sniper.
Yep.
I need a sniper in my team.
Perfect. NQZ coming in with the AWP.
Yes.
This is a very hyped team as well. This is good
it's just every Brazilian team, they're so hyped.
Yeah, a lot of positive, a lot of energy. Oh, now we're moving to China.
I will pick Emilia.
Emilia, okay. Because?
I saw he played really good as a star player, I would say.
Star player, okay. Yeah. A Chinese star for the international roster that Norbert is building here. And oh, Virtus Pro.
I'll pick myself.
So you're GM and it's your team and you're playing in it.
Yes.
So you can full control everything.
Yes, I will control everything, in game and outside the game.
You play bad, I'm paying you less money.
I don't have money. I don't have rights to control the money.
Oh, okay. You're not controlling salaries.
Yes. It's everything on managers and organizations.
Ah, okay. So you're just GMing the team. That's it. Okay, so you can't have that much control. Looking at this team, It's a mix from all over the world. We've got CIS, we've got Europe, we've got China, we've got Brazil in there. What are you thinking? If we put them into the major, how far does this team go?
I think first of all we need to qualify for the major, and then we can talk about how far we can go on the major. If we qualify, it will be good.
If I put them into this major though, right?
In this major, I think we will lose 2-3.
Oh, okay, that's respectable. We can still fight, but 2-3,
Yes.
not quite there.
Because we can win. With this roster, I think in best of 1 it will be easy for us, but in the best of 3 it will be hard against some better teams.
I like it. You're being realistic. It's kind of serious team, kind of fun team at the same time, but that's Norbert's dream team. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
VP, will they be able to mentally recover after one of the most harrowing experiences I think you could have gone through at that point in a game? It won't be easy, that much is for certain. But if there's one thing we've always praised about this this VP squad, it is their mental resilience. And I think it would really show just how strong this team is if they are able to bounce back from this position. A position I don't think anyone has ever been put in before.
No, the time that happened as well, I think it couldn't have come at a worse time for VP. And so the reset is all what this game is about for VP. For G2, it's about seizing the opportunity presented. It's about turning this twist of fate into their favor and running with it all the way through Anubis, our deciding map here and our deciding game for the playoffs of the Copenhagen Major. Only one of these teams will survive the next hour or so as we go into this third map. This is where G2 yesterday, after dropping the ball on Vertigo 8-1 up, losing that map, getting overconfident, took it all the way to Anubis, and they owned Ecstatic. But this is no Ecstatic. This is Virtus Pro, who have wins over Na'Vi on this map. Well drilled, well practiced. It may even argue that G2 is a favorite here, but there is never a time to count VP out, certainly not in map 3 of a barn-burning series. G2, can they grab it by the horns? Got an A-pop. Nexa alone for a moment. Nico, Hunter moving in, and VP about to explode. Oh, what a smoke.
VP are going to play through it. They're going to play ahead of it. Straight through into the site, but Monacy will deliver on the dualies. Couple of missed shots for Nico, but not for Nexa. He makes quick work of Norbert. Huxley's flank will get located. They're trying to deal with him now. Hunter's giving chase. And G2, they want to assert a bit of dominance here, but a plant will be found.
This bomb can go down, but the flank is so quick.
Mir dead instantly as soon as he's off that bomb. And so Nico will be that final player up on the board to find the pistol for G2.
On the CT side as well, right? We see a lot of teams struggle to get comfortable in this half of the map. VP making all the decisions, and one of them will include buying up in the second round. That bomb plant makes it so. G2. Breath of fresh air. A new lease on life. After an Inferno closes at the final moment. And they're going to pick it up and run with it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they only find out truly about how they win that last map at the end of the game, right? When they leave the booth. And they get their phones back and just flooded with messages. And so they now need to seize this opportunity. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, it's all about building back stronger. Nico over here in mid, toe-to-toe, and blow for blow with Mir. Man advantage taken for G2 up against this 4-spy. They successfully lock Virtus Pro out of middle.
Feels like a really risky play to make when you know that VP are going to have rifles and definitely defaulting and holding mid. But somehow G2 get out, all the better for it. 4-on-3, forcing VP into a bomb site. It is undefended, underguarded, only m0NESY at the back.
In a good position to deal with this, but they can cross out through Ivy into the site, and so he'll start to pull back. Oh, the timing is weird for m0NESY. They've just gotten out. G2 have pushed through A main. They know that this is going to be B. So m0NESY, as he hears that plant go in, he knows the site's been lost. G2 arriving through dark. They're going to wait for Nexa and Hunter to be in position, to be ready to react.
Can't be too steady, but you can be too slow. That molly at a perfect time. Doesn't cut anyone off. They go right through. Lots of damage for Nexa, but unable to reposition. There's two players where that came from. Only Norbert now. He's been a monster in this series, but it will go no further in this round. And G2 getting hyped. Converting on that force buy.
Easier said than done, right? Especially as VP find their way to a bomb plant. You say that Norbert's been a monster across the series. He really has, and VP will need him more now than ever. He nearly gets the ball rolling on that clutch, so at least some good early signs from Norbert. On this map yesterday, when we saw m0NESY get his first AWP out, he hit the ground running immediately for G2. Very different team today in VP, but I want to see if he takes the same sort of aggro approach once he starts donning it on this CT side. Great nade to find damage onto Jame early.
Very spread default here for VP. G2 in the middle of the silence. Take some control. They clear out B main. That pieces together some information. Where are VP? Outside of A with a double setup. G2 keep their eyes on mid for this split. And it is inevitable right now. Nico running back. Let's see MP9 go off. And Nexa, who had trouble at the start of that ecstatic game we just mentioned, he's given support in this important round. VP running on the line. Put pressure on Nico now, but that smoke will stop them in their tracks. They have to go back to middle. Wait for this split to materialize. m0NESY got to have eyes in the back of his head, swiveling between two positions. Nico gets a far better one, but he makes noise. He's got to give it up. They're now really buttoned down in this bomb site as this mid-split starts to move in. 20 seconds now or never.
m0NESY just leaves the angle. He's going to go back to check for middle, but up close, he deals with Mir. Nice flick down. And with the mid-split mopped up, it's all eyes on Jame. Nico will get rid of him.
That's a crushing blow. VP do everything they can to make that unpredictable by leaving it to the last possible second. Letting those mid players play first. m0NESY misses the timing, but something says turn back around. Both kills. Clinical. And no chance for VP in these two quasi-buy rounds. Now comes the full, but even then, it's missing util. It's missing the orb. Can't afford to miss the opportunity. VP go for a bit more pace. All outside of A. That just screams they're going to be executing early in this round. Next set again, put to the task.
Test for Nexa. Flash gets him off the angle. Nico able to lend a helping hand, but only for that one. Nexa, good opener. Can't quite find Mir, but he buys enough time for m0NESY to join him. And so Nexa keeps up his good performance from Inferno. It's just Flit left with a minute to play with. Not at the end of his tether yet, but as he walks back, HooXi's aggression here will get the better of him. And right now, G2 are doing a good job of pressuring the extremities here. In a lot of these rounds, they've had HooXi leaning out towards long over at B, locking that side of the map down, getting the info from it.
I mean, just with how this game is starting, it does feel written in the stars for G2 to be winning it, right? CT side Anubis, 4-0 lead, everyone looking good, saved by the bell, VP, a wacky economy at the start of this map, unable to really even get close. And Nexa in a 1-for-1 position swap on JKS. He's had a lot of trouble, Nexa, in this site, in this position. Has at times be a liability. We've seen already Nico double up with him very early in the rounds, plenty of times to assist. And if Nico is going to make that redemption arc that he began on Inferno, that was snuffed out near the end, what a time for that to rear its head. 4-0, another hero AK for VP off the back of a pause. And they need to start singing. I need something to start celebrating.
Every bone in your body's just wanting VP to dust themselves down and pick themselves back up here and be competitive in this third map. Like, you don't want it to end like this.
Very early days, of course. But it is a good sign for G2. They are not floundering on this opportunity. They are, without a doubt, making the most of it. Looks like a B hit, but they're just trying to put the pressure on A early. m0NESY here this time. Missed shot. FaZe AK lives to tell the tale. It can come group in dark as they set up B. Third smoke in this position used. VP accounting, are you? G2 will have to do something. They'll have to double up somewhere soon.
Great nade. Fame immediately rejects that AK, passes it down the line. Virtus Pro, they get one man in. Mir makes it past the players in main, but not for long. m0NESY has his number in the head-to-head, and Flit struggling to get involved from down in dark. Jame picked off. This m0NESY AWP is singing early on. m0NESY is shining. 9-2. And with just Flit left standing, it's only a matter of time. 1v5, trapped down in dark. He's getting pushed through main and mid. Holds on for the first, but can't withstand the double push.
G2 really are just playing to win right now. They're making a lot of moves. Some of this B aggression that they've done early in the rounds when VP have been defaulting. The fact that they popped through the mid smoke in round 2, when VP have Galil's forced. G2 are throwing everything they've got at VP right now, and we have yet to see an answer. The captain, no kills. Fame, no kills. VP, no rounds. Nothing to show for it. This is their best buy yet, number 6.
Yeah, G2 are bringing a high level, and VP look deflated.
Without a doubt.
You can't even blame them. That's the worst part. But we always praise this team's resilience, man. That's why I'm hoping that there can be something here. Nexa with an aggro play out through main.
I love it. Now, they have heard it, of course, VPC double smoke. They know exactly what's going on. But this is still going to be a very delayed round where G2 can eventually give this up. And VP have so much stuff to clear. They can't execute into another bomb site. They fear a stack with this amount of control taken. So VP have to manually check everything here, and Fame will drop in to do so. Luckily, G2 have abandoned this position. He was full blind on that dropout rugs. 5v5 still at the minute mark. Not for long. m0NESY's in middle. Here with a jiggle. Again, backing up Nexa on this site.
All right, VP up to their usual tricks. They repel that A play. Now they're spreading back out across the map, leading over here towards B, where Jame popping in that left side smoke, just applying a little bit of pressure.
Bomb going A.
He will move back over and rejoin his team. They even blow this smoke open. Norbit wasn't there to take contact on the spam. That keeps G2 paranoid about the B play. They even bring Nexa over. So this A hold falls to just one player in Nico. Now that you've seen Flick coming out dark, you'd bet your bottom dollar that this is the B play, but the true nature of the round was always A for Virtus Pro, leaving it down to the wire. The bomb dropped and gets away from VP. They chase the Heaven player, and this is a last-second plant. This is a very VP round. This could be them trying to bring themselves back into this game. And it's all eyes on Fame in the clutch. Up into the heavens. Oh, man.
Come on.
Dropping down. Fame, they're running at him and they're going to overwhelm him. VP cursed.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That is the worst bug in the game right now, that you can't jump around, you know, on ledges sometimes without it, you know, pushing you back. There's no mistake made by Fame. It's the perfect play. It's the only way to win the round, to get behind G2 rather than just being rushed in the site. And the game says, no, he can't jump up. VP, it feels not meant to be. And what more can Fame do? He breaks his silent streak, double opener. And nothing to close. G2, one step closer. Flawless map so far on a very difficult half. But G2 are not making it look difficult. They are making plays, they are making moves. Another aggressive setup. m0NESY goes through the dark smoke. G2 feeling invincible right now. You can just tell. Exuding confidence. Nico catches Mia. That flash does nothing. Falls short. m0NESY, easy shot. And a 5v3 as the dust settles. Low and slow for Virtus Pro. Back into an A walk.
James here is the next man in. We'll reclaim one of these, but they're going to keep pressuring him. Tries to get out with the bomb. James actually goes back in, and that's his downfall. Nico secures the kill. With just Norbert left, it's another one of these impossible clutches for Virtus Pro. Oh, cleanly done onto the first man.
It's Nico, though. Volleyed himself as well. Nico will happily take this fight heads on.
All right, another one from Norbert. Okay. Oh, Norbert, so close, but m0NESY there, able to stem the bleeding, able to stop Norbert in his tracks. There's no doubt that Norbert, given this all he's got, he has been across the entire series. And the fact that we're even having to entertain that 1v4 is wild.
That's probably been the biggest takeaway from VP. It's just how sick Norbert's been playing. He wants that stage. Virtus Pro haven't been on a stage in over a year. In front of a large crowd, in an important playoff event. It's just not happened, not had the opportunity. And it feels like right now it's getting ripped from their fingers. Scabbing as we speak. (7-0), 4 Tech 9s. I want to see some life from Virtus Pro, an aggressive round, a pace change. But is that just playing into what G2 want right now? They've had perfect protocols at the start of these rounds. Getting early util damage. Some nice A-main nade Molotov combos. That's an aggressive B smoke will land up here where Norbert is. Signals that G2 are going for a play. Usually it's the CTs who feel constricted on Anubis. G2 are boxing Virtus Pro in. What a change of tune. At the perfect point in the day.
Through dark, the Tech 9's trying to close the gap here. Trying to play into these closer ranges, but flash in to set up Hunter. They'll run down Flit as well, so the dark component is cleaned up. Oh, this one's free, but he lets him go. He wants even more. James not content with just the one. Deals with m0NESY, now he's got that AWP. And they know about this second player. He's playing the long con, playing the long game, gonna try and join up with his teammate in through middle. Mir brings the bomb in. Norbert lies in wait, and they have just toyed with Nico throughout this entire round. Nexus still pinned in over at the stairs, can't move a muscle. Huxey's got to be that first point of contact. Mir gives one over for free. They chase down this man at the stairs, and Norbert is punished. James got to do this alone. 1v2 for James. First contact. They're feigning that it's going to come from main, but in the meantime, Huxey's crept all the way up and onto the bomb. James can't be in two places at once. They're still applying all this pressure. Huxey now sticking the defuse, and a missed shot from James AWP.
Oh,
it's very close. Huxey just about gets it.
Oh, tense. But G2, no reason to worry, no reason to be stressed. What a beautiful interplay between Nexa and Huxey. If anyone oversteps, goes a little bit too far, Nexa jumps that gun. If he doesn't bait James out with a jump and dies, that gives James the option to stop that defuse in its tracks. And you just don't doubt James in that 1v1, but crunched into a corner. It's a metaphor for Virtus Pro in this map right now. Nothing to show for the success across the last two. Never seen VP crumble like this, but it's absolutely understandable. Is there anything at the end of this half, or will m0NESY continue to light them up? He has to bail. The molly forces that decision through the smoke instead. m0NESY plays up close. He's got to be careful. They come right through Mir. That flash doesn't miss this time. It's a follow-up from Nico. Bomb is still left back, so James must retreat for it and just go for this desperate B hit. They've never gotten in.
Flip faking, and he's done a good job. He's brought Nico over.
Oh, perfect.
Full blind. James opens up the play into the B site. It's only Huxey here.
They've got to do it.
They're actually moving away. They're backing up on this. This is kind of wild. What, they want to go rejoin Flit? Surely not.
Just checking the flank, making it look like it is that A player. It should still be a B end here. It's only Huxey in position. If he gets his kill early, he can pivot and try and stop that bomb from crossing, or just live for the retake. Options are open now as Huxey takes that opener. He hears them come through. Huxey looks for more, and Norbert denies, opening up a path for the plant. Can VP do anything with this? They have to, here and now.
Man, this has to be where they leave at least a mark on G2. Nico creeping up through the spawn. Norbert in a good position to deal with this. He's got teammates who can swing on him after this contact is taken. Norbert wants to take the fight to them. Goes swinging out, and that gives up the man advantage and this 2v2 to G2. Like James from main, posted with the AWP, the tap on the bomb. Fame's feeling the pressure. Does go and check it. Sees no one on it, but Nico with the kill to that AWP in main now leaves all the pressure on Fame down in dark. Gets them off the bomb, and Fame will lock in the first round for Virtus Pro. Eludes capture in dark long enough to take it to time. And it's time for VP to start stringing some rounds together.
Yeah.
Go on a little streak towards the end of this first half.
And this is wild. G2 look like they're made of metal, right? Just the way they're playing these late retakes, the cohesion. There's no desperation, there's no panic. It's of course enforced by the huge lead they have and the confidence in that. But this looks like a different G2 than we've seen in every other map of the tournament. Playing to win. And VP, destiny tells them they lose. Can they subvert that? Can they fight for survival? m0NESY should be an easy opener. They get very close. He goes wide, and finding Fame back to the site.
No attempt at the trade, no chance for it. And now the m0NESY's repositioned going into this A site is a terrifying prospect. Mir sneaking out through mid. Camera's smoked. Will he call their bluff and try to move through it?
Has to. can't rely on just this run through main. Re-smoke comes through, Nico back turned. Mir popping through, blinded. Nico will fall after nothing. And Norbert entries in the meanwhile, so VP, a runway. Open for landing. Bomb will plant and G2 will save. Looking for scraps at the end of the half. 4 is all they'll be able to amass on T side. But like we always say for VP, it will be enough. Gonna be the hardest comeback that maybe they've ever had. And I think if VP won it, it would truly speak to the mental resilience of this roster. There is almost no expectation. There is almost no way they can win this game. Yet they try.
Yeah, they do it there by getting past the 2 top performers for G2. No small feat. And a nice, you know, confidence-based play for Mir where he just plays through the camera smoke as that A hit's coming in. Trying to get everyone pumped up.
Difference is here is G2 are fighting for the front, right? They've been just trying to stop games from slipping through their fingers. That was Overpass, and at a point that was Inferno. They materialized the comeback there. And they need to deny one here. Eco on those 2 felled players. G2 have a little bit to work with, flashing these pistols through mid. No flash, actually, just dry contact. Oh my goodness, caught out with nades. Mir in trouble, hides in the cubby. It's still a trade out for Nexa, and they amass a push off of B. VP speeded up.
I wonder if he heard the footsteps there in top mid of the B push. If he did, that's a lot of info for VP to react to. So they'll move very swiftly into this A site flip, fighting back at main. Huxley should be able to catch him here. Do G2 want to go for this? I mean, they're far removed. A good bit of time has ticked off the bomb already.
They're buying next, but yeah, the positions are unenviable.
So this is nice from VP. 3 in a row as they try to build back in. And so, you know, we've talked a lot to the mindset of this VP squad, the resilience of the roster. I think it's going to be interesting because you imagine as the captain and the guy who has a very defined way of playing the game, that's usually come from Jame. But this is one of these instances where it feels like it's going to have to be his teammates picking him up, showing him the light and helping build back into this. And they are, slowly but surely.
I'm excited for the prospect of a James CT AWP because we've already seen how mobile Monacy has been in this map and how many different openers he's provided. He's picked a main, he's picked dark in front of the smoke, he's gone for mid angles. There are so many options for opening picks, and Jame, he's not just the brain, he's not just the brawn, he's really quick on the AWP. And he has flicks that almost rival Monacy's, so maybe there's hope there. VP holding on, looking for a 4-round T side.
They can find all 4 down at the end of the half. That's at least something to look forward to, something to feel good about. G2, they want to do everything they can to keep VP down in the dumps. Nico falling back off the mid angle right as Mir plays through those smokes. It's an up-tempo A-hit. Monacy lines up a double, but there's the response from James AWP. Waiting to see him get going. Can this be his round while Mir waits to cut down, rotates? VP actually call off the A-hit for the time being. Wow. Jame, hello!
Psycho.
Walking through the main smoke. And now Mir in middle is very valuable. In position, was meant to cut these players down as they rotate in. It's gonna have to be Jame on this AWP.
Smoke is a problem. Jame tucks in an upper, flip plays behind the smoke. James gone. They line up, and the pistol might just do it for Jame. The captain puts them on his back, and 4 kills in the final round of the half. 4 rounds for VP. Maybe reason to believe. G2, a slight ball dropped, a slight bump in the road, but tires still on the wagon.
Yeah, look, it's not a fantastic T side. It doesn't take a genius to work that one out, but it's the fact that they take them 4 straight. It's the fact that they look more like themselves. James making plays like that. Even the collateral to close finished with the Tech 9. G2, meanwhile, they're feeling the burn a little bit as VP, who were looking deflated, like this was going to be a runaway victory. Well, now there is still some fight left in them. As G2 move on to the T side, if they win the pistol, they're right there. They're at the finish line. The only task would be crossing it.
Hey, I'll just say it. We've already seen G2 lose an 8-1 lead. How about 8-0? I think whoever loses today is going to be absolutely crushed for different reasons. But not everyone can be a winner.
Next, they're lining up the util. They're just going to quick pop out through main. Norbert clinical on that first. Puts the advantage in favor of VP, and now they tee up for a retake. 5v4, G2 with a plant. Virtus Pro moving across the map, trying to box them in. They're going to go looking for these main fights. G2 are set up here heavy. It's a 2v3 over in main, but Flit turns the tide. First kill found. James been spotted and dinked on that first peek, but he gets a lot of info from the swing. He sees that everyone for G2 is out at main, and there's a smoke on Mir.
Oh, he's missed this. Jame playing really late. Oh, taps for Monacy. Get him off the bomb. It's Jame on a flank. It's too little. It's too late. It's up to the stick in the smoke, and they're spamming him out. G2 find the pistol on top, and the hype.
Bro, Glock is working like a turtle, bro.
From Hooksy, the kills from Monacy, and the destiny of G2 is top 8 in Copenhagen. What a save from Monacy, that turnaround. Jane plays it to perfection on the flank, but they're taking fights in front of the smoke, and Monacy hits every single one.
Even in these rounds, G2 are very cautious. Never certain what VP are up to here. Team that do sometimes throw the money in and try to play that early monetary game. So you got to treat it like it's a rifle round if you're G2, and they take it slow. Their eyes set over here towards B, and with a mid stack for VP, they won't be in the right place to put a stop to this.
Done. 10 rounds. Pack it up. G2 put a bow on it with an execute. Final flash laid up by Monacy, and in they go. There is no resistance. There is no hope for Virtus Pro in a full eco round like this. That top 8 awaits the potential of a playoff run. FaZe seized it earlier on in the day over complexity. G2 rounds away from that reality.
So nice from Monacy. Lovely little transfer as he's topping the charts for the G2 squad.
And he's played excellent in this game. 21-6 is absolutely a solo carry, but I think the difference here is it's felt like the team play has been really good for G2 in this map alone. The way they've closed out clutches, stopped Jame in that A-main play. I think as a unit, G2 have just looked indomitable. And for sure, when Monacy is doing this, that certainly makes your life easier, but I think even just to call this a one-man army would be disingenuous to that CT side that G2 just showed us. Can he or they keep it up? This round might spell the end.
They're 4 strong in the right place this time as G2 look to muster up another one of these fast B plays. Virtus Pro have got everyone here. Norbert and Jame kills the piece, but the trades are found. Near back of the site, lots of damage done, and Hunter, while he's going to get the bomb planted, he'll go no further than that. A multi-kill from Mir keeps VP above water for now. a very lengthy journey ahead of them, one that is going to be a real uphill battle on the CT side. But a well-founded stack, a good read out of James for how that round was going to look. It's a nice way for this to start.
Yeah. It's a really good call. I mean, G2 come in with bonus round, and VP know that. They saw the MAC-10s, they got farmed, and so they know that G2 are just going to go for a pop. It's the best play to make. If that's not stacked, G2 probably have an even kill post-plant. And anything is possible with retrieved rifles. So 10-5, VP plod on. The tension in this game. You can feel it. Near the name main, taken at the same time, all these Molotovs used. Deep temple smoke as well. To stop that rotation, but it's all a farce. G2 are going for this B hit. Norbert's about to find out. It could be nades out. Monacy, unscoped at the moment, misses that timing. Norbert gets a big amount of information. He sees the bomb there, and look at VP Shuffle on the minimap. They're rotating spawn. They know it's coming. It's inevitable.
Smoking towards main. That at least slows the roll of G2. As Pro actually go back to A rather. They're thinking this might be a ruse. James will fully commit to the rotate now. Mir the same. They start to pull bodies over. Will this be too late? Just removed from the action. You need a great hold from these two players responsible for the site. James watching from the cross. 20 seconds left. Monacy responds. Monacy replies. That AWP is not missing right now for Monacy. Mir and Fame. Rough spot to be in. And as Mir strolls up into a lost bomb site 1-on-3. He knows there's no win in this round. There's no redemption here. It's G2 all over. As these back-to-back B hits since getting onto the T side net them their breakthrough round. The money of VP is gone. With this save, they can look to put something out in the next round, but it's going to be missing some of those bells and whistles. You won't have James running an AWP. Not if you want as many rifles as possible, and so this could be the beginning of the end for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and when you think of this game in the future, I think all you're going to consider is the heartbreak of this matchup. But at the same time, G2 seized the opportunity with both hands and have absolutely run over it. Even though VP clearly affected by the way that previous map fell. G2, they have run wild. 8-round CT side streak. VP get a couple, but they're back on the chopping block. And that blade is held up by a thread. Hooksy here to order that guillotine. And it feels hopeless for Virtus Pro.
James dropped the AWP, so that's something to look forward to here on the CT side. Why does he want to take it early? Just backside B for now. And with how often G2 have looked to end there, you can't blame him. Monacy's been a monster. He so often is on Anubis. He's a huge part of why this map is so strong for G2, and to him being in this form, it's making a world of difference. Main taken as Nexa moves in. The Mollies tee him up to take the space. James will get the opener. Orp brings out over in middle. G2, this slows the roll of the mid play. This A split gets that much harder with the presence of James Orp. They're creeping up. They're making good time and good space to get into camera. Me having to watch both spots.
This is still rather uncomfortable for VP right now with that pick. They sneak through the smoke. Fame doesn't know where to look, and no kill has been offered up to Jame. He announces his presence with a blind shot and a blinder of a round for G2. Puts them right there in Heaven's Gate.
Just one round away from saving themselves and locking in a top 8 performance at the major at bare minimum, a playoff run. And after how they won this, with them going to the playoffs, you want G2 to look good. You want them to justify that spot in the arena. We always say big stage players, big stage team.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to show that.
Terrorists win. And m0NESY has just been such an outlier in this tournament for G2. Even at their worst moments, he has lifted them up, put them on his shoulders, no matter the weight. And we might not have to wait longer either. It's one more round for G2. It's the inevitable entering the arena. VP, one final go at it. Everything they need but fate.
James trying to make an aggro move on this Orp, but he's flashed off the angle as Hooksy nullifies this main control. Fame still stays up there. James actually still floating around, so they want to keep the pressure on. And James looking to walk in m0NESY's AWP. It's a standoff for this main control. And it looks like VP are going to try push the boat out a little. They take a swing here. Missed shot from the Orp. Jame and Fame in tandem get away with a killer piece. And they lock G2 out of the main control. Nico dead in middle.
Such a micro move for m0NESY, had such graphic implications there. He just moves off of the angle, Jame moves in, and that allows Fame to swing, and there's nothing m0NESY can do about it as he walks back into the AWP. It's a drop in the bucket, or even a drop in the ocean. But it is water nonetheless. VP surrounding Nexa. And nothing he can do but die. 6-12. No second chances.
Yeah, it's got to be a flawless game from here on out for VP. One misstep, one big m0NESY round. And that pipe dream of a comeback is over.
Yeah, this will be comeback of careers. Even though the round differential isn't massive.
A weak-on round, but they make sure m0NESY still gets that AWP. And with good reason, a rare flub onto Jame in main in the last, as you say, that little micro move, massive implications.
Oh, he didn't check! He didn't clear it! And Hunter, haircuts! VP shaved down to 3. Destiny desires G2 in the arena, and they are answering the call.
And if m0NESY is able to keep up games like this, you have a very exciting player going into that arena. You have a very hot AWP with a proven track record here across the major. You get Nico up there on the stage. Maybe that lights a bit of fire underneath him. After what has been a pretty underwhelming major from him so far, that would be the time to prove it. That would be the time to show it. So just 3 players left between G2 and that trip to the Royal Arena, and Hooksy looks to make it happen. Jame runs into the waiting Orp, and VP's time, VP's chance of playoffs in Copenhagen is over. G2, they capitalized on the crazy hand that they're dealt, and they will lock in a top 8 placing here in Copenhagen. G2 are going to the playoffs.
Yeah, unbelievable game on that third map. VP broken into pieces, and m0NESY, man, this guy is not Ilya the kid. m0NESY is the man of the house.
Yes, sad one. It's kind of going to be a strange map to break down, all things considered within the context of the series, but let's try. Obviously, you can see what it means to G2, and that is contrasted by the sheer despondency from Virtus Pro. Sometimes you ask yourself, what can you do?
Life can be cruel, and I completely agree with you. I think breaking down this particular series, it's going to be... We have to address what happened there, right? This would have been VP already in there, in the rooms, having a drink, just rejoicing, winning it.
I will
but they were in such a good place to do it, right?
Exactly.
It would have been 12-11, the money would have broken for G2. And you can just see how despondent, you just said it as yourself, they were so just not there in the server in that final map. I don't want to take anything away from G2 and how they played that CT side, Pimp. I think they were absolutely phenomenal, very aggressive, just getting in the faces of VP, making them really struggle getting anything going on the T side, but also for the side of VP, this wasn't the VP for the first 2 maps.
No, it does become a bit complicated to narrow this game down to a segment where we have to obviously praise T2 and congratulate them for moving on in the tournament. Again, as you said, Blur, a fantastic display on a Nuke is kind of what we, before the game, expected. We did say it coming into the game that the map pool was leaning in favor of G2, especially with Anubis coming up as a third deciding map. You cannot help to think that what happened on Inferno, what transpired on Inferno, definitely played a role in why VP were looking so disjointed, disconnected, and out of the server from the beginning of the game. It's very hard for me to grasp. It's very hard for me to put words into it. I was just staring at Jame and the body language coming up the players, and I must admit, they were taking it pretty cool. Had it been me, I would have been mad. I would have been sad. I would have been frustrated. I would have been furious. Had it been Apex, you can imagine how he would have reacted in a situation like that. Some of these players who really play with their emotions outside of the shirt. So as much as I want to congratulate G2, I also want to congratulate Jame, VP, for putting up a, if anything, valiant display and a show of character in a moment that is very tough for the team.
Despite the fact that seemingly everything was going against him, that Fame round comes to mind, the 1v2 on that A bombs, where he tries to go for that jump towards heaven, and that bug happened again.
Never rains, it pours, man.
Yeah, it just so pours, ridiculous. Right? So unfortunate. But I want to concentrate a little bit on the positives here. I think m0NESY finally making to the playoffs of a major in his career. I think he's been absolutely lights out. I think he absolutely deserves it. He is the reason that G2 are going to be in the Royal Arena. And shout out to m0NESY.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously G2, played incredibly well here. m0NESY has really dragged them kicking and screaming through this tournament. And the reality is, I've been around this long enough to know that sometimes you might have terrible group stages, you might have terrible qualifiers. All bets are off when you get to that arena. It's the most pressure you will ever face as a competitor. And G2 now, they get those 3-4 days to reset, reanalyze what they're doing, and they're right up there. They're back in it.
And you're right. I think we all agree that m0NESY obviously have played fantastic so far. He's again putting in a great case to be in contention for being the best player in the world, together with Donk and Saivu. It's those three at the moment, who are leading the charts in that regard. Nico has not had a great tournament so far, but as you said, when you get into an arena, when you get into a playoff game, what does G2 look like if both m0NESY and Nico is hitting and firing on all cylinders? That's the potential of the lineup, and that's why you do not want to face G2 in a quarterfinal at a major.
You don't, and you do want to hear from m0NESY, who I believe is with James right now.
That's right, I've got m0NESY with me here, and we've seen you miss majors, we've seen G2 struggle at majors, but finally, when you started your pro career at G2, you've made it to the playoffs. How much does this mean to you, mate?
Holy shit, I wanted so much. I wanted so much to play in playoffs in major, and we finally made it. I'm really happy. I don't know, I cannot share my feelings right now.
I think your face tells us and shows us your feelings you're going through, but this series, this was certainly not easy. It was a crazy one. From looking at, you had a 12-9 overpass in your hands, it slips away and they managed to close it. You get a miracle, a very fortunate situation to go your way when it's on Inferno. What went through your mind during all of this?
Fuck Overpass. Nobody cared when we lost Overpass. We just wanted to win and be in playoffs. And we just were believing in ourselves. We kept fighting, and we just did the best what we could. potentially, yeah.
Did you feel pressure?
Not really, but pressure plays on me, and I think it's playing on us as well when we're pressured. So I think it's better for us. Maybe not better for our opponent, but obviously we were fighting till the end. I was believing, even though we were losing on a like 10-11, and we just broke them mentally.
It definitely did come through that way as well. I want to look at your whole run you've had at this major, though, because it's not been easy. We've seen back and forths, even the ecstatic game you guys were challenged in. You know, right, you're going to have to show a better G2 going into that playoffs.
What was the question, sorry?
You know that you have to show a better playoffs, like a playoff performance here.
Of course. I mean, we're going to perform a better. We're going to fucking win major. I mean, sorry for sorry for a bad word, but we're going to show everything what we have. Yeah. And what is not killing us, making us better.
I like that. Good words, positive coming through. Muncie right now thinks they're going to win the major. A few days to go. Let's see if it happens.
With the divine intervention, yeah, he might be right. I'm going to have a hard time. They're questioning everything right now. It's existential on the desk. But you can see, obviously, he said, you know, look, the pressure doesn't work on me, even when we're feeling it on the team. And we always believed that we were going to win that series, which it's kind of weird because I think probably that interview notwithstanding, I think when you're watching it, you know, he looks really like mature and balanced. He's the one not tilting. Everyone else, you know, has got that face of thunder, and we've heard some of the comms and it gets a bit heated. But yeah, he's right. He sort of is the calm center of this team.
I'll be completely honest, you know, the more I think about it, the more I think this run from G2 into the playoff is a worrying sign, you know. Let's be honest, they beat Furia in a best of 1, they beat Ecstatic in a best of 3 where they had to struggle going to the third map, even down 0-4 on the third deciding map. Now against VP, we all know what happened on Inferno, we all know what happened in this series, definitely could have gone both ways. I'm looking at a G2 who's been limping into the playoff. I don't want to take away at all from the fact that they could definitely go into the playoff and be a candidate to go to the semi-final or even the final, because we know the quality they possess, but the level of Counter-Strike they've played throughout this major so far has been some of the worst Counter-Strike G2 has probably ever played, and yet they still made it. So is that a sign of class? Is that lucky? Is that a little bit of both? I'm not too sure, but I haven't been impressed at all by G2.
Oh, no, not at all. Well, apart from Muncie, obviously.
It does feel like almost like a fair victory, right? Although it is still a victory, nonetheless, it still made it through. And yeah, I have to agree with you. Apart from Muncie, if Muncie's not there, man, this team, they're not making it anywhere in any tournament whatsoever. And I feel like at this point, you need to look yourselves in the mirror real hard and be like, listen, we can't let this kid down every single time. We need to really step up. Nico needs to wake the hell up, because Muncie's like, yeah, I want to win the goddamn major. But if Nico is going to continue to deliver like this, if the inconsistencies from players like Hunter and Nex are going to continue, it's not going to happen. It's just going to be a pipe dream.
Yeah, and obviously VP, you know, where do they go from here?
It's a good question. You know, it's heartbreaking right now to contextualize what happened on Inferno. Obviously, it needs a bit of time to dwell with that one. I will say VP had chances in this game before that happened. We can't take away from the fact that they did lose a couple of rounds on Inferno. They should have won prior to the crash. They also had chances in other games leading into this. VP also haven't played a great tournament, I'm not gonna lie. So it's a bit tough for them. I really do feel for them. But as I said, at least the character they showed in this moment, that was something that stood out to me for VP.
Yeah. Anything to add to that?
No, I just feel like I completely agree with you. I think the struggles against the Eternal Fire comes to mind, right? So I think it's a little too early to kind of judge where they're going to go from here.
All right, well, we might get some insight into that. We've got Jame and Fame with Parler.
Thank you, Richard. You are absolutely correct. I'm here with Jame and Fame. Jame will be the one primarily talking, and if we need, Fame will give us some help with translation. Jame, that's a very tough loss. Can I just ask generally what's going through your head right now?
I'm so disappointed in our game. We're preparing good, I think, maybe best preparing in our team, but it's not enough for win versus G2.
I think you played some very solid Counter-Strike across Overpass and Inferno. Anubis, on the other hand, it was a struggle. Can you talk to me about what you think went wrong?
We lost 2 pistols. It's a main problem in CS2, but it doesn't matter. When we lost, I think first by round, I think they got good economic, and it's hard to play on city side.
Jame, I think I speak for many of us that when we watch you play, something that's so impressive is the composure, and especially in a best of 3 like this, it seems that you've remained composed and a confident leader through the trials. and tribulations. How do you always keep such a good mood in yourself and in your team?
Ну, он говорит, типа, то, что ты сохранил спокойствие и оставался лидером до конца, типа, как ты это сохраняешь вообще?
I don't know. It's just me. But I'm not calm in my heart. I am very sad. It's bad when you lost, but it's part of cyber life, and we need to go forward. If good, like we should be professional in this situation.
Well, James, you are ever the professional. Commiserations to you and VP. You now exit the tournament. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home, the VP and the James Time fans?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for supporting. We lost, but I think we'll be better in next major. Sorry for our bad game versus other team, but G2 really deserves this win. Thank you again.
James, I don't think you need to apologise to anybody. I hope you keep your chins held high, and best of luck going forward. Richard and the desk, back to you.
Yeah, the classy response there makes it even all the kind of sadder. I mean, you know, I'm trying not to say what's in my head right now, but it's just so difficult when you see him, you know, so forlorn with what's happened in the circumstances. And, you know, look, were Virtus Pro good enough to win that series? Maybe just about. Have they been great while they've been here? Not really. No. But and for him to recognize that, yeah, it's it takes a lot of bravery to say that.
It would be so easy just to blame everything in the moment, you know. And obviously, honestly, we don't know whether it was a crash, him tapping out. Who knows? At the end of the day, it was a massive happening on Inferno. It would be so easy. It'd be the easy way out. Just blame it on that, you know. Say we couldn't come back from that. We didn't have the mental fortitude. All of us would understand. It would be impossible for any of us to come back in a situation like that. The first thing he does is addressing the entire tournament for VP as a whole, addressing G2 being a great team, and then not playing well enough. He's putting the blame on himself. He's putting the blame on his own team, you know, saying that we are not good enough. We have not done well enough considering how well we're prepared coming into the tournament. A class act from James. He may not have won the game, but he definitely won a lot of respect out there.
I 100% agree. Like having that amount of stoicism, especially when you have the inner turmoil happening. Listen, getting knocked out in major in this fashion, it's going to break anyone's heart. And even though his heart might be broken right now, the fact that he is also cognizant of the fact that the CS hasn't been to the level that we expect from a team like Virtus Pro. It requires a lot of inner strength, a lot of maturity as well. And I'm sure it's won a lot of fans for James right there for VP as well. So I really believe, as cliche goes, they will indeed come back stronger.
Yeah, and obviously, just final thoughts. You know, we haven't really had a situation like this. It's kind of not similar, but similar to like the Fnatic Overpass boost way back when, in the sense that, you know,
I mean,
like one team is sort of coming out of this like as beloved, and the other's going to get a lot of heat online. I would advise G2 players, like, don't look at social media right now. Yeah.
At the end of the day, we don't know for sure whether or not he tapped out himself. I haven't seen any confirmation whether or not it was a mistake from himself. In that regard, it would make sense why he's putting the blame on himself. Could be a PC crash, but it's Counter-Strike. It happens, you know, and there's been other unfortunate moments. It's just, it happens in a situation where it's such an eye-catching moment where you see the direct consequence of it as well. Whether it's a tap out, whether it's a hardware issue, it doesn't really matter. It's heartbreaking for James, and it's heartbreaking for
life's not fair sometimes. That's what it is.
It really isn't. So look, we get to take a break. That's what we're doing right now. When we come back, we got Na'Vi versus Pain Gaming. We're going to decide who's going to be the last person in the Royal Arena, last team rather. So make sure you join us.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Quickly. To clear. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
There's only one more spot left in the Royal Arena. Will it be Na'Vi or Pain? Na'Vi, they have attended every single major in existence, but now, without Simple, can they make it to the playoffs here in Copenhagen? Or will it be Pain, the last hope of Brazil and the emphatic leader of Big Azera? What a story. It's larger than life, but what is it going to be on the server? I am super excited to cover this match together with Mathieu and with Jason. My name is Shox, and I'm shaking it off from the last game and the situation because I think this match deserves the hype.
You're right, but it is a little bit of a challenge. I'll just put it out there, let's put a disclaimer. Just emotionally, I'm still sort of invested in what happened, this crash with VP, but we're going to do our best to just shake it off for now, and let's give this matchup the respect that it deserves, and I'll move on, because we're big boys. We can do it.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you consider Pain is, as you said, the last of the Brazilian teams still with a chance to make it into the playoffs, and considering how good Brazil did to get here, to have so many teams here, that's super impressive, because this team would, I guess, I don't know, maybe like third down the list, fourth down the list of all the Brazilian teams that were here.
Probably.
And it's been powered entirely by Big Azera, which is an incredible story in its own way, and the way he's reconstructed this team after the Paris major last year, and just been able to kind of go from absolutely nothing to building up a team that's here contending for the playoffs.
You're absolutely right, and just contextually as well, it is so impressive to just consider the idea of having Pain on Game 5 at the Elimination Stage. A couple of facts out there. Major debutant as well. They had 3 players for whom this was the first major experience. You start your first day, and you get absolutely slapped around by Complexity and VP, and we're almost ready to write them off. And then there is a harrowing game versus Mongols. We're talking triple overtime. On that third map, they beat him and then move on to Heroic, who then make them look like a bunch of school kids. So I've been absolutely flabbergasted by what Pain is able to do, and the fact that I consider them very much potentially, not favorites, but there is a win to be taken here for Pain.
Yeah, it's great to see the development overall, and we don't have a lot of time, and there is so much to talk about, but I think we started at the right place, being Big Azera. So let's go on to the other side then, and Alexi B in this international roster, trying to make those playoffs and the task he has ahead of him, because he has a great squad, but he needs to be able to activate everyone today to get it over the line.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's fair to say he needs to activate everyone. Do you think he can actually activate everyone? How much of that are we giving towards Alexi B? How much is going to be just individual responsibility in that game?
I mean, it's a lot of individual responsibility, and responsibility that hasn't been picked up by individual players on the team, but certainly if you're the in-game leader, you feel the heaviest weight of that responsibility, no matter like where it actually lies. As the leader of the team, you feel like it is and your responsibility together with your coach to activate those guys in such an important game as well. And I mean, it's going to have to be an important speech. And you can see here, he has yet to make a playoffs at the major with an international lineup ever since he kind of left the ENCE team that burst into the scene in 2019. He hasn't been given the greatest rosters in the world at all of these majors. There's been some struggles. There's been some tough ones. The big one, obviously, the outlier being that G2 time there, but he had some differences with the coach at the time. You know, he's had a really tough time finding a team that he can actually settle into and feel like he's the leader.
Yeah, he's been very tumultuous, and it's kind of hard to know how to gauge him correctly and rightfully, right? I think there were obviously some contextual issues, but also people could point the finger and say, hey, you've had these great players by your side, and you don't exactly have a lot to show for it. Lack of trophies, no playoffs at a major. I think this would be a very great statement for him and his career as a leader to take this squad to a playoff.
Absolutely, but I think I read in between the lines of how you approach the first point. We need to talk about Emma. Of course, we have a lot already, and we were talking about Mathieu. You know, how do you handle that within a team? You know, there is really no perfect way to do it. Every player is different, but this is a team now, Navi, that is always expected to go to a playoffs. That was 2-0 in the 2-2 match. Now, how do you make sure that works?
Well, it seems like all the elements are lining up for Emma to disappear in this game and dissolve and have a tragedy of a major. That's what the elements are lining towards. Not only because, of course, he had a tremendous amount of expectation on his shoulders joining in, but we have to obviously address not just the fact that he's got terrible numbers here, but then I feel like this becomes a phenomenon on its own in a team, and it is complicated to handle it. You don't want to make too much of a big deal out of it. You don't want to materialize it out of nowhere, but you have to address it. You have to talk about it.
Be a conversation.
Exactly. So, I mean, you have a little bit of experience coaching as well. How do you sort of trade lightly that situation without just making sure that you're creating your self-fulfilling prophecy as well?
That's a great question, and it's a tough line to ride, and I think it's a lot of judgment on when, you know, different players are going to handle it differently, obviously, and that'd be a question for Blade is, can his personality handle the criticism of saying, like, look, we need more out of you in these positions? Can he actually handle being that responsibility and placed on him? I think it's actually a great juxtaposition, considering we have Ema in this lineup and the way he played Paris, and now Big Uzera, who's probably, you know, he's the greatest hard carry at this major at the moment, Big Uzera.
You're right.
Against the previous greatest hard carry, you know, like that's actually an insane thing to think about, that they're going head to head now and just in completely different roles and completely different situations.
I mean, the contrast could not be any starker. Like, Big Uzera, not only as an IGL, but is at the forefront of most of the attacks on the CT side. Whenever these are the numbers that I wanted to bring up the CT side, because they do play at some point similar positions, but this man on your screen basically creates, he's the architect of favorable scenarios in which he calls his own numbers, he goes in and then he makes the difference. And we have so many different examples. That's going to happen here again today. And in that matchup versus Ema, he puts him in his pocket right now.
It's so cool to see when someone kind of becomes larger than life, and I love the juxtaposition here. You know, yesterday we had the interview from Apex about Zaiwu saying we had to show up for our guy, we had to make it work for him. You have now a Navi who has to make that happen as well, because it's up to them as much as anyone else to make Ema also feel comfortable and do it together. And then on the other side you have Big Uzera, who is doing a similar thing by himself and leading those young players. I mean, it's great to see, and I hope it translates onto the server.
Absolutely, and then Big Uzera is going to get a lot of the credit just because of the plays he's making, the style that he plays, and obviously the great impact he's having. But let's not gloss over the fact that Pain as a team have also done a very good job of having good rotations in mid-round.
That's right.
They play like very smart Counter-Strike. They don't try and do too much. They're shifting very well on the defensive side based off what's being called, what information's being gathered, and they've actually played very, very well as a team, and that's why we keep seeing these kind of surprising, I guess, wins where they go down 0-2, or you think, oh, they kind of got into this stage somehow, and now surely it's all done now that the big dogs are here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the CT side that they played against Heroic on Mirage was just an absolute perfection. And it's a word I'm very careful about using when we had the test, but it was perfection. I mean, they were one step ahead in all of the rotations. They knew where to be aggressive, when not to be, who to leave as an anchor in these positions. And you could see that Heroic were just completely asphyxiated. We have the veto coming in. Nuke is an extremely strong map for Pain Gaming. It's a go-to, but one that we know Navi can play. So it's not like you're going for a punish right there. You better have your game plan written on T side.
And they handle Donk outside. Surely they can handle Big Uzera outside.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I guess.
They have experience going
Maybe
against the big dog in the yard. Right?
Who knows?
It's actually really interesting because now you have Navi picking Mirage, and I'm left with this. Obviously, it's a short-term memory, but I'm left with rewatching Pain on Mirage, and I'm thinking, you what now? Like, you pick Mirage into Pain? That's what you're gonna do? You're gonna give them the CT side start they had against Heroic? They won 12-0. But I mean, maybe I'm being short-sighted, but hell, that's a bit risky.
Look, in different philosophies of map vetoes aside, I kind of like the statement that it comes out with Na'Vi where you are the favorites, and you know, you come into this last day, this elimination day, we saw FaZe come in and handle business, and they looked like, for the first time in this tournament, like the FaZe that we're sort of starting to expect. If you're Na'Vi coming into this, you're like, we're better than what we've shown this whole time. Let's play to our comforts. Let's not worry about them whatsoever. Let's come in and play to our comfort and just batter them and show that we are the better team.
Yeah, and I want to check our own biases here just a little bit because we bring up Imma a lot, but Bits was in a similar position also in terms of not really finding his form. So it's not that we want to put it all on one person, but there is the expectation that you should play to your favorite role when you're in this matchup. You know, you can't give Pain any inkling of a chance.
No, definitely, and Bit has also received a fair amount of criticism from us. I do believe personally that the Cloud9 matchup is one that is very much loaded as well emotionally, playing against your ex-teammates, so it wasn't exactly the best out of Bit. I'm expecting better, but this is based off from Philosophy Fugazi.
Did we see the Kerrigan? Did we all see that Kerrigan speech of no one play scared today? Everyone get out there. Everyone be confident in your fights. That's the speech that Na'Vi has to give. Because if you're Pain, you're not playing with any pressure. You're coming into this and you're like, we've already exceeded every expectation in the book. We shouldn't. We probably logically shouldn't even be here. Let's come in and just keep going and have fun with it.
You're seeing it, aren't you?
Yes, yeah, I've been seeing it. Because
there's a reality.
I've been looking at these two teams' trajectories, and you know, the Na'Vis have been close. The perfect day one, and then the harrowing loss against Cloud9. We have to remember map 2 and 3 are very decisive, and Pain on the other hand, absolute exaltation, beating Heroic, and I'm just thinking, oh my god, Jesus Christ, is this actually happening? Do we have to consider the reality? And yeah, I think we do have to consider it.
They're already fired up, and you just know they're going to give everything on that server. Pain for Brazil, for South America. They're up versus Na'Vi. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it indeed, Shocks. We've got 7 teams locked in and one more set to join them. The final 5 looking to step forth tonight. It's a privilege to be bringing you guys Na'Vi and Pain Gaming this evening. 20 Brazilians stepped forth in Copenhagen to try and compete, and there's only these 5 remaining with that dream, a nation behind them, and a hell of a task at hand.
It's amazing. It's really been amazing, and you know, many of the Brazilian teams are not expected to go that far. So to be this close on the doorstep of playoffs is something remarkable in and of itself.
Wonderland will be the first casualty of this best of 3. And we're gonna have Bit holding back. They did see the cross, no doubt, but there's also this lingering presence in main. So the top hut player drops off. And as we get the 2 CTs going down the ramp, there's this challenge again. Emeth putting himself up on box in the crosshair of NQZ. So the scramble comes back up as fast as it went down, but there's still plenty of time here.
Yeah, an interesting spot. Nissim holding, waiting for any action his way. They spread the map so quickly, it can be a situation where Na'Vi make a mistake, walk into him. And for now, I think Big Uzera has his pieces in the right spots. More information gained here for Pain. And there is the walk forward. Let's see if it pays off. Oh, dangerous with the bomb, and Alexi actually lets him leave.
Jesus, that was a chance and a half for Nissim. JL's trying to stay mobile too. Quick switch of his position. With 2 faces pressed against him, Big Uzera stuck into the site. They don't see that one coming, but we're starting to talk about missed shots from everybody still alive here. Finally, somebody else goes down, and it's the favor of Pain. Bomb still yet to cross over. And that pressure from main, well, it could have been the key. Instead, NQZ puts down Alexi. JL has been stranded up in heaven, and he's going to have to fight his way out as bomb is going down to B. Big Uzera backside holds. They've got him pinned into this fight. Nothing JL can really do about it unless he just left, go down. Hell, hit the ramp to B.
I guess, yeah, that's the only thing that he could do. But they could beat him, you know, by going squeaky. Just wants to try to get kills. Thinks the round's over. And that's a good energy to keep hope alive. In a matchup, that would be a massive upset, right? I mean, we did see Na'Vi not play up to standard yesterday versus Cloud9, but Cloud9 also played extremely well. And so they come into play against a team like Pain. You know, Heroic had just lost to them. They're not happy about the fact that they lost to a team like Pain. I mean, they can say, you can be proud of how well Pain played. You can be impressed, but you're not going to be proud of yourself for a team that does not have any of the practice that you've got, the pieces you've got, the stature or sort of the imposing presence of some of the names on the teams that they've taken down so far. And so Na'Vi, well, they've got those names in the rear view of their mind, thinking about what they may be up against.
Not to mention the legacy of Na'Vi, right? A mainstay at all the Counter-Strike Go majors of past. First CS2 major in attendance, but a top 8 would, you know, put them at the top of the history books for this very first major. Quick scramble downstairs. Alexi B tries to slip in. Let's see if he can get into any shenanigans. Ooh, he's got the Zeus, right? And why wouldn't you take Dark as a post-plant spot?
But can you trust a man with no Zeus skin at this point?
No.
To find the right angle, you know?
No, you can't.
Alexi definitely extremely creative when it comes to new technology. I'd say, like, in terms of innovating on grenades, that's always been on something. And, you know, you've given him the nickname of the Grenadier because he's nailing HEs like nobody has since Astralis in 2018. So that's another point of the game that he sort of figured out when nade dropping became a thing.
Right.
So he's always kind of first to figuring out new stuff.
Dude, when nade dropping became a thing, it was like within a week that he breaks the all-time grenade damage record on Dust 2.
I don't think it's broken either. It was
It
over
hasn't
1,000
touched.
damage in 1/2.
Yeah, absolute unbelievable scenes when Alexi can start chucking out frag grenades. It's like a mortar. Bomb pops, clears the board of Navi's members. Pain convert from pistol to the second.
And they're going to ride the energy all the way to the end. You can feel it. And I mean, what are you going to tell yourself in the team talk, right? What can't we do at this point? What is the reason that we doubt ourselves? We haven't seen ourselves in a situation where we played against a team like Navi, so what? They already took down teams they've never played against, teams that should be beating them all the time.
Everything to gain and nothing to lose.
Leave your mind wide open. Strip the name at the top of Navi. The roster that is coming together has their own insecurities. Look for them.
Fast push here from Alexi. He's going to take up the fight. Him and Big Uzera. And our desk said, if you could stop Donk outside, then surely you can stop Big Uzera.
Hard part about that is you can stop Donk one time, maybe. One time.
As far as Big Uzera is concerned, he is unstoppable. He has had some of the most spectacular clutch moments of this stage of the major. So consistent in the pocket. Oh, but with ramp held back like this, they tried to get going and they're just met by heavy utility. Great grenade protocols coming out from Na'Vi. Indicative of their comfort here on Nuke. Nissim walking around. Oh man, utility really making this round tough for Pain Gaming, whether it's smokes, frags, or fire.
Chilling now. There's some good staging here to the round, and a couple of attempts tried on the entries. Navi set him back.
You know, if there's any demon on the shoulder of Pain whispering in their ear, if this game goes on and if the chance of actually securing playoffs becomes real, it's that 12-0 lead that they had over Heroic on Mirage that they almost threw.
But that's also a nice thing to have in your rear view, right? Big Uzera in the interview after that said, yeah, everyone was nervous. Everyone was so nervous. And the best part is just no hesitation in his honesty about exactly how he feels and how surprised he is. Sometimes at his own play. I don't know why I'm so good, why everyone's dying. I'm just feeling it. And I think when he's intuiting that feeling in that way and not overanalyzing it, you can kind of understand how he can be so consistent. He just has a feeling and he trusts it.
Big is somebody who has many feelings as well. We go back to the RMR when Pain qualified, and it was a path to qualification that a lot had criticism for. But, you know, Big Uzera is 25 years old, father of 2. And
astronaut, key to the city.
And even just getting to the major, you saw him overwhelmed with emotions and just speaking of how much it meant to him and his family and that they are the driving force behind his motivation. There's no doubt that they're watching him right now trying to shine brighter than ever before. Left in the dust when the pain of 2023 came apart at the seams, when the stars were stolen and the in-game leader disrespected and left behind. Molotov over to Big Uzera is not going to allow for him to cross. Good thing he doesn't, because that nade would have just found him exposed. Challenge in front of it. Kawez trying to press himself up against the wall.
It's an interesting spot because Lexi can't really push back again safely. He's got to wait for a flash. He doesn't see anything. They do a good job of getting forward and tucking.
Yeah, teammates also giving good support, right? Keeping Alexi pinned behind blue allows for Kawez to still hold on to what he has.
Look at the call out though. Oh yeah, the smoke and mini Alexi does his job here. It's a dangerous job. It's king crab fishing, but he's up for the challenge. he takes his peek, even though he knows that he was spotted a few seconds ago.
JL's activity on Nuke and Lobby has been so good this week, and sure enough, he's going to catch off Biguzera, and Nissam's here to trade it. JL loses his teammate, but has a chance to run back with smoke down and a teammate who just dropped Ven. If they think that they can go squeaky, suddenly there's still CTs around.
And we got the half trophy push here from Wonderful, but a great gap found by JL.
No hesitation.
Yeah.
Never any hesitation.
They've clogged all the pipes right now. There's no way out of this squeaky burst to upper if they want to do anything else. So let's see if he can get the kill. No. Bit's always going to be on the head. Alexi starts off that round, and again, he's put in an extremely dangerous position, but it also reveals that he's got support from heaven. He's outside as the rifler. They can be lurking in all around him. And if he's not aggressive in that spot, then maybe he just dies without a kill and no information. So great peeks all around, and I think he moves his units very effectively here, right? They have been making sure there's no drop down into Squeaky. They have the half trophy push because they saw so many players outside. They have JL going in for lobby control for the exact same reason. So they do capitalize a lot, and it's very nice to see Na'Vi having their pieces used better, because when they played against Cloud9, they wouldn't have won this game if they played like they did versus Cloud9. I'll put it that way. And it would be a great time to have a better day in a 2-2 elimination game versus a team that still has stuff to prove, even if they have been very impressive.
Man, dunked on. Having proven so much already just to be in this position, but of course, once you've got a taste of victory,
you never know how if you can get this close again. You don't know. This is so far into the most important tournament of your career. Just because you got here once doesn't mean that you're going to again. That's the impressive part about championship winning lineups and teams who have eras, and the Brazilian teams in the past that have done it.
JL again feeling the comfort of open space inside of lobby. Good support from Bit. This one's a clean sweep. 3 members of Na'Vi knocking down Pain. That 2-0 start long gone.
Their propensity to just go for slight bits of map control here and there, it's feeling like a chessboard here for Na'Vi, which is again a good sign, but moving slowly, one step at a time, almost as if they're, you know, playing a game at D&D, waiting for their turn, finding a little bit of space, waiting for the reaction, finding space somewhere else. And it's all looking very orderly, and it's also punishing and crippling the amount of space that Pain want to get back later in the round when they don't win outside. They don't get that first kill. They come back to lobby. You can see this round's about to be a little bit more simple here for Pain.
But exposed. Nice timing so far on cracking open these smoke grenades. You know, Na'Vi putting themselves up there as a team that does it well. Bit challenged on ramp. 1 kill to his name. 3 players looking to push past his line. And Wonderful will be smoked out. So the B site becomes questionable at best here for Na'Vi.
We got 2 rotators in control side already.
Not bad.
On a good timing once again.
Flash out from door. Imez going to challenge with that. And safe to say, very important kill to peel 1 of the 3 off the bomb site if the bomb is even to be planted by NQZ. And that's a big if with double doors open. Now, there is nobody over towards single. If they can figure that out, or if they just take the chance, slipping down beneath silo. But with this deep angle being held from Imez, you'd think he'd be able to react. Or does this distraction serve up the push from NQZ? Yeah, he swings.
Oh, the timing is
but
beautiful.
A second CT, right? This could be big. Alexi B hanging back on stairs, but gets peeled off. And now from 2v4 to 2v2.
And they're thinking. The gears are turning. And they're not getting lazy. Next rotation is called out.
Steps still on fire, but the door's open. That plant, oh man, it's exposed. NQZ will not find a third. So now the retake's on with the open hand of Wonderful, and they're gonna come in maybe from different directions. JL looks up, but first Wonderful peeks. And Lux, he's got himself a chance here. Early clutch attempt from Lux. Oh, pin from Dark. JL makes sure that Na'Vi's winning ways keep going.
Here comes Mr. Reliable once again to deny a big moment. And what is a 2v4 that was entirely possible. We see the second to last kill is 1 bullet, no shot back. He's low HP, but he's on point. Lux was a great player in this stage as well, alongside Biguzera's, a name that's not talked about as much. but so was JL. So was JL. 40 frags for him in regulation. Or sorry, in 30 rounds. Last 29, I think, actually. Left his mark. Definitely so far as a rifler for Na'Vi. And that was versus Donk. That was versus Spirit on this map. The first tack comes in here for Pain. And we've seen a good width of ideas, like different styles of CS coming out with the, you know, spread the map into lurk positions and wait for mistakes, which is actually what Na'Vi do, but I'd say they do it a little slower, which is an interesting sort of comparison that we'll see when they switch over to their T side. Into, well, what seemed like it was going to be a pop explode upstairs into a distilled position through the ramp. I love them blowing up the ramp smoke in the middle of the round when it might not be someone standing in front of it, especially the deep smokes that can't be watched.
Just being disruptive. I think that's one of the best things you can bring to the table versus a team that's trying to prove themselves as underdogs. Just keep that pressure on, keep them guessing. If Pain are pushed off kilter, it'll be tough to get anything going. This round will be tough regardless. Single AK, right, for NQZ? Now he's currently escorting that bomb behind Red, and it's a matter of timing before Wonderful maybe thinks he can go for the peak.
Yeah, well, we're looking outside for a flash over top of Secret. That will elicit him to be able to come up.
He's coming at it.
There it is. Oh!
Collateral. Lines up the shot, but okay, Kawes, Desert Eagle down to Secret with an op now. That's a second weapon in the hands. Oh!
Yo!
While at the same time, Nissim comes out from Squeaky. He meant good recovery to get that frag and also get away from the danger zone that could have been main.
That was quite a discovery. Now, we have seen the late trophy pushes coming in for Na'Vi, and the late plays back towards lobby out of Pain. So it looks like a handshake. We're going to come in carefully, clear everything out, and Na'Vi are going to take the space they know is given to them. I feel like a lobby lurk holder in a lot of their defaults would just benefit them greatly. I mean, at this point, we've seen 3 rounds where there's been a ramp push. If they had somebody there to at least challenge, that could be an option late in the round if things don't go right outside, or having somebody in the lobby, because Na'Vi are happy to take back the space that's given to them. You don't turn down a gift like that, especially when you know it's just like a repetitive flaw. But good prep from Na'Vi to find those gaps, and now it's sort of Pain's turn to show that they can answer back. Take it to the next level. Because you can hope and pray that your first plan works out. When you go for default, pick outside, oh, we know how to kill this guy. But when things go wrong, there are going to be situations where it does. You got to have plan B. It's the most glasses that we've got on a CS team.
Okay.
Let's see if they can see the future.
Envisioning themselves in the Royal Arena when they woke up this morning. But pressure again, man. Na'Vi are no strangers to applying just enough of a push. And then he tries to go one better. Big Uzera catches Wonderful. JL, though, saving them again.
They did it this time. I think they actually faked a little outside control to elicit that push. They punished the push into lobby.
2 on the corner. JL's coming at this. But, Big Uzera, okay, he didn't go all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big fat smoke. You know, you
Loud
have to walk
reload.
for a while, wouldn't be able to see anything. They got to be expecting a squeaky walkout, right? The way they're doubled up now. The question I have is, do they push after this? There's one other player on the map over on ramp.
Oh no!
Oh,
Kawes just exposed to Squeaky.
That's a timing he has to be aware of in that spot.
Yikes, Pain finally in a 3v3 and a nice mid-round. All of them grouped up while the counter-terrorists were spread, and he dies like that. What's left of Pain's gonna come back at ramp. They've used it to get down to B once. They put them in the best position they've had. Any of these rifle rounds, that plant in the 2v4 attempt. Big Uzera now starting to just rush him down. Alexi B's gonna hold the line. And the op of NQZ, smoking off single door, having to press out. This is not ideal for the opper, and he's gonna miss his one chance. Alexi B slips down and tucks them in. A 6th for Na'Vi straight.
I mean, they seem prescient right now about what Pain want to try to do. They've got the answers for it. They've clearly got the firepower today, and I think it's a lot of the action that they're getting inside of Squeaky. Like, it's just so many favorable engagements they are finding on different timings in the round here for Na'Vi that are bringing them so many presents in the form of frags. By comes up, NQZ doesn't spend a nickel. Nothing on the floor for him. Interesting, waiting for the op. And behind that, they have a pretty decent buy, but coming in with no flashes on this round.
With Alexi inside of Secret as well. This wall of smokes. Not going to be unnerving.
I like a lurk like this in a round like this because Big Azure can take as much time as he needs to. It's very useful to come in late upside, but now it just comes down to his teammates who are without him.
Nice timing here.
Wow, he's fast.
Oh, the lineup. Holy hell. Eman, you can see him trying not to kill Wonderful. That op moves into the site and dies for it. Kawez, NQZ, they're trying to charge down ramp again, right? This has been kind of the fallback protocol of a lot of these Pain rounds, and it's still another CT just ready to rock. Bit, nicely done. Double headshot on the A4, trying to make the most of the 30-bullet mag. Kawez into a clutch. With time on his side, with bomb on his back, but with opponents all around him. So as he creeps back in, JL ready inside of lobby. There's a chance he sees the shadow, but no sir, JL sharp as ever. And JL is just the king of lobby throughout this week of Na'Vi's Nuke. I mean,
he's been invaluable.
Constantly pressuring in the middle, always there for the trade, and he'll do it on T side as well. Very passive, kind of giving away control in order just to kind of rope you into his traps.
Again, one of the cooler pickups for Na'Vi as a guy who wasn't picked up based on just stats. Like, looking at his Paris performance is why he's on this team. No one's going to doubt that. But at the same time, you look at the stats from Paris, doesn't tell the story of how you get a contract this big, and yet he's proving that he's worth it.
Nissim, 5v4, here we go. A little bit more pace from Pain. They've been trying to slow burn a lot of these. Alexi B is going to get shot in the back of the head. A 5v3 for the offense into the A play on the floor. JL and Wonderful hanging on. And sure enough, it's Kawez with the double kill. Molly to heaven, but Bit is back down ladder.
He's so fast. He literally was just in mini entering and Bit came to check on him. Now he's given up his position and is positive that Big Azure hasn't made it yet and has no way to fight back. Shout out to Kawez for this one. The kid from the Academy League, the player we know who's the best player on Furia Academy. What was interesting about their style of team was they were trying to create a mini Furia because obviously the players would eventually, in theory, feed into the main lineup. But he was the only one who had the essence of Furia, who could execute on it with all of the aggression and the sort of 2020, 2021 style. But the team didn't work at all. They didn't win their games. And yeah, messy spray from Bit means Pain will grab this off of an X Factor play from Big Azure, a round like the last, cloned but then sped up.
I like that. Starting to mess around with the tempo at the tail end of this half. Trying to play a game of chess and it doesn't work. Flip the board. Get in there. And sure enough, Kawez, that double kill. Good utility pressure backside. The Molotov forcing Wonderful to not be in cover, but rather exposed to hut door.
And if you're a Na'Vi fan and you were following the Overpass game, what was missing from that T side? It was not doing something like that. It was dying the same way every single round. Where are the new, faster ideas? Where was the plan B in that game? So Big Azure shows us how he gets his team back into matches. And sometimes it has to be him. But just because he's the IGL doesn't mean he can't be the star.
Party on the rooftops. Molotov's destined, but one misses. Top hut, Molly misses. So does the second one. Oh man, Emat able to hold on. Now at least there's no exec that comes behind this, or else that's a position they would have certainly held on to. But of course, still two more Molotovs for Pain. Better hope that if they're banking on another top hut Molotov, this one lands.
They're just going to contact after this. They would look like they wanted to bait out the CT utility.
They did.
Actually, there is nothing. No smoke even for Squeaky.
Couple flashes, that's it.
I think that Pain are just waiting to see if Squeaky gets resmoked, because you always keep it resmoked to 30 seconds if you can on CT side. So This is an invitation to try upstairs and pressure on Na'Vi to find something back end. This is the trophy push that has come in. It's been a feature of the CT side.
Yep, getting frisky.
Pain don't take too long.
Backs turned to it. They're all inside of lobby and nobody's watching. Nobody's watching at all! So they sit stagnant inside of lobby. Bit puts up a triple kill. And just when Pain thought they had them where they wanted them with no util, with open routes into the A site, it's a well-timed Na'Vi flank.
When you wait for the textbook timing,
flat.
Man, didn't want to take that fight at all. When you wait for the textbook timing, what do you get? The textbook response. 30 seconds, it can't be ramp anymore because it can't be downstairs and it can't be a heaven ramp. Can't be outside because there's not enough time and there was no presence spotted. It's going to be upper. You've already let Na'Vi know that. There was a timing for you where the CTs were without any utility on their belt, and you didn't go when you knew you had a chance. If you wait longer, you have to do more on the map.
There was no noise anywhere, no presence whatsoever. So excellent counterplay. Ooh, and poor Lux on the side of the smoke gets pulled off by Bit. This is looking like a delicious 9-round streak out of the Na'Vi CT side.
Yeah, this is great. Great from them, great from Bit, great from JL. I think the max rounds you get is 9. You're in pretty good spirits here.
Oh, excuse me. No, they sprinkled one in right that fast round. 2-0 start. Now, the fastest round Pain played with rifles is the one round they won, barring the first 2 of the half. And yet they just go back into this crawl. At least it's with numbers outside of main. Alexi shouldn't be able to get the all-in triple multi. Shadow advantage is ready for the first one. And Cowes, quick enough on the trade. 45 to the clock, a very solid A defense again and again between Wonderful's op and JL backside.
But they've lost their engine now. They have no way to split. They're just coming in from the perimeter.
And Bit comfortable as ever, pulling back from ramp, which has never really been an issue. He'll go swinging. And Na'Vi demanding respect on this defense.
Yeah.
Na'Vi on Nuke looks good.
That's huge. And there was no, amazing place for Pain to go. And we know Na'Vi can play the map. So again, comparing yesterday to today, I've had serious fears about Na'Vi. Those are quelled now, of course, because, well, what are we seeing? Total dominance on top of good tactics, on top of good map control, and playing like they're the better team with all the pushes. They're not like Mad Maxing the aggression and pushing through Squeaky and running through smokes or anything like that. They're walking like they normally do, but on really fast timings and just being aware.
Feels like such a well-oiled machine from Na'Vi right now. But simultaneously, I feel like it's not like Pain are trying to throw a wrench in the works. They see this war machine in front of them.
Yeah, they look a little stiff, and I think they are sort of maybe in reverence of basically how well Na'Vi are controlling their situations. And I can only give them credit for trying to do a tempo change up with Big Uzero's play in through mini on that early timing, at least. But you're right, there wasn't much more than that.
Pain trying to hold back this machine with nothing but manpower. And the attempt's going to blow up in their face if they're not careful. Plenty of CTs outside. Wonderful working with the P250 as the ramp hit gets set up. And there's nobody in ramp whatsoever here for Pain. There's nobody downstairs either.
They can't do this. If they don't have their vent rotator ready, they've lost their 2 main choke points. That's what Wonderful's watching outside as he sits here on red, purveying the scene. He's just making sure that they lose one of their rotations. So now that Lux has gone downstairs, it's a single point, but he is going to have his attention split. He's already overstressed watching Secret. This is already sort of a failure here from Pain as they slowly get into position. No plant will go down, but now it's scary to take control side. They need the frags.
Be lucky if they can maybe stop it just with kills. But 2 T's comfortably over towards control.
One more out in Nissim. He's coming in slowly from the ramp.
Trying to get downwards. It's a lot of bodies here to try and take back double door. Oh, Wonderful gets caught. Here we go. Lux starting to get this one moving forward. Oh, but then the flank out from Alexi, perfectly timed. Big Uzera back onto the fence. There are fights on all fronts. This is a scramble for Pain to try to get back Pistol, to deny Na'Vi their double digits. Labored fight, but Alexi gets it. And now poor Biguzera is just stuck, torn between two directions, and soon to be shredded. JL off control, and Na'Vi total control.
That's a beautiful strat, a beautiful play, and it does capitalize on, once again, a team that looks a little stiff. A team that wasn't willing to believe that it was going to be that low-worst split that could come down. They really wanted it to end upstairs, but they did that without actually earning or influencing the ideas for Na'Vi. They got their game plan, they saw no one going secret, they had ramp open, and they took control of it. Also, that second flanking from Alexi, I'm not even sure how he snuck into that position, but it was really exactly what they needed. Pain almost fragged their way out of it with those Lux dualies, but now they're looking at double digits within like 15 minutes of this game starting, so you can only imagine how they're feeling.
Probably like absolute shells of themselves. They have rode the emotional roller coaster of Counter-Strike. They've hit high highs. Right now, their lowest low. When push comes to shove, Na'Vi come to play. Nissim with a chance at the opening. Nicely done with the MP9, right? Lesser weapons here for Pain. But by God, they're gonna try their damnedest. Lux auto shotty. He does a ton of damage, but JL's the king of the weird guns. Bit over the top of main. NQZ drops back sight with a scout. Nice headshot on Wonderful. Pressure out from MP9s on Vent. Oh man, it's getting weird, it's getting awkward, and all three CT's positions now known to Na'Vi, who are at the moment slowing it down, but also low on health. Nice! Finally, Nissim comes back up that vent.
I'm gonna finish this meal. I'm gonna finish this meal no matter what.
My God, I'm gonna do it. And he does.
Wait a second.
No.
Oh, he didn't see it.
What the hell? Okay.
A zany round. Finally, something weird happened.
I was going to say, Pain have the fastest round of the game. They've also got the weirdest round
the weirdest
of the game.
round. But like with Na'Vi, there's always some weird ones. And they get the most... Well, it's always their T side, the most mystical T side in esports right now.
Yes,
but
it's really becoming something special.
Yes.
Is I think the best word to describe it. The Finnish twist.
Yeah. Just a very loud Deagle shot as well. All right.
Ooh. 5 Deags. I'm down.
Yeah. This is like the carnival game round, right? You're just basically testing your luck. Figuring out who's the best player with just a straight up one-shot pistol. One chance to play.
And the difference being carnivals are rigged, and Counter-Strike every round is winnable. That's why Na'Vi slow burn this one with their Deagles. We haven't brought up the numbers, but by God, Bit, 16 kills, 6 deaths in one of his more quiet major performances.
It's a bit time, you know what I mean?
And QZ here with Nissim to enforce, but the smoke makes it a little weird. Ooh,
there's
wonderful.
a Deagle. No, another one.
Alexi into the M4, but he turns his back. Biguzera, he's hot on the trot, eh? Quick to pick up that slack. But now you've given Bit a Colt. You've given Na'Vi still enough time. Emat cautious on the approach here. He's cleared all the other corners, but Lux gets an early warning sign with the shoulder. Deagle of JL now softened up. Bit's trying to run that M4 towards hell of all places. He is looking to slip into the back of A site.
Got it.
JL.
All right.
This is perfect because the CT just dropped down, so Bit's going to come up this ladder. There are 10 seconds on this clock, and Biguzera's concerned about lobby.
But now Bit has to make noise, right?
No, he's still slow, quiet, and Biguzera still presence of mind.
All right.
Make sure to post the double kill to save the day for Pain, because that would have been embarrassing.
Yeah. Leave it to Biguzera to be responsible for the kids, all right? He's going to be the adult in this situation. Make sure that everything goes smoothly. It was a cool round. The Deagle investment damn near pays off. And in fact, they have Pain scared for what that's worth.
Now Pain's got Na'Vi right where they want them. Frag grenade and a Zeus, T-side Zeus, right? It's on the rise. We saw m0NESY play Zeus from top main, jump through main, Zeus the guy CT vent into an M4 double kill. with a bye just as tragic looking as this one from Na'Vi, so
yeah,
never write it off.
If only we could all have movement as good as Monacy. Society if. Here comes the pistols.
Zeus is right here. Yeah.
Oh. Wait.
Into the M4, but plays with the Glock on burst and will pay the cost. It is 4 up for Pain, trailing by 4 rounds. But a CT side.
Actually a fine position for them now. I mean, it's 3 rounds that Na'Vi need to get, so I think for Pain, they're just 1 foot in front of the other, see if they can make up for their mistakes in the first half.
So they've got the ball rolling.
Yeah.
This would need to be an avalanche of CT rounds to get it over Na'Vi. And we already saw spectacular T-side calling from Alexi B on Nuke versus G2 to kick off top 16 here in Copenhagen.
That comeback was a statement for the beginning of the stage. Now, that being said, after seeing that, you wouldn't think that we'd be on the last day of the last game casting Na'Vi still trying to get in.
Sure.
So there have been flaws along the way.
Yeah, well, those flaws happen on other maps. You know, they're ancient. Their Overpass yesterday left a lot to be desired against Cloud9, but Nuke has never been in question. It's also the map that they took off of Spirit.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
You know, it wasn't just a good T-side either. It was a T-side comeback against G2.
That's
so Na'Vi, they've been under pressure. They've thrived.
He's spitting facts right now. These are just factos for sure. That would make you nervous, would it? That would make you nervous.
A little.
Okay.
There's no place for nerves now. Ooh, poor NQC.
No, gotta keep that smoked for your homies.
Just jumping across. Easy pickup. Luckily, they've always got Biguzera to bank on. Another A defender dies out. Biguzera's more concerned about outer, and there will indeed be that single secret cross.
They're waiting. Ooh, they're waiting patiently for their chance right now. Look at our teammate here, backside in Lux.
Gonna have to be big.
Oh my God, so close.
Yeah, they get up in front of his grill, and nothing is offered from the A defenders. The only piece of success here for Pain is Biguzera's opening fight outer. Each of those A defenders die untraded. One of them just jumping through the air on half health from fire. Hello, Emes stuffs Nissim up close, and that is Na'Vi getting back in.
Massive find. But yeah, it's definitely an error to not have that Molly and Squeaky smoked with the door blown open right at the start of the round when someone's got their face jammed in the doorway. So having a reload jump away with low HP is one thing. They wanted to take the duel into it, but they needed to be more aware of their teammates' position and help them get out safely. Pain cannot afford mistakes like that because, as you had just pointed out, their T side on this map hasn't shown any flaws so far.
Instant wall of smokes, instant 8th floor Molotovs. It's an initial investment that's got Pain moving. Biguzera chains up his spot too, right? Instead of playing by main, he wants to be a part of this A defense by the looks of it. But isn't that just indicative of what Biguzera has been doing all week? He's got to be everywhere all the time to do everything. How much can you ask of one man? There goes the squeaky smoke. JL given a fight, but the 5-7.
Oh, they make it ugly.
He's able to catch one out from heaven. Biguzera gets his and dies. So we get this claw back from Na'Vi.
2 stolen back, and they kill the player backside. So for the moment, the CTs will actually be nervous. They'll be sitting there, and they can go up into heaven, but it's actually so hard to re-clear backside from this spot. Look at NQZ. He can't peer over the ledge. So they've got to sit and wait for other options. They're going to walk right into this. Oh my
Bit
God.
gets a fight in the distance. They will be caught off by the close main play. Nissim gonna make sure to put another on the board for Pain, and this is a one-off round now for Na'Vi.
That's pretty good setup there from Pain. They catch the second level reaction. You know, Na'Vi could have gone anywhere from just continuing forward with the plan upstairs to going back to ramp, and they went for the long route outside. And there's 2 CTs here ready to cover this.
Pressure on Nissim to get both of those wrapped up. Does it. Second highest rated player for Pain coming into this best of 3 behind Biguzera. You know, when Pain are such an unknown entity, it's nice to see his name in lights.
Because there is going to be one of those IGLs. I'm just going to say this right now, that no matter what teammates he gets, they're going to be playing their best CS under him.
Like Shuhei.
Like Shuhei. There are a few IGLs like this. You're just going to consistently see that no matter what their team, they're going to have good results. Maybe I felt the same way about Kixen. Obviously, it wasn't a great game to go out versus Pain, but versus another IGL, I think is in him in essence in some way. But Big Azero is someone we've seen, beat out Furia for a spot at Lisbon in a major matchup to really make a name for Pain Gaming. Lose his roster, recreate himself, and still remain the same player in his new lineup.
Yeah, he's always had that clutch factor. Always been somebody you can bank on mid-round to make the right decision. Just such good positioning when it comes to big plays. Speaking of which, another new spot for Big Uzera from main to heaven, now secret.
Massive pressure on the ramp hold. They're going to be pushing into this Nisum without one.
This is not what Pain need right now, but this will certainly help. Big Uzera gets the kill on secret fast enough. Look at the CT scramble, but JL's gonna hear this.
He changes the round, but with that kill inside of secret, they have to change their approach slightly. And they will walk back to upper because they've scared the CTs and are rotating down lower. It's a perfect mid-round call here from Alexi.
And it all hinges on JL. I've bigged him up as a lobby player. He finds these timings to be a nuisance.
So we go from Nisum as the one person on ramp to now NQZ is the one person upstairs.
He's got to do it. Needs to have a moment. Will land the easy one on Alexi, but where are Alexi's teammates? He's hunting for them. NQZ, that's two. But Bit right there on the trade out from Hut. It's man advantage Pain with a nice clean flank from Big Uzera, and this stalling Na'Vi war machine is offering it over. Bit has been phenomenal tonight into the 1v3 clutch, but currently not in possession of the bomb, so he's trying to piece it together with 15 seconds. This is not ideal. Now starting to scramble as he sprints over to the bomb. Nothing he can do. Vents is occupied, lobby is full, and Heaven's got one in it. This is Pain with another.
So let's go over that quickly. It's the failure at ramp, right? But because they have the secret player in Big Uzera to know when he needs to approach, and he takes out the Lurk and Imma outside, then suddenly ramp is no longer a play. They're connected in that sense. Both rotations down to lower. This is the frag that matters. Then it gets pushed to NQZ. He gets a little bit too much material being the solo guy on the site. When Na'Vi know that they set him up to be the solo guy on the site, it's an op, run him down. So there's a spot where Na'Vi needed to pounce. They were unclear, didn't believe in the position that they garnered for themselves. They created a good spot and didn't jump at the opportunity, and then Pain's rotations did the rest.
Now things are starting to get real. Na'Vi were flaunting that lead after their CT half, but Big Uzera got a whole pack of players! Huge spray from behind red, made easy by the fact that it is just Glocks, but that's what you need. A nice, clean, concise round, little mechanical flair out of Big Uzera, and a slowly growing belief that Pain can post a CT side to challenge that of Na'Vi.
That was nice. That was satisfying. Turn him into a human centipede right there. All four heads down. Timeout called in for Na'Vi. And it does get worrisome almost exclusively because the staging to the round on the T side so far in some of these big moments has been good. But then the inability that we just saw for them to close out is what matters the most. And now the lead shrinks and Pain grow with confidence. We almost get into a situation where Pain are more worried about how they might throw the game as opposed to how likely they are for Na'Vi to let them back in. They already know now that Na'Vi will let them back in. Na'Vi now have to earn that respect back.
Curious to see if we get a situation like we did with Pain, getting into the later portion of the half. Maybe Na'Vi and Alexi will crank that tempo. Big Uzera's gonna open up again. Talk about tempo, Cowes!
Are you serious?
Definitely not a coward, as he just goes charging through Squeaky like it's nothing. Right into the lobby fight.
That's the Furia Academy Cowes. He's always down to try that. But you don't see him doing that. Very disciplined so far in this game. And another catch for NQZ playing in a Liege, looking for lurks. Wow, what a play to make. I mean, this is the equivalent of smoking down mid on Inferno in a CT round after you just played Bracket and Orange and back on B side. All of a sudden, And on round 21, you let them know. You let everybody know how you got to a 2-2 matchup. A brave call. More than brave. Who even does that play right now?
Nobody. And what's funny too is it's not, that doesn't catch you off because the door has been blown open by the CTs and then somebody runs it. You hear him open the door and the lobby player never even reacts because who the hell is going to do that?
You can't believe it. You're still in your territory very much.
You've played hundreds of rounds of Nuke. Some of them against the best teams in the world, notably G2 and Spirit this week. And you have never been hit by a Cowes rush like that. Wonderful's got 15 seconds looking to hang on to the AK, and he has been quiet throughout this first map of the series. He's going to try to charge into the A play. This is getting real. Yeah. This is a one-round difference out of Pain.
Yeah, they're getting the body bags ready, man. That's, we've almost got Na'Vi and Rigor Mortis at this point.
And this is Pain, who in their last match were on the opposite side of this spectrum. 12-0 start on Mirage against Heroic. Almost threw that away. This time you've got nothing to lose after your T side. Throwing up a defense that has closed this gap to one round that will shove Na'Vi back onto pistols. But those pistols have tools to work with. There's also a ton of utility here.
There are a few things more powerful than belief in this game. And you better believe that's the only way that Pain have been able to conjure up a run like this.
But early damage on Big Uzera, who, as always, is instrumental to Pain Gaming's success. He will switch over to the AWP instead. Is there anything he can't do? We'll find out.
Fail.
Don't jinx it. Big cross down secret. We have not seen 5 players get down secret like this. Na'Vi have been clumped up, and they will now, from this point forward, charge into that B site. The rotation is low, and it's the op of all things. It is Big Uzera on the 20 health. Nothing he can do about Decon, but he's got Nissim here to help him, and that's a one and done. Huge Deagle shots coming out of JL. And so Na'Vi, with one of their lesser buys, have cracked open the B site. They're going to juggle those guns back into the post plant, and it is a challenge for the young guns of Pain to keep this momentum rolling. And QZ will catch Wonderful. Again, he will fall with nothing. JL blind. That is 3 kills deep. He is at the top of the board for Na'Vi, and he's looking to do everything here in round 22 to secure OT at least.
Oh, and the odds are drained. The time is gone. JL wins with the 2 Deagles, the op shot, and he secures the offer. Wonderful to take into the next round. That's 12. OT secured off the eco, and it's a little bit of damage on Big Uzera, and no response. You saw that there were 2 players inside of ramp and 1 rotated down. They should have committed 1 down to clock and had a second ready to come in where Big Uzera did. But they didn't want to believe it again. The defense calcified.
Oh, that
and
one.
Na'Vi had nothing to lose.
While blind.
And it is great shots to save the day, but it's also, I think, the fact that you can be more carefree on a round like that and stick to a plan, move fast, that Na'Vi were missing a little bit on the round where they just had so much utility, so many guns to work with, they wanted to play it too carefully. They could throw that away, all their inhibitions, and just go for it, and that's exactly what they needed to remedy the situation. And now we shine a light, on the lead, and the fact that this was 9-3 to begin with, and they had rounds to lose and to learn from. Certainly could be the last round of the game, but we don't really have that evidence so far. Oh, wow. And QZ dies. It's a shoulder peek from Imma.
It's a 5v4 that comes with it. It's a chance to crank the tempo, but then he sees the barrel, and this one's starting to come apart at the seams. Na'Vi back-to-back outer rounds to get openings in their hands. Nissim falls off boost, and this is looking like a flat-footed round 23. Big Uzera in heaven with only 1 teammate left. And they are slowly getting closer. He looks down, snaps up, and gets it, but it's having to be all Biguzera all the time. A shot out from Garage. And when Na'Vi are pushed to the limit, it is Alexi B who will call back-to-back outer rounds to get this first round map under wraps, because this was getting close, starting to slide away. They will not lose that nuke streak here in Copenhagen. 1 over G2, 1 over Spirit, and now 1 over the challengers of Pain.
Yeah. Biguzera definitely was trying to make it very difficult for them, and he absolutely did. Na'Vi needed the composure to close out Nuke, and we're gonna get it ready soon, but I mean, JL wins them the game basically, right? In that round 22.
Yeah, it's a nice couple Deagle shots he hits. That's very timely Deagle shots. Yeah, because Pain was, you're exactly right. They were making it very hard on Na'Vi. I mean, that defense for Pain was looking strong. Na'Vi equally in the first half. Both defenses today were fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. I was surprised that Pain was able to fight back. I really thought Na'Vi had done enough to put them to sleep. But no, we go back to our narrative of Biguzera on the CT side, and he showcased himself back-to-back multi-kills, once on the A side, once outside in that 4 position.
Yep.
So yeah, I agree with you. I think that Deagle round, if you're Alexi B, you're just a tap on the shoulder for JL. I will also just put it out there, I think there are mistakes being made by Pain Gaming, and sometimes that's the price you pay when you're mounting that comeback. You have a bit more confidence, because I think some of the duels they're offering to JL are not exactly needed. You've already had your first kill, you can assess, or you can reorganize your retake together, and instead you just go and give a chance to the Deagles. That in itself, that's a mistake.
Yeah, but you know that emotion, right?
I know
you know
how
that
it
emotion
is.
when you're that guy coming
But it
in.
sucks.
Yeah, I know it does. It sucks even more when you eat the headshot, and then you got to sit there and think about it, knowing the round is likely lost. Just a fantastic performance from JL, obviously once again on Nuke, and then you also have to give the credit over to Bid, who we kind of mentioned in the pregame as well.
Oh, yeah.
This is a lovely little resurgence. And I know, Matthew, we were talking before the game ended about exactly what Na'Vi did to get him involved.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you're playing that ramp position, there are moments, there are going to be games that are boring as hell. And you're not going to see a whole lot of people, and you're going to have to play one shot, I fall down, or one shot, I go back under heaven. That's not what Na'Vi did. They integrated Bid a whole lot with pushes, timed well push as well. It was not always a beginning of the round, it could have been late round, but they took him +1 usually into these trophy rooms, taking the fights to Pain in lobby, and I think that really was a key, and it made life an absolute nightmare for Pain Gaming. You could see they were lost for words on their T side.
Yeah, I know you really latched on to some of the aggression that Na'Vi was busting out. I was really impressed watching it, how good their rotations were downstairs. Like whenever Pain seemed to get a leg to that lower bomb site, it's like you got Alexi B in the bomb site ready to defend on point. You got Ema swinging over in control windows. You got somebody open in the single door. You had like 2 or 3 bodies. Na'Vi did such a good job of reading the timing of when those plays were going to come down to that lower site, and it just felt like Pain just repeatedly just got stuffed.
Yeah, you look at some of the kills that we just witnessed, like literally with an M4 in lobby, like inside of lobby. Again here, that's JL from HUD, that's indoor. I'm not making this up, by the way. This is production making together this highlight. Exactly what we're talking about. All of these duels are not in per se CT positions. They're 1 to 5 meters deep into the T side to make sure that they are feeling constricted. And this is when it becomes very easy to read, because once you've established, hey guys, if you play map control, we're about to bust you in. So you have to play outside, you have to play the secret, and you can be in position.
And what's beautiful about it too is this is what helps players like Bit and players like Ema kind of, shuffle off some of the lethargy from having a tough stage so far, because that forces the communication to be flowing. There's going to be creativity, there's comms going back and forth, and if you're those guys, you're like, hell yeah, we're playing Counter-Strike. Like finally, yeah, I'm into this. Like, let's go.
I love how excited you both are because of the setup that we gave about how this puzzle has to come together for Na'Vi, and it's inspiring, it feels like, for you to see it, right?
Well, it's also because, remember, the question that we posed coming into the game is it really Alexi B's responsibility?
Yeah.
Does it really fall on him? And, I mean, yes and no, but he certainly called a game that took the responsibility into his own shoulders and set up a game plan that allowed the individuals to shine, and it's awesome when it works.
Yeah, listen, it has to be mutual, right? It has to be a mutual, it's a give and take.
Of both.
You're a leader, you come up with a game plan that has to be tailored to the opponents, and it's not always going to suit to everybody, and there are players who are going to be highlighted because of that game plan, but then they have to do their side of the job, which is to freaking deliver the kills. So this is where we meet right now, where Bit was put into positions where he could activate it, rather, and he multi-killed the way he needed to.
Yeah, but if you have your in-game leader come up to you before a game and be like, hey man, we're going to do a bunch of lobby pushes, we're going to be pushing ramp, I need you.
Brother,
you got to be on your A-game.
You're talking to someone who was playing B on Mirage. Like, I know how it is. Like, hey, by the way, just so you know, Maniac, you're going to be alone this whole half, so well, we have 2 flashes for you. Bye.
I might be there in time.
Maybe you have rotation, maybe you don't. So, yes, it's not always equal. You don't always get the same fun as an anchor, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's true. It can be, what's the word for that?
Frustrating?
Frustrating, no, like, Like you don't get a lot of honor in that position, but you do need to nail it if the action
I know
comes
exactly
to you,
what you mean.
right?
Yeah.
But I can't find the word now.
We
Well,
used to be so good with Thesaurus.
Yes, I don't know what's
Last
going on.
night, we peaked last night.
We
peaked way
did,
too
we
soon.
did. Is Navi going to peak though in the second game? So I do want to, before, I mean, we can move on to Mirage and that conversation because the CT side from Pain was phenomenal, right? It wasn't enough and it took the heroics from JL to do it. Big Azera continues to do it. So the margin is small and they're going to have to push themselves, but do you think there's a possibility?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think this nuke was one-sided enough for me to say this is over. Not at all.
No.
And the quality that we describe for Pain on the CT side appeared on Nuke, which leads me to believe they're going to appear on Mirage. It's very fitting for the way they want to play Counter-Strike. And a man like Big Azera got activated once again. So if anything, if you want to poke a little bit, maybe on the side of NQZ, the sniper, we saw a couple of misses in moments that, yeah, sure, maybe in isolation it's not that big a deal, but actually it makes a huge difference. When Ime swings before the smoke pops outside, that's the kill that as a sniper you're supposed to be given. So this may be where I could poke a little bit, but I have belief in the CT side of Pain on Mirage.
I have for those missed shots actually the perfect thing because it's the display of the day. It's this. Do you know this meme? Are you guys up with this?
I don't know that meme.
I mean, I know the picture, but
isn't that just like a
not really
hamster?
It's usually like it's basically like you get one slide that is, for instance, when they ask you to hold B on
B
Mirage,
on Mirage, yes.
and then it'll be this
the oh
little
shit face,
figurine with a little AK just trying to jump up. And
Yeah,
like,
that's
that'll
when
be...
you're on Mirage and then you hear 15 flashes go
Yeah.
with you and 3 smokes.
B-rush.
The rushing B, that's me.
Anyways, it's super cute. And this is a display. You can put all kinds of cute things on it. Also over 200 officially licensed images from music, from movies, from Counter-Strike, of course, most importantly. Super easy to handle, super easy to take off, super easy to put back on. Different sizes, different formats, up to 33% off if you go to display.com/PGL. And yeah.
Nailed it.
That's the Counter-Strike display. It's there at that link.
Yeah.
Well, I like that too.
I like this one too,
I like that
actually.
too. I mean,
But I
it
like
can be
all of them.
applicable. It can be applicable, you know? Just a
Yeah.
little bit of imagination.
It's very, very cute. Okay, we're gonna go to a break on that note, and we'll be right back and hope that Pain can not feel like this and slam back and give us a third map, so we'll see what happens on Mirage.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
It's time for D-Quiz the Bomb. I've got Big Azera with us here from Pain. We're going to test your CS knowledge, but the pressure is going to be on. You ready?
Yeah, I think I am.
You think you are?
Yeah.
Well, you got no choice. You got to be ready, my man.
Yeah, let's go.
Put your hand on the mouse, press that big yellow button, and let's get started.
Let's go. What caliber is the AWP in CSGO? I have no idea.
Oof, close.
The minimum amount of Glock shots to the body to kill a city with cover on a pistol round? Holy sh... 9. That's 9. No! Who is the only player from Estonia to have a... Oh. Easy. Which Brazilian player consistently ranking in the top front? Coldzera. Let's go. What's the caliber of the SSG? No idea.
Yes, yes.
Who was the top ranked CSGO player in... Simple or Zayu? Simple or Zayu? Zayu. Simple.
Oh.
How much money do you get from the loss bonus after 4 loss rounds? Is 4? 2000. Yeah. Which country produced the top ranked player in 2016? Brazil. Which player is the youngest major winner? Beach. No?
What? Oh, I thought it was bid as well.
How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb? 5. The minimum amount of deagle shots to the body to kill a terrorist on a pistol round with an ammo. Which CS player has the most major one under his belt? Is Device. Dupree?
Yeah!
I didn't see
keep going,
Dupree.
keep going.
Who was the top ranked player in 2000? Holy shit, no idea. No idea.
Yes.
Yes. The minimum amount of USP shots to the body to kill a terrorist on a pistol round? 7. 6. How many seconds does a smoke last in CS? 20. What's the max running speed of the model with a knife? No idea. No idea. I think it's 30.
Oh.
50. The famous format introduced by Valve our major ever since? No idea.
Yes, keep going, keep going.
How many times did Nick appear in the top? Between 4? All the times.
Yes.
Yes. I'm the game. What caliber is the M4? Is yes, secret. Yeah. This one. What's the caper damage of a Molotov after the first 3 seconds? 12. 8? No way. The minimum amount of dual Berettas to kill a terrorist? 5.
Oh.
3? Who's the only player from Turkey? Shantares. No?
You didn't save the world. You gave it a good effort. There was a lot of up and down in that. I'll explain. This one confused me the first time I saw it. I was like, yeah, he's Zontaras. Zontaras individually was never so good because his team was not so good.
Yeah.
But Woxic succeeded with Mouse when Carrigan was leading, so he was up there.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It was not easy.
Yeah, I'm terrible with this kind of games because my memory is like the worst ever. But I try my best.
You did try your best. Thank you very much. You didn't save us, but we'll do better at the majors.
Yeah, thank you.
Seven teams awaiting to play playoffs in the Royal Arena, 1 left to join them, and at the moment it is Na'Vi map up versus Pain. Pain very much the underdogs in this, the challengers. We saw a beautiful comeback happening on Nuke, slowly but surely piecing it together, but Na'Vi, thanks to Alexi B's calls, break through. We get the JL performance that we've become accustomed to so far in Copenhagen, and an uncharacteristic missed opportunity for Wonderful to kind of get his name in the kill feed or have much impact that map. Really didn't have to talk about him.
Say we didn't need him. I guess you can say that if you're Na'Vi for now.
Yeah, we can say
they got
that.
away with it.
Yeah,
so.
exactly, right? They got away with it.
Yeah, I think he's always going to be a guy to just be better naturally poised as a CT opper, to get his opportunities, very consistent on holding angles, the easy shots, good positioning, and getting better and better, being aggressive, I would say, for sure, every day. So, yeah, but for the meantime, before the future is upon us, and the AI robots take over and kill us all, we got CT side opping, looking good here for Wonderful.
So those damn automatons,
they're coming. Automatons.
They're coming.
I hope it's the bugs that get us. All right, let's run it. Na'Vi wanted this. They wanted Mirage.
Damn right. They wanted it last night, too, versus Cloud9. The series and qualification for playoffs, that is, one away. No doubt Na'Vi can taste it. Biguzera has been the biggest issue for any team that goes up against Pain. He has been the driving force of this awesome run, and he will catch Ime through smoke to give them a 5v4 retake. Nice flank already coming out from T-Spawn, but they've completely foregone control of Ticket and CT.
And he's so fast, he can walk the Palace flank.
Right.
Now they've got time to put this in, and Pain actually moving quite quickly before he even gets
Very
here.
close, too, on bench. Look at this. 3 players up on site. Wonderful's going to make sure he locks in 2. Nice to have him in the server. Alexi B's ramp position will not be unraveled by that Palace flank, and Bit just spotted it from jungle. This deep control in jungle, on Ticket, and still on ramp means that the 3 remaining players are just nowhere to be found until, no way, Kawes gets the second. All for naught, though. Bomb's going to pop, and Na'Vi take a pistol.
Yeah, that's crispy from Kawes, as we've seen. Maybe a big moment coming in this game, potentially for him in the future. But I guess if we walked the whole flank, he did. Could they have waited longer? I do actually like that they did something while he was flanking, because we were down past about halfway ticked when this engagement happened. But look at Wonderful. He dies instantly if Kawes trades when he finds his timing to come out of Palace. He can clear out Sandwich for free. He can clear out Tetris for free. That's sort of the best thing he can do safely. And then after that, it's hitting the guy on default in the side of the head, the guy on trip on the side of the head, the guy on CT on the side of the head. So, I mean, sometimes you got to pick your flavor. Doing things too standard doesn't work out in the end. But this time, Na'Vi are the victors.
Nissim, the first victim of round 2, looking like a clean conversion as we see this damn MP5 again and again. It's a weird one, an oddity, but if anyone's going to use it, it's Bit. He'll clear the stairs.
It's a bit of flirting versus harassment with you when it comes to the MP9, the MP5, and the MP7.
Yeah. Well, the MP7 is just better than the MP5 in every single way.
But you know what?
What?
That means it's priced accordingly. It's expensive.
Same, yeah, yeah. Because it's the best. Kawes knife out. Sorry, boss. Nope.
I like how that looked like no bullets are coming in the gun, almost no damage. He was just stun locked. He just had him on an electric whip. You can't move, son.
Hello, Jail. He's been having a good time in Copenhagen.
Yes,
individual performance to certainly be proud of. Of course, I'm sure he is hoping that his teammates can find their groove. And thus far, there have been no glaring issues from Na'Vi in this series. 2-0, Biguzeri's got a Zeus. Electricity at his fingertips. Fire at the feet of Na'Vi as they quickly swarm top middle.
Now again, their T-side Mirage. It's dark and full of secrets. Okay, when we see Na'Vi spread the map and they take mid control, it's going to come down to getting into connector, as any good T-side team does. Getting in slowly, low resistance, low utility, and then forming the A split. That's just fundamental Mirage. It's also Na'Vi's current style is leaning towards it. Again, previous iterations, 2021 Na'Vi, it was all about Cat, and that was the meta at the time. But now we have the anti-eco leaning this way. And naturally, the CT's here to meet him. Anti-ecos are hard to win even with stacks, but when you got a sniper on a pistol, you always have a chance.
USP from downtown, plus a player stuck in sight. And that 5-7, the right range, can go crazy. They're going to come clear it. He gets the instant headshot, so he'll bring down another one. Cost-effective round for Pain, no denying that. P2K almost gets a third, and that would have been majority dead, but Chuck to the wayside is the MP5. Galils will move forward, and Na'Vi starting strong on a T side.
We saw that Imma and Bit bailed out Na'Vi of a couple. If there's one thing I would definitely think about changing here for Na'Vi, it would be like Bit in 2021 was basically the best lurker of the year, right? Like he was not only like was he this most amazing rookie, but he learned how to play the position so well, and his like underpass lurks were just incredibly effective. And I would say Imma's just been so sketchy as a lurker, sometimes good, sometimes not. Oh. But there's other ways he can be used effectively. He's got amazing aim just like Bit, but he can play a little bit more quickly, you know? Something to take into consideration. Na'Vi congregate here inside of B-holes into the op shot.
Yo, the pressure's on though. They're gonna chase him down. Bit, oh! Just gets no-scoped, and then another shot through the edge of the wall. NQZ putting up some impact, doing a ton of damage to keep... Man, advantage in the hands of Na'Vi is insane, just by a thread, so it should be easy cleanup here for Lux. Sidearms out, spam damage, not enough. That close, but you give Alexi an op, and he could still hit a shot that could keep this streak from Na'Vi rolling. He is waiting for that inevitable bench peek, the frag grenade out from Nissim off Cat. JL with a chance here, up in apartments. But with a smoke on bomb, he's gonna have to open it. Oh, and the health advantage makes a difference. Pain Gaming, kings of the CT side on Mirage, will post one in the fourth.
It's a great idea in the play from JL. I mean, the nade and the first peek out of the second window almost worked out. If he got the kill, probably could have gotten both or set himself up for a spray down. So I think he shows a little bit of anger there because he sees the opportunity that was at hand. But nicely done from Lux, nicely done from NQZ, of course. I actually love that they just try to jump on him, get right underneath the scope and barrel stuff him, but he was too quick with the reaction. So they pay the iron price into round 5.
All right, going for it. Two Cat players looking for a fight. Headshot angle for the T's on the approach. And that is Alexi B at the helm of this mid setup into the Bricks boost. Cow is not committing, but just keeping Lux occupied for the time being. It's a safer setup as to not lose a member if Na'Vi do peeking or barreling up Cat. The question mark is there as Alexi throws out the smoke grenade, but Biguzera's looking for the timing on the peek, and he just saw a shoulder.
They both see each other now.
And he's locked in, pinned in by the second player. Alexi slides up, but Lux does a good job of keeping eyes in from Catwalk. Eman not able to get him back, so a double kill out of Lux, and a quick response from Na'Vi to try and take over this A site. There is no presence, nobody to hold him back.
All is deep. Nissim still active. He can come and peek this if he'd like to. Looks like it's a matter of time, in fact, before Bit gets spotted and...
Whoa.
No, actually, he'll be able to transpose into connector and find new sanctuary inside of these walls.
Painter gonna play this fast, coming in from Ticket, but they still have let their guard down to this position from Nissim. The Molotovs went deeper, and they may need Nissim to come out now. Wonderful up close, gets found out, not expecting it. We've got Bit down in Con and JL looking to lock in from Tetris. Wallbang kill as he closes that gap and looks to keep them off the site. Lux onto the bomb. Frag grenade's gonna expose him on the 10-second stick. He comes off, and JL frantic to try and stop that, but time is of the essence. Nissim is the one with the kit. Now he's on the defuse, and sure enough, Payne will get the retake going.
Oh, it's down to the wire. They have to stay coordinated in a very chaotic situation, especially with the first player defusing all in 10 seconds. So the communication's really good in a frantic spot, and JL's nade also misses a little bit. They thought it was going to land, which is probably a fair assumption, but top of default wasn't good enough. It almost went awry, but they looked pretty composed right here. All about Lux from connector, again, showing us some real good ability as an individual. This round was really about, again, winning connector control. Biguzera showing face, getting spotted from Alexi B, playing this game sort of tag. but that gap might look wide to the T side as well. I don't know what Imma saw. Maybe an awkward perspective on the left side, or on the right side, but when he went on the left. So I think it's real nice to see Pain doubling up connector again, because the propensity for Na'Vi to end up here. Don't know if that's going to be how they establish their game plan like they did yesterday, but
Cow is getting back into Con and dying. This is a great chance for Ima, working as the solo AK this round. He knows the damage he did to Big Uzera, but down he goes. Dropped by Lux.
Off cat again.
Alexi will, however, climb up and through Murder Hole is an option. Decides to walk past it. Little challenge from JL again out from ramp. Bit looking to move that AK into the mix. Flashing connector in case there is cat presence, as there has been, but isn't this time around. Oh, the wall bank's not far off.
Said if you're not here, you're there, yeah.
Alexi hanging on to it as Na'Vi puts the bomb down. This was a solo AK round that Na'Vi were looking to break through with, and they have put themselves in a fantastic spot. That AK exchanges hands, Bit will shine, and wonderful hits the Deeg. Pain Gaming cannot sustain losing rounds like this.
When they get into this area where you look at the minimap right now and all of their positions, they get an aim buff because they just know what to do with the space. They put themselves in this spot so many times. Very dangerous. They'll get Na'Vi, get away with the window lurk, get up into jungle. And also, Imma as an opener inside of mid, this is definitely one of his better maps where you see him be really effective. Whether he's with the Packer lurking from underpass, he looks like he's always finding action in a good fight. So that helps out a ton. Na'Vi went around, they're not supposed to.
Can always bank on Bit's headshots.
Oh my god. Wow.
Apparently Wonderful's got him too.
That's beautiful. Beauty.
Damn, what a jolt to this T side as well. Money in the back pocket, Pain Gaming, economy's gone. So they're just looking to work with the double deagles.
And then this is a round, again, anti-eco, so it could be just a round that ends up going up cat. They saw the stack last time in the B site. Topcon smoke means anything in a normal round. What's interesting though is Na'Vi don't even smoke this when they approach connector control in the regular rounds. I think they don't want to let it be used against them in a CS2 way.
Sure.
Where it used to be just standard to always have it smoked.
Lexi almost gets vision of the two inside of stairs. He's in a good spot to cancel out any rotators, so everything goes swimmingly over towards the B play. And we will need to remember round 6, put a pin in it, real ramifications for Pain's CT side, which was legendary versus heroic. But of course, Na'Vi, fresh game tape to go off of. There was a very important game for Na'Vi at the start of the year in Katowice versus Spirit, whereby they decided to pick Mirage and thought that they could handle Spirit's Mirage.
It's before we knew kind of all about Spirit.
Yep.
We were just starting to see it.
Yep. We thought it was real, but it felt like they were still, you know, contestable. Ends up blowing up in Na'Vi's faces. The Mirage pick backfires. And I thought to myself, with the domination that Pain were able to put forth versus Heroic, that maybe this time it could cost them too. But so far, especially with round 6.
Well, they got practice versus Donk, which is how you get ready for everything.
Everything's
you beat Donk
easier.
and everything's easier after that. And now they're going up against Bonk, you know, Brazilian Donk and Big Uzera, so. But we haven't seen him be better than the original yet.
Definitely had his moments of brilliance back on Nuke. Was key in his multitude of positions on that CT side to get the comeback going, but right now, Na'Vi, they've got Pain exactly where they want them. They are reinvested in this one. They've got some util.
They just have a real suffocating default inside of it, and I don't blame teams for not being able to get back in. Here is the in-between timing. They're looking for it.
Big fight. Alexi B tucked in. Here's the approach. Good flash, but he manages to still get the best of Big Uzera. And all the while, Bits sizing up that B site. Now, Bomb is here in middle. Oh, Alexi with the running gun to grab the bomb, steal the op, and what will be now an easy rotate into the B site. They go all in on that mid fight, and Alexi B just serves up enough of a distraction that the extremities of the map fall. Nissim has a chance. If he kills JL, he can chase Alexi, but it's good coverage. And with that, it now falls on Lux, who's so hesitant about top mid and that looming threat that he won't stop Alexi on the window cross. Bomb plant guaranteed, and a 6th round looking easy.
This for me really validates like what we saw when they played T-Side versus Cloud9, a team that they had to take 16-14 in the end on Mirage, playing close to Cloud9. But we saw how well Cloud9 were playing across 3 maps. The only issue for Na'Vi was not playing well into maps 2 and 3. But on Mirage, when they played their T-Side, they started off pretty damn well, and they had very hard rounds to go up against. But the complexion of those rounds looks identical to this. It's mid-control with all the little details. And right here, it shows us that they basically say, I'm going to show up to the schoolyard, okay? And you're going to come fight me in the schoolyard. And if you come fight me in the schoolyard, I'm actually just going to go into the back door, okay? I'm actually just going to go push down into B and get into the site. Take something else for you. And if you fight me in the schoolyard, I know you're going to bring 3 guys, and then you're going to be lacking on the other side of the map. So they've been using that tactic basically to call out Pain, and Pain tried to, instead of staying in a mid setup that's 1 CT stuck up at the top, 1 at the bottom, come in late. Come in when Na'Vi pick their timing. But figuring out that timing is difficult, as we could see, and they still feel like they have so much to watch. I guess Bigger Zero's avoiding a flash while turning, and it's smart of Alexi B to come and peek that, but their ability to just get into all the nooks of the map as soon as they want to take mid at the same time put so much pressure on everybody on Pain, not just the mid players, to make sure their choke points are handled, as there's just basically leaks all over the place. And then the reverse of that, obviously, if you don't come to fight them, then they're going to take over connector. Then they get so strong when they get into jungle, they get into window. And it doesn't feel like many teams are going to be able to beat them when that happens.
This is an important 1v1. Could put an AK in the hands of the apartments player, and if that happens, suddenly site is contestable. But he backs up, not expecting the T's to have now quietly crept all the way up catwalk. Look at that timing, not only on the player in apartments who gets blindsided, but even Big Uzera's rotation. He's not expecting somebody back market, so a real testament to the silent creep this round from Na'Vi, even with 1 hiccup in losing the AK. Na'Vi are just steps ahead of Pain at the moment. The timing is looking so nice. You know, oh, you go for a top mid push, Alexi's behind the boxes.
Yeah.
Oh, you catch a kill up in abs, can you make something? No, they're already on your bomb site.
Already on your bomb site, yeah. JL coming out of halls, Vit coming out of B apps, or the pack taking over mid. One thing's for certain, they know exactly where to take the space back when a reaction happens. They've got such a good game plan.
And I'm glad to see it. A game plan is something that was lackluster versus Cloud9 on 2 of the maps in the series, but the one map they played excellently was right here. Nuke and Mirage have been the most impressive things Na'Vi have brought to the PGL Copenhagen Major.
Yeah, and it's, you brought this up too, you know, like a 15-day boot camp into this stage, like what more practice do you need to fill out your map pool?
And yet
they still have
shortcomings,
which could be, I bet you anything. They say, well, okay, we were well practiced. They didn't execute properly. Things were wrong on the day. We see Overpass again. Maybe suddenly everything's fixed because they do have the tools. They just couldn't figure it out. Maybe it was too much CS. All they were staring at was CS for too long. And, well, if they qualify to playoffs, well, they'll have 3 days off to actually take a break. But for now, we know that Pain quite like this map pool too, right? So even though it's Na'Vi's sort of best maps, so like very impressive maps in this stage, it's also been Pain's. It's just hard to say what the reaction is. I think on the CT side, I would start thinking about double pushing B apps.
Back to top mid again. Ime here alone on the fallback. He gets around the corner.
So this is the donk strat. Just get him to top box instantly.
Oh god, so many players for NQZ. They're gonna swarm him down. And with a Molotov, it's a tough fallback. But Nissim throws out util, and he has Cowis to help. Wonderful won't leave for free. And that's a re-engagement queued up.
So this is an Imma round, in my opinion. There's a lot of information happening here on the ramp, and Alexi finds the peak very carefully. Does he come out for that duel? And there's a flank in play.
Nice time flank too. Big Azera, he's been quiet about it, but wonderful presence of mind to keep his head turned back around him. Lux in the bomb site. This could be a glorious moment for him. He catches the player, top Tetris first. Now they're gonna do their best to avoid him, and as he tries to get out of sight, there's that lurk from Ime you queued up.
And that's the thing that Wonderful had nothing else to do except make sure nothing could go wrong. They weren't going to take the A side at that moment because they had Imma as the final piece to the puzzle coming in slowly on his own watch at underpass into connector, and he had free reign to do so. There was no one to watch him, no one to catch him.
So even though there's multiple instances where Pain Gaming's individuals have a second to put something forth, it's just Na'Vi on high alert. Feels like reading all the possibilities. Ooh, huge damage for Ime to deal with now. 17 health. This could be and is the 5v4 to Pain. Bricks hold, looks good. Big Uzera 5-7. This is lesser weapons. And he's trying his damnedest. NQZ here to help out. And suddenly out of nowhere, we get Pain posting a third. Is it just me, or are these faster, more frantic rounds where Pain can actually thrive?
Yeah, and maybe that's why Na'Vi don't play them as often. They just say, let's just go for the slow crawl every once in a while. Every time they try to do something fast, they, well, that's what it is growing up in Brazil, right? Everyone plays fast. So that's exactly what they're used to, is dealing with rushes all the time. Sort of multiple layers of aggression at every point in the round. And they use that very well on their T sides, but Na'Vi are the antithesis to that style. They probably don't have the sparring partners or the range to be prepared.
Another opening, doubled down. Cowis starting to find himself. There's a little bit of a groove for Pain to slot into here in the very end of this CT side. And a stark contrast to what we had in their previous Mirage outing. No matter what they posted on this CT side, again, even if it was a 12-0, there were always going to be questions about the offense once they swap sides. And those questions remain, but now with a bleak start. 4 rounds at best, but one you can presume they will close. NQZ, nice angle in underpass. And Wonderful with JL will try to steal this back. And what a robbery it would be, this 2v5.
There's 2 players holed up inside of B. They're avoiding this fight. It's the last round and a half, so you know they're going to attempt this. Going to mid, they basically have to require the CTs to be like in here, I think. If they're going to play in connector, and you know, I don't know if they're going to have anything go right if they try to get up at A or go up cat in this situation. So their odds are almost gone already. We'll see how aggressively Cowis plays it, but okay. Wonderful coming up on the side, but
he can challenge it if he wanted to. He's going to open it up. Oh, and in opening it, the door swung wide. 10 seconds to the clock. The apartments player is key. But, oh, Wonderful! With the wall bang and a chance to plant. A peek and a missed shot. Okay. Okay.
Oh man, if he hit the scope, he was actually right on him.
A swift reminder to what Wonderful can do.
Wow. That was a nice try. That was damn near impossible. The wall bang to set up the attempt, and
I love the frustration that he didn't land that shot. You know what I mean?
Because he's in
upset.
1v1. He's
That's
like,
what I'm
I'm
saying.
60-40 in that 1v1.
Yep. Somebody who's upset when they can't pull off the unthinkable.
That's the kind of guy you want in your squad. So an 8-4 half means that Na'Vi, I mean, they're going to be very proud of what they've done. At least Pain showed something towards the end, but you'd think CT side is where the money is. And now it's a lot easier for Alexis, you know, sort of scoured that T side for every single advantage that he could. His players are playing well on it, and now they get to pick their favorite spots and hold all their angles. This could be an easy ride for Na'Vi.
Gaming looking to keep this one simple. Pack of players on ramp, one in Palace a little later. But you've got some sharpshooters inside of this A site setup for Na'Vi. A little concerned for mid, but there's no pressure from that. Smoke grenade on Khan, and the first casualties, Kawez. Imez stuck in behind Triple, looking for the Palace peeker. Knows he has to fight. Here's the recovery. Starting to come back. Damage on the stairs player in Wonderful. And more of it as they tag him up in the 3v3. But soon that smoke on Khan is going to fade. It was there to get them in. But now that they're standing in sight, the edge taken back by Na'Vi. Lux can't do it on his own. And Na'Vi are getting that much closer with a CT pistol too.
And Bit kept going. He got that information on the ramp. It was so known what the play was going to be. The full A exec into Bit in CT spawn, getting his, and then sticking around a little bit later to reinforce Imma's position on the back of Triple, which sets Na'Vi perfectly up for success. 9-4 with an anti-eco. Bit with, Pain with no plans, no investment. We'll have to stare at double digits in the next couple minutes. And this might be a test finally too difficult for the team that has pulled off miracles here in Copenhagen.
It's a huge performance versus Heroic to shock us, to turn heads, and to keep that dream alive. But the pressure has been cranked as the last representatives of Brazil. And in this pistol round, you can't expect all too much. And so we start to ask ourselves, does Na'Vi have what it takes in playoffs to do something special? Because as we have watched some of the expected favorites, the expected challengers of Team Spirit struggle throughout this top 16 phase, feels like doors have been left open, maybe windows ajar. We are talking about a team that is made up of some very experienced players, right? Alexi B, multitudes of majors underneath his belt. Ime, 2 majors already. JL, 100% success rate in making playoffs at majors. And he is fueling them in this moment to pull that off as well. Yeah, okay. It gets a little shaky versus Cloud9. But that's another squad that has exceeded expectations. And so what was very important for Na'Vi was to come in tonight and to send a message to the rest of the pack. All the eyes on them in this last 2-2 match. And maybe we do have just one more challenger.
If on their day is their biggest worry, at least today is. Immo with another opening. The most important player down. Lux getting back down to low HP.
He had the lurk.
Yeah, I mean, Nissim did have a good spot, but the MP9 wins out. Oh, man. And they'll shrink back. Or I say that, actually. It'll squeeze NQZ out.
But this is what we want. If Na'Vi are going to absolutely destroy Pain this evening, then it just means the level of competition is continuing to increase. When the favorites look faulty,
it's a perfect reposition here.
He gets down beneath the Palace. He's got the ramp players soon to join the 2 players coming out from Connector. And that reposition certainly catches the first one off. But Kawez has an answer. Pain Gaming from a 3v5 to the 2v2.
I think they know that they can actually get in the window. Yeah, I think JL knows this.
He's moving over into jungle with a vision on sight to hold cross. Oh, but Kawez starting to piece it together.
He's growing with power.
And Alexi B creeping onto the back line, gets his head ripped off. There it is.
Kawez.
Just when you think there's nothing left, a little X factor sprinkled in from Pain.
Yeah, that is beautiful about Pain, and that's one thing that's missing from some teams in the stage that Pain have somehow in spades. It's players like Kawez, big bets on the future, big use their unknown quantities, high fragging potential of Lux, and lots of X Factor rounds. They believe in moments like that, and they make their dreams a reality, but we will find out if it's going to be a drop in the bucket or not. There's still a comeback that they need to make happen. And when we look at the first half of that round, I mean, it's pretty perfect for Na'Vi. It's very clear. Great shots got Kawez out of that.
I think that's what Pain have to bank on. I think that's all Pain can really bring to the table. Somehow trying to tap into that sharp shooting that Cowes puts forth in this one. Quick time to kill, and very important to get JL, right? The piece that's kept Na'Vi in place. Suddenly that CT economy starts to falter. Pain Gaming feel like there's somewhat of an opening, but we've seen one-off round wins from them before. They cannot allow that to happen
they're
now.
going fast up cat. There's a cat play right here. JL ready for it.
With EMEP back in window 2, JL feels that confidence to roll forward. And just as quickly as they get their fight, it's Pain to try and transition into something different.
No, and they wanted to set up their lurker inside of cat, and maybe they would have just continued forward. Maybe they just wanted to draw attention away from him as the connector smoke was up.
Right now, Imez looking for a target. Wanted a piece of the action in middle, didn't quite get it.
This is actually a little weird here for the CT side because they don't have info on mid, so Ima has to watch his back for the moment.
Yeah, but it's still numbers, right? Still a good position for everybody to be in. Imez gonna be isolated, could challenge around the side of bench. Bit comes out with the SMG, and then it's on Ima, but nope, not this time. Pain will get through that site. Alexi and JL still in the fight, and Alexi up close with the pistol. He could be good for this, and that's a weapon offered over. That's a chance to unravel this post plant, but he doesn't take the gamble, doesn't force this issue, and so Pain will get away with consecutive round wins.
Yeah, and you're right. They had enough players there inside of A. The only worry was like they weren't doing anything special. They had very vanilla spots versus that full A exec coming in. The one kill comes down for Pain. Doesn't have as much impact because 4 players coming into a site is almost as strong as 5. Most of the time, you're never going to have all 5 of those players doing a lot at the same time. I think Pain, the best thing they did there was going fast because they set up a timing on an A exec that fails if there's a push down the ramp or some very cute sort of setup in the A ramp itself that's waiting for them to come in. But there wasn't anything like that. It was just 3 players, 1 in front of a smoke with a weaker gun, 1 back in the site. And Ima, who positioned himself very well to try to get 2. But of course, we know that Pain have shooters.
We haven't seen all of them so far in this series, but a moment of brilliance from Cowes sets up the back-to-back round wins. That 2vX suddenly becomes a chance at 3 round wins consecutive, and that's a little momentum on a T side that was so dry just 1 day ago. Pain sizing up this B site. And of course, very little risk except that M4, but the M4 is here and already succeeding. He's lost his teammate, so no more distractions. It's gotta be all Alexi, and just too many players on the approach. Too many attackers on point and focused forward, and so JL will grab an AK, a parting gift for Na'Vi as Pain, just like back on Nuke, will start to claw away at the Na'Vi lead. Scrape a couple rounds off the bottom of the barrel and try their damnedest to tap back into that belief. The dream of Brazil in top 8 rests on their shoulders here and now. And it's a nice mixed bag of rounds as well, right? Into the B target all of a sudden. This is going to keep Alexi and Na'Vi on their toes.
Looking for a punish on 1 AK left to save. Biguzero, does he overstep? Bit certain to punish. He doesn't even bother. Won't fall for that, he says. He's willing to fight nobly in the next round versus your guns. Imagine having the weight of your ancestors on your shoulders and your pain. You're not even Furia, you know. This is a team who it all comes down to. Everyone's watching this game, the last one of the stage, the last chance, and a chance to make a statement right before playoffs on top of qualifying. Because at that point, who knows? Who really knows what more you can do? Lux will take one out, and Ima inside of Connector. Another good start.
Well, well, well. Pain starting to power up. Starting to feel that electricity in their fingertips as A has been sized up, softened up, and soon soon to be consumed, you'd think. With the utility, everybody's going to group back up and just play as a pack. I like that. Flex the 5v3. Don't fall victim to the outnumbered antics that you've pulled off yourself. They let that A site fall silent. JL has not come out from connector to see if there is anybody behind it, but Wonderful will walk over, not with AWP in hand.
But are they wandering? What's the final plan here for the CT side? They're going to play in this round. They have mid control, and they don't see any lurkers. That's what they've been clearing out. But, oh man, this is very awkward because if Lux is going to throw some kind of fake by walking out, there's actually no time for him to get into B and make noise.
But they're concerned. At least they're watching it, right? At least they hold it because they do indeed catch Alexi B.
Hold on. They're getting pushed into this now. Wonderful.
He's underneath and he's holding, and we've got JL to serve up the distraction, so this is starting to work. There's damage on the board, but Alexi on the fallback will be caught out. A little uptick in possibility there for Na'Vi.
Yeah, almost at no fault of Pain's where they sent one lurk out into the B apps, went unspotted, but they were careful enough, as we just saw, to watch their flank at the very least. Gets scary when you know that your plans are now in clear view, but they still deal with the situation and they frag their way out of it, as they have been. Very good on the entries, just like Na'Vi have been.
Nice shots, again, from Lux top middle. Kawez out the ramp, closing down on this mid lurk too.
And this is that like eerie similarity between them and Na'Vi with their T defaults.
Yes,
They're like Na'Vi, but faster. They're very comfortable coming in, looking for individual entries.
I'm glad to see some of that faster pace from Pain because it is these quicker moments where I really think they have somewhat of an edge. And maybe they're not better than Na'Vi, but that piece of the puzzle is where they've got them beat. So don't skip any. Keep your finger on the pulse and keep the pressure up, but the CTs have been able to take over ramp.
And I'll say, better is temporary.
Oh God, don't fall into this. Pistols right here. And Big Uzera, oh, he's got them both. Nicely done. Third pistol player right here behind the bricks. Gets a little awkward with the swap out. The Desert Eagle, that's a double. And then the bench player gets shut down. Nicely done from Nissa, making sure nothing else goes south.
Yeah, and I'll just say, better is very subjective because their form is temporary. And we also know, I mean, Pain, they watched that game from yesterday, they think, oh, this is a beatable team. Depends on the day. Pain looking to seize theirs. One round now. And they have the perfect clear out on the A ramp. The flash is perfect, so all the protocols in place to punish anything close up in the way of pistols or SMGs. Not exactly a massive target to grab here with JL's trying to sit in this corner with the Deagle. A little bit of frustration from him on the camera, just hoping to get anything, I think, to make closing out this game a little bit more easy.
But a second chance for Blade to come in. We usually talk about
they need to plug the hole in the opening kill. Like, that's the first thing, because they've actually given that up very quickly in these rounds. So we aren't even seeing late round situations where Na'Vi might be able to use their experience and comfort in those situations to get them more kills. They want to play the aggressive CT side, fine, they can try, but that's actually something it feels like Pain are very good at stopping. Their T pressure inside of mid is not as good as their CT side pressure inside of mid.
Yeah, good observation. Right now they've got Imez number in connector. It's when Na'Vi are really allowed to join forces in mid with Cat and Con and Window occupied, that maybe Pain can't get over the speed bump that is the opening bout of the round, but...
And there's a 5v4 round that Na'Vi got where they ran up Cat, pulled back, and it turned into an exec. They haven't stopped that either.
Here we go, numbers in mid. And again, it's just this slight variation out of Pain. They have tried to keep approaches fresh.
Oh, this is such a key spot. When you jump down here,
Big
you
numbers.
can catch a connector lurk.
Huge ask of Alexi B right now. Smoking out the Molotov, indicating there's somebody here. If JL could have held top middle, that'd be one thing. But Big Uzera's looking to skate by. As Wonderful has to go dive the arch smoke, JL will catch the mid flank. So Wonderful's freed up to come help, except smoke obscures his vision. And we've got Lux pressed in against Market. Wonderful, it's just the one. Fast retake, CT's fighting. And we've got Pain falling here just as they were on the brink. NQZ 2 to go, and JL is right there in the action. Wow. That is a pressure cooker of a B bomb site. Layers on layers, no bomb planted, just everybody fighting looking for this win.
Yeah, that's an incredibly difficult situation to distill. And in favor of Na'Vi, they got to be very glad. One of the first fast rounds over towards the B site in full. And they get the info that it's not a mid play to start into. Ready to rotate is the key thing. And that's what happens when you start out with players inside of mid. So Pain this time thought, we've conditioned them out of it. They might be afraid to try it. And if they do commit to the top of mid, maybe they won't be in the fight right away. Blade asking himself, how do we continue the momentum? And what can we do in the way of momentum as the team that has to wait for the fight to come to them? 2-round game, and that means 2 rounds to tie up or 2 rounds to win here for Na'Vi. I don't see a nervous Pain, but that doesn't mean that they're going to win. Let's see if they can read the next play for Na'Vi.
Back into the mid fight with numbers.
I like that they use this again because it went unspotted.
And QC gets a great spot where Ima's kind of stuck, but a missed opportunity. Does he get away? Oh no! Ima's gonna make sure that he does not get a chance to exit. That fight comes at a cost.
It's the first shot as well that puts the outline on him.
Now, Bomb's still back by Apps, but Nissim just walks ahead of the fire. No trade potential, no util pressure, and no bomb that could have come through had he gotten an opening. This is Pain starting to fall apart. Round 21 could be Na'Vi's 12th. And yet we have already seen these Brazilians break through at a numbers disadvantage in this half. It is demanded of them again. But my God, do they have little to work with. A molly, 2 flashes.
Their biggest resource is time. They still have 50 seconds. The CTs know that this one isn't done, that it's going to be a save, and it's not a 5v2.
So how do they group?
They're going to start to clear out Cat, get in control of Connector.
JL's so comfortable on this catwalk. He's got a player B to really be concerned with any kind of a pop, but they've actually finagled an opening. Oh, they slipped,
man,
and Ima's gonna hear this.
Looks at that at 25 seconds.
For sure, now JL comes off catwalk. He's gonna try to jump in on his own. Imet on high alert, and he will win what was a critical kill and mistake given over by that fumble of the window boost.
Oh, you can hear what one footstep does in this game.
All it takes, one mistake to cost you your chance.
Anything was possible right before that moment. Whether it was going to be a B pop, whether it was going to be a just one misstep, and suddenly everybody is looking for your next move. They have Connector under control, and they watch for the Palace Lurk as well. Those are the only 2 things they had to be worried about, and they had them covered.
One slip up, one audible.
Victory on the doorstep here for Na'Vi. They finally sort of quash the doubts about what they can do versus Pain in some of these fast rounds and versus their defaults. You can see almost a smile here for Alexi B.
Almost.
Almost.
You know why he's smiling? He's smiling because Alexi B has not cracked into the playoffs of a major since his time on ENTS. Given opportunities with G2, twice with the Ninjas in pajamas, not able to put forth the run that made his name. A run with ENTS, a team he crafted that he has made a career from. And what tools does he have to work with now? 2 of the biggest names picked up from the Paris Major, Ima and JL. Cracking into top 8 for the last CSGO tournament, put both their names in the spotlight, and JL a little less so. But to hang on to that 100% major playoff rate is no joke, and to do it as the highest rated player here on Na'Vi is a reinvention of JL, but it's not locked in yet. Bit will stop the Palace peak, and the ramp decides to fall back. They don't want to go all in on this. They're going to open up the smoke, but it doesn't really expose him. JL's right there on the edge.
Oh. They can smell it. They're still making moves. They're still making moves.
Biguzera's looking for his moment. Looking to somehow crack through this A-hold, and JL just waiting on this off angle for him to arrive.
They're still hugging the perimeter outside of Bit, who's sitting here waiting. Wonderful, has a hard angle. Do they have a flash?
Yes, 1, Kawez with the molly. All that's left for the util. This is going to have to be impeccable shots from Pain. At the very least, there's no cat hold to try and hold back Biguzera.
They're not going to lamp him. He could easily hit this.
He's got a real chance at just slamming into this bomb site if the timing comes down to a T. But the timing is slow here. They are hoping Na'Vi make a mistake. But Wonderful is honed in on this angle. Oh, Lux! That's the shot they need. And JL's gonna walk into the patience of Big Uzera. Bit kick this off. Here comes the jungle hold from Ime. And with that, they can decide to go double onto Ticket. They've still left Bit going unchecked. He waits, and he waits, and he strikes as backs are turned. And a real issue now here for Pain. Because Na'Vi are your 8th team at the very first CS2 major playoffs.
Congratulations, Na'Vi. They made it through. They took down Pain, and some might be wondering, well, is this a match that was too easy? Well, no, not if you've seen the maps that Pain have played so far to get here. They have taken down some great teams, and it wouldn't have been a surprise if they would have pulled off one more upset. And unfortunately for Pain, they tried their hardest, but they fail at the final hurdle.
Yeah, excellent point there, and we are going to give the due credit to Pain that they deserve. But first off, of course, congratulating Na'Vi for getting into the playoffs here at the first CS2 major, as you so aptly put, Launders. And wow, what a playoff bracket this is going to be, by the way.
Yeah.
Crazy. And a great way for them in terms of confidence builder to top off their campaign here at the Elimination Stage.
Yeah, I mean, listen, for Na'Vi and the road they've been on with this international roster, I do feel like this qualification for the playoffs of the major is a rightful reward. That's the way I'm looking at it. You're really talking about a team that has tackled the fundamentals of Counter-Strike, putting together this roster that wasn't easy at all, a whole lot of challenges as well. And I just don't know, I think fundamentally the Counter-Strike they play is something I like. Sure, maybe if you're looking for superstar performances and explosive CS, maybe at times you're left wanting, but what they do at the very core is good Counter-Strike, is correct Counter-Strike, and we had plenty of examples at the end of that game where their communication is on point, they relay information, they keep track, the feedback loop is here. That's good CS.
And I mean, again, this is a team coming into this event where everyone felt like they were taking positive steps, like there was a positive path and growth that they were on, even if they're not quite yet world beaters. And as you mentioned, some of those superstar performances aren't there game in and game out, but it seems like it's trending in the right direction. I was just listening to that last round as well. I've always respected Alexi B as an in-game leader, even on the CT sides, because he always keeps such a good track of lurks, of knowing when the follow-up play is going to come. And you can hear him comment, Big Uzera's mid. Well, all this chaos is going on at A-Ramp, Big Uzera mid. And then the best thing about the whole situation is when two players fall from Na'Vi on that defense, it's Bit.
He was talking a whole lot.
The general of the whole situation, which like just a few months ago was like, the guy can't speak English. He's never going to be able to speak English. And he's over there and he's like, they don't expect me. They want to finish A. They want to finish A. They're up A ramp, Molotov. They don't expect me. They're stairs. And grabs a double kill and closes things out.
And that's what you would hope to see from your anchor as well, right? Beyond just the skill, because obviously we know how mechanically gifted he is, but it's the fact that sometimes it can look disjointed if your anchor isn't communicating properly with the rest of the defense. People that are coming over to help you. Where am I? Where are they? What is it that I need? Do I need a flash? Do I need to bait for you? He did all of that here. And you're right, maybe 6 months ago he wasn't capable of doing that, or not as smoothly, as easily, and it got a bit more messy, but here, he was on track. He knew exactly what was needed.
And maybe this is what time will tell, that was the issue, the transition into the international roster that had a little bit of a dip for him. Maybe we'll see it in playoffs. I definitely hope we see him firing on all cylinders, because they play some exciting CS, I think, when they're firing on all cylinders, and that's what we want to see from them in the playoffs specifically. You were talking about who was talking. Wonderful also on match point was also taking the mic and kind of guiding them. So that those are all really, really good signs, I feel like.
Yeah, coast to coast. I think that's why the floor level of that team is really interesting and seductive in a way. And I also think, listen, you like that one? I thought you would get a reaction to that.
No, it was the picture.
Oh, yeah. We've shown it a lot, actually.
Picture.
That is an interesting picture out of here. Maybe not his best profile. But I gotta say, if I touted and I was so hyped about Pain's CT side and I talked about all the aggression that's going to come in and how disruptive it's going to be, Na'Vi, they just neutralized it. Like, they knew exactly how to neutralize it. They slowed down the pace. They made sure that any aggression coming in would be met with more numbers. They knew how to play with the power advantage. I mean, you gotta give credit where it's due.
Yeah, and maybe perhaps also to Alexi B, and he's standing by right now with Banks.
Thank you very much, Shox. Alexi, you've been running with these international teams, but you have not made it to the playoffs of a major. The last time you did it was back on ENTS in 2019. How good does it feel now to be back?
Feels amazing, to be honest, but I don't think I have felt it yet. I think once I'm gonna be like sitting down on the stage with the crowd, I'm gonna feel it.
And in this time, right, you've developed, you've grown a lot, so there must be a huge amount of change you found. But I want to touch on some of the teams you're in the past, right? If I look at these other international teams you went on, at times it felt like you were the scapegoat, you know? If their failures came, they'd just be like quick to blame you rather than your leadership. Does it feel good to have Na'Vi support, Blade support, and have a team you can work with and build on your own?
Yeah, of course. I think the culture we've built in this team feels like a good culture to lead, and it really feels like we are doing an amazing job behind the scenes. So yeah, really proud of that.
And does it ever come to your mind, like when you were going through these international teams, when you weren't making it, was there ever a point where you said, okay, look, maybe I can't do this?
I mean, when we lost with NIP on the Paris major and didn't make it to the playoffs, I mean, at that point, it kind of felt like a low blow because I felt like I really could do it. And just the fact that, you know, everybody's doubting you and then you managed to lose and the opponent made a massive comeback. I kind of got the vibe here today, like on both maps. I felt like we could have closed them pretty easy, but we gave them a chance to come back on both maps. But I wasn't feeling that nervous about it. I knew that we had a good game plan, and I knew we had plenty of rounds that we could still play, and you know, just managed to win 1 or 2 rounds just to make it over the finish line.
And what does it tell you? What does it say to you that you've been able to do this without Simple? You know, when he was not in the team, a lot of people thought, okay, who else is going to be able to step up? How's this team going to have any success? But you've still managed to do it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it opened, like, our individuals might have understood that they need to take more responsibility, and I feel like Blade also didn't. At first, Blade was giving them like a lot of critical like thinking, and you know, them trying to improve their game just to be in the level that he wants them to be. And then when I felt like Sasha left, Blade kind of had this no bullshit mode after, you know, like now you need to deliver, if you get what I mean. Like once they got picked up, Blade still wanted to see how they play and how they maneuver, but once Sasha left, like he knew that something needs to happen if we want to win. So yeah, that's it.
And that's what it's all about on Na'Vi, right? Trying to win and get there and get to that stage. I want to touch on something you told me during the RMRs. There was a lot of smokes and utility being missed throughout certain events. Has this improved here at least?
It improved a bit. I think we failed a smoke on Nuke outside, but I feel like right now, whenever we fail a smoke, for some reason we're just finding an entry instantly, like because of this smoke. Yeah, exactly. So maybe we go with that to the playoffs. But yeah, I mean, maybe I didn't jump out of joy here after this win, but all I have to say is I just think that top 8 is not enough for me. Like, I still want to show that I'm capable of pushing it further.
And in terms of that, just looking at your performance you had overall here, the best of ones, it was a great start for you guys. But then when we get onto these best of threes, right, especially maybe the Cloud9 game, it felt a little rough for you guys. So what do you make of it, and what do you think needs to be improved on such a short amount of time to make sure you can deliver in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing. I told the others yesterday, and they know it as well. The game is going to be different once you go to the stage. Different rounds will work, audio cues, crowd noise, everything. And it's good that these guys have the experience, and I also have the experience. So I just hope that we're going to, you know, step it up a notch when we go to the stage, because right now we kind of almost crumble to our own nerves. And it's always really difficult to be, if you know you have the upper hand and you're not the underdog. Yeah. It's really easy to, you know, lose to your own nerves. But we know that we've struggled against really tough opposition, and now we just, you know, need to take it easy for today, and tomorrow, you know, start grinding again and just make sure that we try to fix all the small mistakes and just feel the game on this level that we did today. At least at some points that we were in control. That's what we need.
Well, Alexi, welcome to the playoffs, mate. You've done it. It's good to see you back here. Shocks, back to you. And you've got another.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have a special guest, JL. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations.
Hi, thank you.
Hi. How are you?
Good, I'm very good. I'm very happy. I was just, you know, listening to Alexi B waffle.
Yeah.
Can't get enough of him.
You're used to it, right?
No, you can never get used to it.
Okay.
It's so good every time. It's my goat.
Interesting quotes there about kind of like Blade's approach and everything. Do you, well, you know, what can you say about the situation and feeling the pressure go up?
I mean, of course, there was pressure. Just when we had Sasha in the lineup, we were like, okay, let's test it out. Let's see what we can do, try to improve. And once the New Year's hit, and it's like, okay, now you got to win.
Yeah.
We just went from here to here. But that's the mindset that you have to have if you want to be a champion.
That's true.
I mean, you shocked, I think, all of us with some of your games. At this, like, what, you had 40 kills on Nuke against Spirit. What's up with that?
It's a life game. not much to say. Anything I did worked. And yeah, I feel like I managed my nerves pretty well in that game. But other than that, I think it was one of those games.
Yeah.
Well, it happens on Nuke actually a lot, which what Banks was showing me. Do you feel like you're a bit of a specialist there?
If you have noticed my games prior to this major, I averaged like 0.8 rating on Nuke. I don't know what happened. Maybe because I played a lot of FaZe on Nuke. And Overpass, I tried to improve the maps. And I'm glad. Shout out to my friend who forced me to play Nuke on FaZe at Pugs, even though I hated it. But yeah.
There you go. Thank you. Maybe my friends will hear that and will start playing Nuke thanks to you. You talk about mindset. I think it's a keyword that we're using a lot here, the work that you guys are putting in to be on track. I was very curious, what were the words after the Cloud9 game? Because I got a little bit worried and the bounce back here is visible. From within, how did you guys talk it out?
First of all, we changed our approach because we didn't have any energy on the third map, that's for sure. Not even a snack could help us. We fixed our dining schedules. So we had good breakfast, snack afterwards, good lunch, and then snack afterwards. So we just have enough energy for the games. Glad they didn't go map free because we don't know how that happened. But yeah, and the mindset, we just knew that we are the better team on paper and let's prove it to them. Every single round we work for it. We stick to our protocols, our strategies, and we grind it out. The win is not there and you have to take it.
And I just had one final question. We know as an international team, you have a couple of profiles who were not used to that bit, for example, that was a step up. How efficient would you say you are in your communication right now? We listened to you. It felt good from our side, but from within, how does it feel in terms of communication in the team right now? Is it flowing or is it still a margin for development?
I feel like if you play a game like this, it's going to be flowing. But once we get a little bit more pressure, then you kind of think about what to say. But yeah, I think it's all good. It's improving a lot. Since the day I joined, Bit has improved like 3 times. He actually speaks to me in English sometimes, which we previously didn't do.
We listened to him. He was like micromanaging situations on the A side. Like, is that a new bit? Is that something that's pretty new? How's that coming around?
Give him 6 months' time. He's going to be taking your job.
Oh, on that note, well, I would love if you want to stay for a little longer to talk about the playoffs, or if you want to go, but...
Sure, we can stay.
Okay, then first we will talk to Bigazera, though, because obviously the campaign for Pain ends here, so let's listen what he has to say with Paula.
Thank you, Shocks. Yes, I am with Bugazera, also known as O Captain. You like the sound of that?
Yeah. O Captain.
I wish we could be speaking under, lighter circumstances. Commiserations, you are out of the major. Can I just ask what's going through your head right now?
I don't know. Just some rounds that we lose I just have this in my mind right now. I cannot put this in words.
Going up against Na'Vi, do you think you guys were as prepared as possible?
Yeah. I think we made everything that we could do. And for us, it was, I think, a lot of pressure because I felt this in the game, It was difficult to keep the team like calm every time. It was so difficult.
Bigazera, talk to me about your overall tournament run. Look, we had 4 Brazilian teams going into the opening stage, then 3 coming into the elimination stage. You are the final Brazilians, or were the final Brazilians standing. Surely there's some pride to be had with that.
I think, I don't know, but I'm so proud of the boys. I'm so proud that everything that we did until now. And I just can say for them, I love them. We did everything that we could, and I just love them. That's all.
I think you already had so many fans in Pain Game, but I think you will have won over many more. What's in the future for you and the rest of your squad?
I think we have to keep together. We have to... Back in Brazil, I think enjoy a little bit our family, and I think just back on practice, tournaments there, and still improving. And I think every moment doing better in big events as well.
Well, Bigazera, I wish you the best of luck. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans at home? Feel free to do it in Portuguese.
Okay, I will do in Portuguese. Galera, muito obrigado a toda a torcida da PEN, familiares, amigos, fãs, todo mundo que apoiou a gente esse tempo todo. Cara, só tenho a agradecer máximo respeito, máximo de agradecimento possível. A gente amou estar aqui representando o Brasil e acho que esse é só o começo da Pain Gaming, aqui na Europa, dominando, a gente jogando bem. Então, acho que é isso. Continuem sempre no suporte da gente. A gente ama vocês e beijo a todo mundo.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home, this has been O Capton and Pain Gaming. Shocks from the desk. Back to you.
Thank you, obrigada. My Portuguese isn't good, but I think he thanked his family and his friends that have always supported and keep supporting even when it's hard, with a lot of respect. And he said something about Pain and Europe, and I don't know what it was. If it was like we kicked Europe's butt or something like that, or
either they dominated here or they will eventually dominate here.
Yeah,
Maybe
I wanna
they're gonna stick
know.
around a little
We'll be
bit.
back.
He will be back, hopefully. We would like to see them back.
Yeah.
We'd like to see more of them.
absolutely. Yeah, JL, do you have anything to say about Pain specifically?
Yes, and Big Zero as well. I feel like he's a very honorable leader. The way he played, you can truly feel his presence, and we had 2 game plans to counter him actually.
Yeah, I'm sure you had to
Nuke and
him. We were listening, yeah?
We could hear Alexi just tracking him across the map at various times, like knowing exactly where it was going to be. He still caught you out in that last round.
He did. I thought I cleared it. I'm like, okay, wait. There must have been something off, but I wanted to help the A guy, and he caught me off guard. But thank God Micha was there.
Yeah, he was a beast this event, Big Zero. That's crazy to watch, yeah.
A pleasure,
Sad
real
to see him go.
pleasure.
I mean, that's a team that you have to imagine is going to start qualifying for more events. So I think they'll be back at some European events at some point, whenever things
I'm so
happen.
ambivalent about that. We do that all the time whenever a team has an incredible run. We say, yeah, it's going to happen again. I just want to celebrate what happened here. That was amazing.
Sure.
Leave it at that and see where it
I
takes
won't.
us.
I want to see more of them, and I'm sure
me
we
too.
will. They're really exciting to watch, and I think they can grow a lot. But there's only 8 teams in the playoffs, and we have our bracket ready. I'm so excited to see it. Here we go.
This is an absolute. You couldn't make a better bracket, I feel like, than this.
Oh,
with the 8 teams that we got in,
my,
Cloud9, Vitality, Spirit, FaZe, Eternal Fire, Navi, JL.
Well,
I feel like there could have been a better bracket. I mean, not for us, but we have the top 4 teams up there.
I'm glad you mentioned it. I'm glad
I
you
just meant with
addressed
the
it.
8 teams that made it into the bracket. We weren't getting that
I mean, we
detailed
have
quite
JL
yet.
with us at the table, but let's be real. Like, the top of that bracket, it doesn't feel good to be up there, though.
What are you supposed to do? FaZe and Vitality looks pretty weak coming into this second stage. So, like that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, well, if you're good enough 4v5 to beat Complexity, I guess you should be in the playoffs, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know. You're trying to shock smack to me. I'm not on Complexity.
No, super exciting bracket. Let's start with Navi up versus Eternal Fire. You played, I believe, in Katowice, so you
Yes.
have recent memories of a high-pressure game there. So what do you expect?
I don't know what to expect from a stage Eternal Fire. They're going to be pumped up, and we have to stop them somehow.
Yeah, I think they're one of those teams that we're really happy to have the Turkish representation and
Great story.
the story of Meyer, of course. And it could be a wild card, actually.
Yeah, well, there was always the stage element that you're mentioning, right? I think Alexi in the interview said some of you guys have that experience, of course, so you know how it is. When it comes to Eternal Fire, a little bit less. I mean, some of these
lot
players
less,
are
yeah.
veterans, but we're talking about a big stage at the playoff. I mean, it's going to play in your favor. It has to play in your favor.
What was the experience like for you at your first kind of major stage game?
I remember my first game, it didn't feel a lot of pressure at all.
Yeah?
But then the second game, when they played Vitality, yeah. I feel like it's just how you approach the game, and I'm pretty sure Eternal Fire will not feel any pressure at all. They have a lot of passion for the game, and they're just gonna play it. So good luck for us.
Yeah, indeed. Let's talk about some of the other matchups. My HLTV hasn't updated yet, but I remember G2 Mouse
Yeah, that's
with
correct.
everything that
That is
happened
correct.
today. Oh my, it's a can of worms.
Yeah, listen, I don't really know if I have
Thank
the
you,
emotional maturity to handle that right now. I'm still a little bit jaded by what happened, but that is going to be a good test for Mouse as well. That's the interesting side of that story. The whole Mouse breaking through the glass ceiling in the biggest stage. I do think G2 is right for the taking. If you're Mouse,
Yes.
you're going to be favorite in that matchup. There's a little bit of Cloud9 Vitality at the very top. That's a matchup that always delivers. And I mean, famously, Cloud9 had the better of Vitality very recently, but even in fall final, Royal Arena, same damn place. It was a banger of a game that Vitality went to the end, so I'm ready for that too.
I mean, obviously the headline matchup is that FaZe Spirit.
The
Not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's like if you're FaZe, you're like, you know, I don't think you're really all that scared. But if you're Spirit, that there might not be a worse opponent you could have drawn in the quarterfinals, considering the way, FaZe doesn't look great, but we know that team on stage is completely different. We know that team, once they get to stage, it's like a whole new level of motivation, a whole new level of fire into that team, and a whole new level of gameplay.
Yeah, but they have a bone to pick with Spirit probably. Like I maintain in Katowice the 3-0 masks the,
they got
the actual
embarrassed.
reality of... No, but see, this is where I disagree. I think the second map was much closer than what happened, and then once you get to O2 versus Spirit, they're gonna rush you. They're gonna destroy you, that's it. Rewind, play a different Mirage, then we have a game. I think FaZe
because
is
he
ready.
actually knows what he's talking about.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. Why are we catching strays? I was
Just trolling.
See what we have to work.
JL, what do you think?
I feel like it's going to be a different story than Katowice for FaZe and Spirit, because even though we did not play our A game at all, they felt very beatable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, of course, it took a lot of work to win a nuke, but I feel like they have a lot of flaws, and they play kind of the same CS, so it's going to be a lot easier for FaZe to play against them now, because they felt it.
So did you feel like from Katowice to now, there's not a lot of changes coming from them? It's the same sort of, same beast, same Counter-Strike?
Not really, no. But you still have the job to counter them. Even though we knew what they were doing, we still couldn't. They still hit headshots, maybe forget something, and they just roll over you. They're very fast and shoot very hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. They do shoot very
that's
hard.
one.
Yeah.
They do shoot, they shoot tremendously
they shoot
hard.
Very, very hard. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. But that's interesting perspective, though, and we are going to see as teams have more and more tape on Spirit, and they're used to playing them a little more. So we're going to sign off then. Some closing thoughts about this opening stage and the elimination stage of the major. Before we head into the playoffs, I think we've had a wonderful tournament, and we have a great crop for the playoffs. You know, Paris was,
of course,
unfortunately a little bit different in that regard. No shade to the man next to me, of course. But he's back in it again.
Don't worry, we all get a little bit of that, a little bit of love.
She
I
shows
don't
up
do
to
it on
elbows when you
purpose.
least expect it, doesn't
I
she?
don't know why. It's probably because it's late evening, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't set out. It just sometimes, so I
Yeah, that's
apologize.
okay. I agree with your
used to the
sentiment.
hate.
I think we're blessed. I think we're blessed with the playoffs that we
Yeah.
have. And you're right, we cannot control the outcome, what other teams and what other stories, but if there ever was a crop of teams for the playoffs for the first CS2 majors, then I'm glad with the list.
Yeah.
I had you on my list. I had a dream list of team for the playoff. I had you on my list.
I had you in my pick'ems.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
3-0
that's
or 3-1?
not the same kind of vibe.
3-1.
Thank you.
That was just a handshake, by the way. It's like a
Respectable handshake.
I dapped him up.
respectable handshake.
Yeah, and I think you're great, and I hope to
No
see.
pick'ems, that's crazy.
No, I actually forgot, and then I just didn't bother. Anyways, I'm excited to see Navi and all the other teams, of course, in the playoffs. It's going to be really, really fun to watch. We'll be back on Thursday with that, so you get a couple of days off of CS so you can play it yourself. And then we'll be back, hopefully, with a fantastic show that you will enjoy. Great teams that will show the best CS2 there is on offer. Thank you so much for watching us. These last, how long has it been? 2 weeks?
8 days. 8 days of broadcast.
Already. 8 days in a row, and don't miss us too much. And we'll see you on Thursday. Bye-bye.